Break that lane, I'm trying to make a name, but my sick thoughts got me by my brain. I'm searching for my, how ironic how we hustle for the same, but get bracelets for trying to get a chain, and they wanna take up. Break that lane, I'm trying to make a name, but my sick thoughts got me by my brain. I'm searching for my, how ironic how we hustle for the same, but get bracelets for trying to get a chain, and they wanna take up.
So this video is about the 1619 story and a conversation I had with legendary Topcatz about those first Africans who came to America.
Ain't nothing African about Virginia. You talking about a European and an Aboriginal situation. You talking about Virginia.
So they didn't bring any Africans into Virginia?
Well, what Africans made a difference? You had those 19 that came in 1619, and if I was y'all, I'd be embarrassed to pull that because that wasn't even the situation of somebody being brought from West Africa in the slave situation. That was the situation that happened with. So that where did they get those people from?
So they came from Luanda, Angola. They was on the San Juan Batista.
Listen,
that
did
shit
they steal that boat? How did they meet them people? They came from
they was going to Veracruz, Mexico. They was going to Veracruz, Mexico.
They jacked the boat and took them people. So now let's not try to use this modern day story body where they try to test.
No. Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question.
That's what you're doing.
No, I'm not. So
what happened to those people though?
Hold on.
They freedom?
Hold on.
They got their freedom, and some of them became slave owners. So
yeah.
I'd be ashamed to even pull that shit.
Hold on.
You want to make it especially if you got a slave narrative.
You don't want the whole story to come out. That's what it is. I'm just trying to ask you a question. Was it 3 ships or 2 ships involved in that encounter?
I can't remember right now.
It's 3.
They don't change
2 ships. No. It's always been 2 ships jumped on 1 ship in the Caribbean. But y'all fail to realize that 1 ship that they jumped was called the San Juan Batista. That ship is on record coming from Luanda, Angola, and it was destined to go to Veracruz, Mexico. Here we have the 1619 story in question. Now, in the conversation I had with Topcatz, I told him that they came from Luanda, Angola, and they was on a ship called the San Juan Batista. So let's read a little bit. The Africans who came to Virginia in 1619 had been taken from Angola and West Central Africa. They were captured in a series of wars that was part of a much broader Portuguese hostilities against the Congo and Ndogo kingdoms and other states. These captives were then forced to march 100 to 200 miles to the coast to the major slave trade port of Luanda. They were put on board the San Juan Batista, which carried 350 captives bound for Veracruz on the coast of Mexico in the summer of 1619. Nearing her destination, the slave ship was attacked by 2 English privateers, the White Lion and the Treasurer, in the Gulf of Mexico and robbed of 50 to 60 Africans. The 2 privateers then sailed to Virginia, where the White Lion arrived at Point Comfort, or present-day Hampton, Virginia, towards the end of August. Here we are on the Slave Voyages website, and they also mention the 1619 ship, the San Juan Batista, and the voyage ID number is 29251. If anybody wants to look it up. Right, and this is just the information they have on it. It was in Luanda, headed to Veracruz, year 1619. Captain's name, Miguel Pinto Moto. And here are the sources, and they mention the 1619 20-and-out Negroes. Y'all not telling the whole story. You didn't do nothing last time.
You're not telling the whole story by picking the pieces of the story that you want to tell. Hold on, no. He just He just tried to tell a story of 1619 and don't know if it's 2 or 3 boats. Y'all not telling the same story. Y'all not telling the whole, because that third boat came from Angola. That's why.
So why nobody know about that then? But
everybody knows about
it. Go
that.
get it then.
And there lies the problem within a lot of these conscious communities. Specifically, this one we're talking about now, the Aboriginal community. Their so-called leaders just don't know the history. They tell half of the story from a biased point of view, as we've seen with Topcatz. So moral to this video, 1619, those Africans that was taken by the White Lion and Treasurer was on a boat named the San Juan Batista that came from Luanda, Angola. That's just the facts. That's it. It's not a coincidence that the conscious community is not so conscious. All right. So where we at? All right. So here we go to another claim of Dane Calloway's. We're going to show more deception.
In a formal gathering somewhere off the grid at a discreet location, just after his return from crossing the waters, Malcolm X revealed some very vital, unconventional details on what Negroes, or rather African Americans, were truly considered to be as a nationality of race prior to being called or labeled a Negro.
Aborigine, which means what? Black folks. You never find a white aborigine. Aborigines are called natives, or they're always dark-skinned people. You and I are aborigines, but you don't like to be called an aborigine.
Malcolm X stated that the rock landed on us after he returned across the waters because he learned new things. He learned that the rock had truly...
So the problem with that is right there. He's deceiving y'all. He's trying to act like Malcolm X had a newfound understanding when he came back from Africa that they were Aboriginal. In fact, that Aboriginal quote is from 1962, right? Malcolm X went to Africa in 1964. That's when he traveled to Africa in the late spring. But since they like to bring up that Aboriginal quote, this is the speech. I know it's small, you can't see it, but we're going to zoom in and we're going to get it right. So the speech is Black Man's History, Malcolm X, right? December 1962. So to show you that this is the speech that's in question, here we go right here, right? Let's start here. He says, the white man will even tell you that because he refers to Adam as the first one, he refers to Adamites as those who came from that first one. He refers to the pre-Adamites as those who were here before Adam, right or wrong, those people who were here before Adam, and he always refers to these people as Aborigines, which means black. Which means what? Black folk. You never find a white Aborigine. Aborigines are called natives, and they are also dark-skinned people. You and I are Aborigine, but you don't like to be called an Aborigine. You want to be called an American. Aborigine actually means from the beginning. It's 2 Latin words, ab, meaning from, origine, meaning from the beginning. And Aborigine is the only term applied to those dark-skinned people who have been on this earth since the beginning of the universe. So he's saying, all right, cool. He's calling black folk Aborigine. But is he saying that we're from America? No. He is not saying that. Because even in this speech, he acknowledges something. So down here, right, he acknowledges the slave trade and saying we came from somewhere else. In the same speech, it says, you and I haven't thought in terms of our forefathers. We haven't thought of our fathers, our brothers are back home. They're back home. Mind you, when he's in America. So if home is in America, what is he talking about? Our fathers are in the East. Still not America. We're running around here begging the great white father. You never hear black people in this country talking or speaking or thinking in terms of connecting themselves with their own kind back home. So if he was saying we was from America, what is he talking about back home and in the East? They're trying to make contact with the white man, trying to make connections with the white man, trying to make a connection with a kidnapper who brought them here. Brought them where, Malcolm X? To America. He's talking about America, y'all. This is in the same exact speech where he speaks his Aboriginal talk. Never once does Malcolm X deny us, this transatlantic slave trade, and that's where we come from. Because he's acknowledging it here, right? What does he say? He said, trying to make connections with a kidnapper who brought them here. Trying to make connections with actually the men who enslaved them. The men who enslaved them. That's a shame. It's pitiful, but it's true. So when you take Malcolm X's whole speech into context, there's no way, like Dane Calloway is trying to do, there's no way you can make him say that he's saying that we're from America. It's impossible, right? And in fact, like he said when Malcolm X came back from Africa, he was talking about this Aborigine stuff. It wasn't the Aborigine speech, like I said, is from 1962. He went to Africa in 1964. So let's see what Malcolm X was talking about when he came back from Africa in this news article, right? Hate spread by Malcolm X. The recent Carol adventures of Malcolm X are one answer to the thesis that extremism in the defense of liberty is no vice. The angriest of this country's Negroes journeyed to Cairo for the African Summit Conference. He wanted the assembled leaders to pass resolution of condemnation against the nation that is his home and the target of his hatred. His account in Cairo of the racial evils in this country was vivid. We were taken forcefully and changed from his mother continent and have now spent over 300 years in America. So again, Malcolm X is not saying you're from America. He's saying, yeah, there's only black people who was originally on the earth. Science doesn't even agree with that. But he ain't talking about your black ass, right? So in chains from his mother continent and have now spent over 300 years in America suffering the most inhumane forms of physical and psychological torture imaginable, he said. Hold on. Peace, everybody. Yo, share, like the video. We're going to start in 2 minutes. 2 minutes, we're going to start. 2 minutes.
You don't have the guts to be what you want to be.
The reason I do these videos is to see if people can be honest with themselves, to see if they can be critical of the people that they follow on these social media platforms. So up now, I have legendary Topcatz, who should be called a legendary hypocrite.
That I'm not in control of the family lineage. It's not me that can come out here and study something and go back and tell my grandma and my auntie and them that, hey, this is who we are. Now they know exactly who they are. You know what I mean? And I'm not one of these people who gonna come out here and tell you that I'm 100% Indian and I ain't got and I know what the hell happened here. You know what I'm saying? We have our burial sites down in Louisiana. We have 2 burial sites down there, one on 40 acres, another one on 100. On one of them, they have Spaniards. We have Irish. That's why I always talk about the Black Dutch here. We got Black Irish, Black Spaniards. We have Africans. I told motherfuckers that my grandma, her great grandma was mixed with African. You know what I'm saying? I got a lot of flack from that in my community. Right. I'm not here to lie though. You know what I'm saying? I'm here to talk about that.
How you know that, bro? How you know you ain't got no African blood in you?
Because I know who my mom and daddy is.
So you saying that the Africans and the Indians wasn't hooking up? They wasn't getting together?
What? No, sir. Prove it. They're not melanated. They're not melanated. Your parents are not melanated. Bro.
Tell you something, bro. We don't give them nothing. We don't give them nothing. Oh yeah, you know, in some cases that nigga prove it. Hell no. I told motherfuckers that my grandma, her great grandma was mixed with African. I ain't seen no African nigga. Prove it. I'm not giving you niggas no Africans. I'm not. You can't have it. I told motherfuckers that my grandma, her great grandma was mixed with African. You know what I'm saying? I got a lot of flack from that in my community.
Right. So you heard it from the horse's mouth. 1 minute he's African, next minute he's not.
I see you. You know I'm surgical with this bitch, Jake. How you want it, dog? Huh?
Peace. Anybody know what happened to Topcat's grandma? Where's his African grandma? We got an APB out on his grandma. So I would appreciate if everybody could like and share the video. All right. So the other day, Dane Calloway and legendary Topcatz was on Sarnetta. Right? And they ran across Raborn. And everybody know when it comes to this history, there's nobody out there, not I seen on the internet, you know, I coming out, besides each one teach one, who could really deal with the history like that. So we're about to see, you know, Raborn do his thing, right? So I ain't gonna hold y'all no longer. Let's get to it.
Yo, let's just move back to this. I just want to get to the information. You know what happened after that?
Let's get back to it.
Let's get past that.
So Raborn, you can question the legend.
Get past that, bro.
Legendary Topcat.
I don't really have any more questions. He already know what my situation with him is. My question is for Dane Calloway. So where are the black people who are writing in the 1700s and the 1800s with the narrative that we always been here and they are calling us Africans? And that we are not.
See, look, right out the gate, Raborn hits him with the most important question, I think. I mean, that's the question I've been raising for years, talking to these eyeballs. Where are the people who saying this in the 1800s? Where are they? I have not got an answer yet. I heard all types of things. Oh, you know, we didn't write, or their answer would be their grandma, or they was too scared to claim that they was Indian. They'll tell you everything, but not an answer though.
And that we
black
are
people,
not, and that we are not from the diaspora of the slave trade.
Where
did we write that?
Black people didn't exist until the U.S. Census was started.
Okay, so you want to play word games? The people who wrote,
you said black.
Okay. the people who wrote for themselves, who look like me, and some may look like you. The people who wrote.
You said black.
Okay. The people who wrote for themselves, who look like me. Okay.
Black people didn't exist until the U.S. Census was started.
All right. I forgot to show one last thing. So he said U.S. Census. So the date's important, right? This is from the Pennsylvania Gazette, 1732. I put all the sources I put in the description. Pennsylvania Gazette, 1732. This is Philadelphia. On Tuesday, Robert Whiter. Whiter we know is in Africa. So like we see people with the last name Congo and Angola. Here we see somebody with the name Robert Whiter saying where he's from. A very handsome black, calling him black, and one Miss Johnson, an English woman. So he's marrying a white woman. Went to Doctors' Commons and having took out a license, were married at St. Benedict's Paul Wharf. He was well dressed in blue clothes trimmed with gold. Some say he is a great officer in his own country, Pow Pow. Now, Pow Pow is Whiter, the homie. You'll hear, I forgot the entrance name, but they call him the Emperor of Pow Pow, or Paw Paw. So this is in West Africa. The bridegroom had a black for his bride man. So he got another black person. Remember, this is 1732. Dane said nobody was called black before the U.S. Census. Bride man, and the bride had a white woman for her maid. They afterwards dined at tavern by St. Paul's. We hear the charges of the person are borne by government. Right, so let's get back to the video. So Dane is he's playing games with the word black. He said black people didn't exist before the census. Well, we showed some black people getting married in 1732.
Where are they writing that they are not people of African descent?
Black people didn't exist until the U.S. Census was started.
Okay, so you want to play word games. The people who wrote.
You said black.
Okay, the people who wrote for themselves, who look like me, and some may look like you, and Sarnetta, those people, the melanated people, those people, since you like that word, where are they writing that they are not people of African descent and that they did not come from the slave trade in the 17 and 1800s? Where's that at?
It's everywhere.
I'm talking to Dane. I'm talking to Dane. Let him pull it up with ease. Where are they at?
They everywhere.
Where did you understand the question, Dane? The question is, where are the people who are of African, who say they are of African descent, saying that they are being called something that they are not? They are originally Aboriginal, and that we are being called African. We did not come from the slave trade. Where are the black
There's no people
who are fighting?
You can say your opinion if you want, Dane.
There's people out there right now that used to be claiming that they were African descent that went on ahead and said, you know what, I was taught a lie. I know better than that now. I actually found out what happened by conducting genealogy on my family. And they found out who their family were and disassociated themselves with Africa because they have nothing to do with it.
I can agree with you.
There's plenty of people
now.
out there.
I can agree with you in 2023. That's not the question, brother. The question is the people of the 1700s.
Nobody considered themselves. Nobody considered themselves Africans in the 1600s.
I never said that, brother, and I didn't say that, and that is true. They did. I said I gave you a specific date.
See, this is nobody considered itself African. I don't see how. Like, well, we know this is the word games you want to play. Black, Negro, they all mean the same thing. But let me show you something. This is from, like I said, all the sources in the chat. I mean, in the description. This is from firstblacks.org, 1594. Right? Theme: a black African man sold as a slave by French smugglers. Right? La Española, Northern Coast claim a right to freedom based on his African original social status of nobility. So here's the primary, right? Let's see what he said. He said that after what was said on the 9th day of the said month of October, and in the said year, for the said inquiry before the said honorable judge, oath was lawfully taken and received by Sebastian Crilio, originally from Guinea. So where's Guinea? So this is this man's word. They took an oath. He's in court. This is his words. Originally from Guinea, a Ladino, and he said to be Christian, who today, the said day, came to the house of the said honorable judge to request justice for himself for his free, and has been brought by the French of the Northern Strip, and after taking oath and being asked about the reason for the complaint and beginning of the business, said that this witness is Creole from Luganda, which is in Guinea, and that he is the son of a king of such people. And when this witness was coming from the said town by sea to Sierra Leone, Africa, on a vessel of Gaspar de Agua, which may have been more or less a year ago. This witness was the page boy of the said captain, since he was being paid for it. And while sailing there, they were encountered by a French captain. And that is where he was taken. So here we have somebody in court acknowledging that they are from Africa.
But I told the reason why I'm telling you that is because 1600s, they considered themselves who they were, which was whatever tribe they were associated with, which still has nothing to do with Africa.
Right.
They didn't consider themselves Indians until the government came up with that terminology.
Right. So now when you get into the 1500s, you're dealing now with
didn't consider themselves Indians until the government came up with that terminology. They didn't consider themselves Indians until the government came up with that.
Right.
They didn't consider themselves Indians until the government came up with that terminology.
So y'all hear all y'all Indians. Y'all calling yourselves something the government designated for y'all. Y'all like to talk about, oh, he was named this and that. Right? But here is Dane Calloway admitting that none of y'all was calling yourselves Indians. None of y'all. Until the government gave y'all that name.
Right. So now when you get into the 1500s, you're dealing now with the people who brought the people of African descent to America. Right. So when you deal with 1501,
allegedly,
and then no, not allegedly, 1492 on the boat with Columbus is a person named Juan Portuguese. We have his documents and the actual primary of who he is. He is a person of African descent.
How do you know he's a person of African descent?
I'm not finished. I'm not done, bro. I'm not done.
Raborn going in on him. Right? Primary after primary. Right? So this is what he's talking about. Right? A young black man, Juan Portuguese. You can find this in the description. Juan Portuguese, John Portuguese, arrives in Hispaniola with Christopher Columbus in his first trip to Americas. This information is contained in a statement given by Juan Portuguese in 1516. Right? So let's go to the commentary. Because this is the problem. They try to erase the history. Right? And that's the real problem. So this is archival evidence that people of African ancestry were involved in the early modern European-led crossing of the Atlantic since their earliest beginnings. The most concrete case shown in the existing historical record is that of Juan Portuguese. Negro. Remember that word Negro. We're not going to play with that. A free black man who traveled with Columbus as a sailor in 1492 that arrived in America. The scholarly news about Juan Portuguese was first released in 1984 by the Spanish linguistic and historian Juan Gil. Gil found at the General Archives of the Indies of Seville the proceedings of a 1515 judicial inquiry launched by the Spanish crown that included the village of Santa Maria de la Antigua del Darien on the Caribbean coast of today's northern Colombia. This inquiry was related to claims by Christopher Columbus' offspring of their inherited privileges in America. I mean, y'all always talking about Columbus ain't real. How he got all his children, his offspring, telling them that they got certain land rights, inherited privileges. The proceedings included a deposition of 1516 by Juan Portuguese, Negro, then a mature man, referring to the events occurred more than 20 years before involving Columbus himself. In responding to the question by a prosecutor, Juan described a frequent and close interaction with Columbus in the late years of the 15th century, initially as a sailor and then a servant or employee. He described his participation in the 1490 trip and possibly in the second trip of 1493 as well. Juan Portuguese stayed in La Española on different occasions, returned to Spain, and was associated with Columbus in the early years of that decade of the 1500s. And then went back to the Caribbean in the ensuing years. By 1516, the year for which there is the latest documented data about him, he had sailed throughout the region and had met many other captains and explorers that would later become famous and would go into history books for their first encounters with people, places of the areas during those same years. Besides the insider type of information provided by Portuguese in the deposition, it may be argued that his calling by the Spanish authorities to testify in their efforts to substantiate data about Columbus' past acts in the region, and as part of the dispute between the Crown and Columbus descendants, there were important economic interests involved, is a clear indication that the Crown considered Portuguese testimony trustworthy. Juan Portuguese is understood to be the same Juan Preto or Juan Moreno. Remember, Preto, that means dark black. Juan Moreno, that as a younger man worked as Columbus servant in La Española around 1500. He probably never suspected that his telling of what he knew about the actions of Columbus since his arrival in the Americas would in turn become 500 years later a key evidence of the participation of Black people in those world transforming complex events. So Raborn's right on top of this. I don't know, and that's why. So I know that asks Dane, like, you want to share your screen, and he ignores it. He don't want to share a screen because he can't. He won't. Right? We already know Raborn, he's in the streets, but Reggie, he shares the screen for him. Right, let's go.
But this is the point. The point here is this.
So we skipping past that part, huh?
No, we're not skipping the part.
So how was he a person of African descent?
Listen, okay, we're going to go real slow for you because you're not understanding the question. The question is, where are the people, Black people, melanated people?
Look, then he tried to go with a question after that.
No, you got to be quiet. Hold on, bro. Hold on.
What Dane mean a question after that? Dane never answered the initial question. He never answered the initial question. Where are the Black people that say that are opposing this African slave trade narrative, like y'all say? Where are the people that say, yo, we never went through this? We always been here. Where they at in history? He never answered that. Now he's trying to act like Raborn's asking another question when no, you giving Raborn a runaround instead of just answering the first question.
Let me answer the question.
Topcatz,
y'all gotta let him get the question out. Let him get the question out, y'all.
Yo, bro, you gotta mute your mic, fam. Let me talk to this dude. Stop trying to jump in, bro. You can jump in after he answers the question.
Calm down, brother. Calm down, brother. You don't gotta yell.
From the 1700s When black people first formed their organizations, what do they name it? African Union Society.
When you say black people, who are you referring to, bro?
I'm talking to the people who wrote for themselves, who are melanated, who look like me and you.
Did they call themselves black?
They call, yes. Richard Allen.
Why the pseudos never know who a black person is? All of a sudden, in 2023, we don't know who black people are.
In 1789,
they called themselves black.
Yes, yes, yes. He actually.
When is that documented?
Yes, it's called The Message to the Black People of Philadelphia.
No, did they call? That's not what I said. I said that they called themselves black.
Yes, you heard my question. You heard what I said. Richard Allen and Absalom Jones. Richard Allen and Absalom Jones wrote a decree called Message to the Black People of Philadelphia during the Yellow Fever because they was helping protect the people in that Pacific area. Who is the black people they talking to?
So what is Raborn talking about? Right. So we have something called the narrative, the proceedings of the black people during the late awful calamity in the year 1793, a refutation of censure, right? By Absalom Jones and Richard Allen. Right? And you see the names right here. So we know they're black. They calling the people of Philadelphia black. Or does Dane not know this? The great researcher. He doesn't know that there was a time when, we called ourselves black. Right? So this is October 26, 1789, a meeting of the Pennsylvania Society for Promoting the Abolition of Slavery, an essay of a plan for improving condition of free Negroes, right? So these are white people, but who they talking about? Black people. This is 1789. I just showed you black people talking about black people. We got Absalom Jones and Richard Allen. They're talking about black people here. Now we got these people talking about a plan for improving the condition of free blacks. Right? We're not talking about white people. We're talking about Negroes. We see Negroes and blacks interchangeable. Like I said, these guys want to play with the word game. We're not doing that. We're just not doing that no more.
Now
I'm asking, are these people black?
Yeah, bro, I'm telling you who they.
You said it was a message to black people. Did they consider themselves black people?
Yes, because that's who they're talking to, bro.
Just because that's who they talking to?
No.
So that's an assumption.
No, it's not an assumption. You're making up things. Again, we're going with the written record.
Actually, you are.
Okay. So, bro, I'm not done.
Hey, can I share my screen?
Can I finish going, bro? So now,
all right, hold on, Raborn. Let Raborn finish, and I'm gonna let you share your screen.
When we looking at the narrative, when we looking at the narrative of melanated people we're dealing with our origin here in this country. When we look at the first organization we built, I'm gonna say it again: African Union Society, made by Newport Gardner and Abraham Casey, who spoke their language. They then begin to detail why they're doing this. They're telling you that they were taken from the African continent. They're telling you what the purpose.
This is what Raborn talking about, right? In 1780, a group of men assembled in Newport to organize and chapter America's first mutual aid society for African and now African Americans, known as the Free African Union Society. Right? Here we have a letter. In a January 24, 1787 letter from the African Union Society President Anthony Taylor to abolitionist William Thornton, Taylor, remember this is 1787, Taylor proclaims the interest of the society for organizing a return and settlement back to Africa. This is way before the ACS was even thought of. for all y'all ACS fans out there. Apples love throwing that out there. So it was never their idea first. It was our idea, right? They just wanted to get rid of the free ones so they can keep slavery going. He says, sir, our earnest desire of returning to Africa and settling there has induced us further to trouble you with these lines. In order to convey to your mind, and more particularly and full idea of our proposal, we want to know by what right or tenure we shall possess said lands. When we settle upon them, for we should think it not safe and unwise for us to go and settle on lands in Africa unless the right and fee of the land is first firmly in proper form made over to us and to our heirs or children. They want to make sure that they're just not going over there and getting the land taken from them any time. Things of that nature. But here goes an article. What does this say? Oh, here it is. A March 25th, 1808 notice in Newport Mercury newspaper advertised the availability of school for all persons in Newport at no charge to students. The African Benevolent Society of Newport, with it, may be so generally known that they have opened a school kept by Newport Gardner. That's the guy Raborn was just talking about. In number 8 School Street, the object of which is the free instruction of all colored people, of all the colored people in this town, who are inclined to at end. As the plan of this school is approved by many judicious persons, it is hope the white people as well as the color will encourage the attendance of the Africans. Encourage the attendance of the Africans under their care. We need instruction. Newport, March 25th, 1808. So we have the evidence to this, right? And like he was talking about, it's a Benevolent Society. This is a burial ground that they have. It's called God's Little Acre. You can look it up. Like I said, all the sources are in the chat. You can see the people's names, everything. So what are we getting from Dane besides a bunch of denials, running from the question, the Abo shuffle? We ain't getting nothing from Dane. Raborn's giving us the information. I don't think that people actually paid attention to it. Well, I ain't gonna say pay attention to it because they paid attention, but it's Dane. He's sounding all slick and he got that microphone. Let me go back to the video. My bad, y'all.
About how to liberate and free black people. The question is, how come every time we look in the records from the ending of the slave trade from 1808 to 1807, that was a holiday all through the Black Americas where we celebrated the end of this, from sermons going all down the line? How come not one black person said that we always been here and we are not of African descent?
It was like every time Raborn speaks, he's making another great point, right? So he said, why are people celebrating this? Right? He's talking about the end of the slave trade. Why are people celebrating this? This is the Vermont Gazette, January 4th, 1808. It says, at a numerous and respectable meeting of the Africans and their descendants, they go that word African. Y'all said they wasn't using, nobody was calling nobody that. And their descendants of the city of New York held the second day of December 1807 at the African Schoolroom, Cliff Street, for the purpose of taking into consideration the propriety of celebrating the day on which the act passed by the Congress of the United States for the abolition of the slave trade takes effect. John Teasman, black man. Peter Williams Jr., another black man. So yeah, Raborn is killing him.
Celebrated the end of this, from sermons going all down the line. How come not one black person said that we always been here and we are not of African descent? We originally the Aboriginal, Indian, or whatever name you want to name it. Where's that information?
Let him speak. Go ahead.
That terminology wasn't even being used back then, man. Nobody agreed to the. Hold up, let me finish. Hold up, brother. Calm down. You gotta
let him finish.
Let me finish. That terminology wasn't even being used until the 1950s. And the terminology that I'm talking about amongst the people, not just the U.S. Census, the people, they didn't agree to that term black until the 1950s, 1960s. Prior to that, it was derogatory. Nobody agreed with anybody stating the term black because that was a derogatory statement. That's just like you calling somebody a nigga.
Okay, so we have a mutual aid society called the Black Men of Color in the 1790s in North Carolina.
That does. I just said that now nobody's going to agree with that. Not everybody agreed with that. Just like not everybody agreed with the Black Panthers because of the black part.
Bro, listen, I don't know what you're talking about. Again, what we're talking about, you're making claims saying that people didn't call themselves black. It wasn't popular until the 1950s. You didn't want to try to play.
And I could prove it.
You did. No, you can't. You never can. And then you want to run around.
Don't tell me I never can. You don't know what I have.
No, listen. Again. So here's the evidence, right?
Just, brother, calm down a little bit, brother. Have a general conversation with me. Calm down. You don't got to get all hype.
The ending of the slave trade from 1808, every black person in America is celebrating as a holiday. When we look at our first institutions being
you calling them black, that don't mean that they black.
Like I said, they called the African. Now what?
Nah, they didn't. Okay,
prove it.
Yeah. Now what? They called African, like we've been shown.
All right, so we got to pull up each and everybody's census records to see if they consider themselves black.
Fam, listen, I'm gonna tell you this one time again because the people first.
This is hilarious. You getting too emotional too, bro.
The first organizations that people of African descent you want to play black, they called themselves something. It's called African. 1780 African Union Society. 1784. 1784.
So what you trying to tell me? I heard you. What you trying to tell me is that a society is considering everybody else black, but not the individuals, correct?
No, the individuals are.
The individuals consider themselves whatever that's on the U.S. Census because right now you cannot pull up a U.S. Census. Hold on. Right now you cannot pull up a U.S. Census record where it's going to reflect that these people called themselves Africans during that time period. In fact, the term, hold on. In fact, the term African was.
Well, he about to mess up for real, y'all. I'm just going to let him bury himself a little more.
Was never utilized on any U.S. Census.
Okay,
stop playing.
So you want to go.
The term, hold on. In fact, the term African was never utilized on any U.S. Census.
Okay,
stop playing.
So you want to go with what the white man says? I'm giving you what black.
Oh, and now I'm going with what the white man said.
Yes, that's what you're doing. Look,
are you serious, Sonetta? These the people you gonna bring?
Listen, brother. Listen. Hold on. So,
Sonetta, this can't be real.
Yo, this can't
be real, son.
I'm telling you what black people called themselves.
He said, now I'm going to go off what the white man said.
That's what you're doing.
This can't be real.
Yes, you're talking about a census. I'm talking about you what black people.
A census is a government document indicating somebody's. Hold on. Hold on, brother. Calm down, brother. Wow. Calm down. A U.S. Census record is a document indicating of somebody's classification that the government asked them by way of enumerators coming to their house, asked them who they are, right? And that happened since 1790, correct? So if they did not say, hey, put down Africa or African as my classification, then that indicates that they are not Africans, correct?
No, you're incorrect.
But let's be real. How is that the white man's information when they sent the enumerators out to the houses?
Because they're the ones who pick what the classifications are.
Sometimes, hold on, I agree with you on that. Sometimes certain classifications were picked by the enumerators. I agree with that.
Listen, this is a lot of dance.
But there was no classification of race indicating that Africans were here at all. African, that term African was never used at all.
So you heard him. He bigging up the census. Africa was never used at all. So what I take from Raborn's point here is, you know, they like to say when we call ourselves black or African American, they say, oh, the white man gave you that. But it's funny how Dane is now. They say the white man taught you that. CIA, XYZ. They go into that whole monologue. But it's funny now, the only evidence Dane can point to is the federal census. That's what he's trying to claim. And it's not even evidence for. He's trying to say because they didn't have African in the census, you're not African. Well, when it comes to the census, first thing, it's about color. So it's not now like ethnicity, it's about color. They say color. That's why it's black, white, mulatto. They want to know your color. That's one thing where he's wrong at. Another thing he's wrong at is they actually did use the terms African and stuff like that. So this is the 1850 census, right? Well, this is the instructions to the assistant marshals. These are the people going out doing the census, right? So let's just go down. Let me find it real quick. This is the people actually out going doing the census. So what do they say here? Remember, the census now they say race or they say ethnicity. Back then it was color. Color. So African's not a color. White's a color. Black's a color. Right? So it must not be assumed that where nothing is written in this column, white is to be understood. The column is always to be filled. This is in 1850. Right? Be particularly careful in reporting the class mulatto. So why they gotta be careful reporting the class mulatto? They gotta be careful because the word is here generic and includes quadroons, octoroons, and all persons having perceptible trace of African blood. So this is the instructions for the U.S. Census in 1850. Remember, Dane said they never used it. They don't talk about it. Nothing like that. It doesn't exist. So we can even go to the instructions in 1850. Right? Like I said, all the sources in the chat. Right? So what do we have here? Personal descriptions. The columns 4, 5, and 6, which relate to age, sex, and color. Like I said, Africa's not a color, so why would it say Africa? These are the dumb questions that stupid people ask. But that's y'all leader, right? No return will be accepted where these spaces are left blank. All right, so let's go down to color. Again, this is 1880, and they say basically the same thing. Color must not be assumed that where nothing is written in the column, white is to be understood. The column is always to be filled. Be particularly careful in reporting the class mulatto. The word here is generic and includes quadroon, octoroons, and all persons have any perceptible trace of African blood. You can find that on the 1850 and what is this, the 60. Oh, 1870 and 1880, my bad. Yeah. 1870, 1880. I got the links in the description. Right, but what else do we have? So we can actually go to actual census records and, you know, where they talk about where people are born at. Where people are born at, right? We got Della Wicker here, a female, 105. She was born in 1765, birthplace Africa. Right? We could look at the record. Oh, shit. So we can look at the record, right? What do we have? So remember, they're not saying Africa, African. He tried to leave it to a racial designation, but it's not. They're talking about color in these old sentences. All right? Let me just show y'all. Like I said, they say color. Is Africa a color? Ask yourself, is Africa a color? No, it's not. So let's go. Let's find Della. She's from Africa. Here she goes. Here go Della right here. You can see Africa. Right? And this is the census from Macon, Georgia. Here we have Della right here. She's 105. Right? These are her, basically her descendants she's living with. Right? We see black. that was black, that was from Africa. So what is Dane's just making all this up as he goes. And the sad thing is none of y'all avos go behind him and check it. No, none of y'all. Right? You just pick anybody. I'm saying something. Here we go. Oh, that's the avo gods fucking with my shit. Here we have another one from Africa. So where is Charles? Oh, here you go. You see Africa right here. Right? Charles is a mulatto, born in Africa. So when they say that these things didn't exist, he's just making it up, like I just showed you. We had the martial instructions where they talk about African blood, and people were saying they was born in Africa. He's talking about these things didn't exist. He's lying to y'all. He's lying.
What is 17?
Now you trying to cut me off.
What is the African Union Society? What is that?
What about it, bro? It's nothing. It's the primary source is U.S. Census.
No,
right now, if you want to hold up, brother. Hold up, brother. Primary.
You heard him. The primary source is the U.S. Census. I showed you what the census was showing. Who African, how to use the word African. I showed you people born in Africa. He said the primary is the U.S. Census. You heard him.
Right. Hold on. The primary source right now is the U.S. Census. You know why? Because the government had records indicating who was who and where they were. Now, if you're trying to state that some society that slapped the term African on it as more primary than the 1790 U.S. Census, then you got a problem.
Right. So now when you look at that census, right, and we'll look at Frederick Douglass.
So did y'all hear that statement made by him? So he basically saying, fuck what black people said about themselves. Right? He said, forget that part. Don't worry about what they call themselves. Don't worry about what they said about themselves. He said, just go right to the government and see what they said. Well, he's leaving out on this census when they don't talk about race. They talk about color. Y'all have to understand that. On the census, they talk about color.
1890 U.S. Census, then you got a problem.
Right. So now when you look at that census, right, and we'll look at Frederick Douglass, we could even look at Martin.
I'm already telling you right now that I could prove that the U.S. Census never used Africa. Ever. Never used African.
Why are you scared to have a conversation? Listen, if I'm looking at...
That's not about being scared. I'm correcting you because right now you're wrong.
I'm looking at Martin Delany. Martin Delany is on the census. He fought in the Civil War. His genealogy from himself, he tells you that his great grandmother. I'm not done, bro. I'm not done, fam. His family is.
You're not ready, man.
No, you're not ready. Because all of these people.
And Topcatz, this the guy you're gonna be. This the guy right here.
Yo, Sonetta, what is you running here, bro?
Look, now he's trying to act like he don't know who Raborn is. That's the crazy part. He really trying to downplay the shit because he hasn't answered one question the whole time. Not one. Raborn had him on the rope since the bell rang. He just been trying to run. That's all he did was run.
Ain't ready.
So like, yo, if we looking at all of these people, from every abolitionist, all of them are on that census. All of them. From Richard Allen, we can find them on there. But when we look at their works, and we look at what they said for themselves, and we look at their origin story, they all say we are people of the African race. That's what the black people, the melanated people said for themselves. Don't play this census game. This is what the black people said for themselves.
But you can't debunk. You can't debunk the census,
bro. Whatever.
You can't. It's a primary source. You can't debunk the census.
The melanated people is the primary source, and their writings debunk you because they're on the census. Even though the census might not have African there and it has Negro there, they're calling themselves that. You ain't getting around that.
You assuming that they call themselves that.
No,
that's what
not.
it is. That's what it is.
We have their writings. So what
you riding off? You riding off what a society's name is called, and you saying that the people. Hold up a second. And you saying that don't get disrespectful, cut me off, brother. I'm giving you a chance to get your stuff out and give me a chance to rebuttal. Right now, because you're not making any complete sense. You're not bringing any primary sources for what you're talking about. If you can't regurgitate any primary source that's older than the U.S. Census when it comes to identity, then you're falling short.
Good. 1787.
To identity, regurgitate any primary source that's older than the U.S. Census when it comes to identity. Making any complete sense. You're not bringing any primary sources for what you're talking about. If you can't regurgitate any primary source that's older than the U.S. Census when it comes to identity.
So you heard him. You can't bring any source that's older than the U.S. Census when it comes to identity. So we can though. Raborn brings it up in a little while, but I'm gonna bring it up before him. All right, this is the 1780 tax relief petition by Paul Cuffey. All right, so let's look at this. Like I said, everything is in the description. So this is from March 14th. 1780. You see the date right here. All right. Let me see if y'all can see this. Y'all can see it pretty good. All right, here we go. So this is like I said, the tax petition from Paul Cuffey, his brother, and a couple other people. Let's say to the Honorable Council in House of Representatives and General Court Assembly. For the state of Massachusetts Bay in New England, March 14th, AD 1780, the petition of several poor Negroes and mulattoes. Several poor Negroes and the mulattoes. All right, we're getting an identification. Who are inhabitants of the town of Dartmouth. Dartmouth something. That we, being chiefly of African extract. Chiefly of African extract. So 1780, got these people writing a tax petition saying they are of African extract. And by reasoning of long bondage and hard slavery, we have been deprived of enjoying the profits of our labors or the advantages of inheriting estates from our parents. So they're saying, you know, they was in slavery. They've been oppressed. They haven't been able to pass down generational wealth because of their African ancestry. That's why they shouldn't pay taxes. So if this is not an identification, what is it? This is, like I said, 1780. This is before what Dane wants. This is what Dane wants. He wants something before the census. Like I said, Raborn brings this up, but this is a good time to bring it up now.
You do me a favor and pull up.
You a punching bag, man.
Can you pull up 1787 Free African Society preamble? It's right on.
Oh, you want me to pull up what?
Yeah, 1787 Free African Society preamble. Remember what he said?
Yeah, but
he said you ain't seeing no. Let's stick to the people. I'm dealing with what the melanated people said.
I want to deal with what they
All you gotta do is calm down, brother, so we can have a conversation.
We are having a conversation.
Your voice is escalated by like 3 dBs right now. Bring it down a little bit, brother. Let's talk.
Yeah, 1787. Pull it up. Free African Society preamble. Lastly, Dane Calloway. Last time we had our conversation, you said that West Africa was uninhabited. You said that West Africa. Hold on, I'm gonna get you right now. You said that West Africa was uninhabited until the French brought people there. You said that there is no records of people there.
I also
14th,
put out
13th, 12th, 11th, 10th,
I could
9th, 8th,
let me
you said there was no people
hold
in
on.
West Africa.
Okay, wait. I also put a book out on this topic. It's called It Was Told in Reverse. And I also put my primary sources in the bibliography in the back of that book if you actually want to check my sources for real. If you do any reading, I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm not sure either.
So, states that too. It's a book called White America.
What do you want me to show? What do you want me to show?
I can't see. Go to the PBS. Go to the PBS. The PBS Free African Society preamble. And you put it there. But anyway, so Dane Calloway, so you're sticking to your statement that West Africa was uninhabited until the French got there.
Well, that's what
you told me that there's no
I told you.
Pipe down, Topcatz.
I told you the time period. I told you when it was. I told you who stated that, and I also stated my sources. That's not me coming up with that. I'm reiterating the source.
Right. Now, what that say right there, Reggie? So it says
you talking about a free African society that has nothing. That has nothing to do with what I'm referring to. You're trying to make it collaborate with the same thing, and it's not the same thing.
I know, bro.
The free African African Society in West Africa or the Americas?
No, it wasn't in Africa. Why would it be in Africa?
Right, because I'm talking about West Africa. You talking about America.
Now all of a sudden he's talking about West Africa. Yo, Dane is really trying to he's doing anything right now. I hope y'all can see this, man. Raborn been killing him the whole time.
Oh, wait.
Two separate sources, right?
Wait. So now we're talking about.
Hold on. You brought up the fact that I said that the parts of West Africa was not populated, right? Yeah. At a certain time period. They had to buy, I'm talking about America, the government had to buy that land from the French, correct? You talking about when I stated that?
You said
this has nothing to do with the Free African Society at all.
Hold on. No, this was a conversation.
You trying to collaborate two things that have nothing to do with each other.
No, brother. I just switched the conversation. I asked Reggie to pull something up. And I said, you also said that West Africa was uninhabited.
Right, because you're trying to collaborate two separate statements with each other. No, your Free African Society has nothing to do with what I was talking about.
Well, can I just chime in? I would like to chime in.
This is my last thing, bro. This is my last thing. So look,
hold up, man.
This is my last thing. You said that West Africa was uninhabited until the French got there. You said that you have no written documents from the 14th, 13th, 12th, 11th, 10th, 9th, 8th.
Hold up, brother.
No black people.
Hold up. Do you have my book? Do you have my book?
Bro, we talking right now, and this is what you said.
Hold up, because hold up, brother, calm down. Where are you getting that from?
Do you got my book? This guy's crazy. You gonna try to refer him to the book now? This guy is crazy. But hold on, I gotta take a quick break real quick. I gotta handle something. 1 minute. 1 minute.
You don't have the guts to be what you want to be.
The reason I do these videos is to see if people can be honest with themselves, to see if they can be critical of the people that they follow on the social media platforms. So up now, I have legendary Topcatz. It should be called legendary hypocrite.
I'm not in control of the family lineage. It's not me that can come out here and study something, go back and tell my grandma and my auntie, hey, this is who we are. They know exactly who we are. I'm not one of these. And I know what the hell happened here. You know what I'm saying? We have our government sites down in Louisiana. We have two sites down there. One on 40 acres, another one on 100. One of them they have Spaniards. We have Irish. That's why I always talk about the Black Dutch here. We got Black Irish, Black Spanish, we have Africans. I told motherfuckers that my grandma was mixed with Africans. You know what I'm saying? I got a lot of faith from that in my community. I'm not here to lie. You know what I'm saying? I'm here to talk about
How you know that, bro? How you know you ain't got no So you saying that the Africans and the Indians wasn't hooking up? They wasn't getting together?
They're not melanated. They're not melanated. Your parents are not melanated.
Tell you something, bro. We don't give them nothing. We don't give them nothing. Oh yeah, you know, in some cases, the nigga prove it. Hell no. I told motherfuckers that my grandma, her great grandma was mixed with African. I ain't seen no African nigga prove it. I'm not giving you niggas no African. I'm not. You can't have it. I told motherfuckers that my grandma, her great grandma was mixed with African. You know what I'm saying? I got a lot of black from that in my community.
You heard it from the horse's mouth. One minute he's African, next minute he's not. I see. I'm back. There we go.
From you.
Where are you saying that I stated
from
this?
You. And I have the video. You.
Because look. Okay, listen. The thing is that I have put out since maybe you talked to me, but since then I put out every single one of my sources. Did you pull up any of my sources?
Bro, you never had a source. You never pulled.
Yo, stop, brother. Stop.
Bro,
do you see that book on the screen?
Bro,
Hold on, brother. Hold on. Calm down, man.
Bro,
I mean, come on. I shouldn't be talking to a child. I should be talking to an adult. Listen to me. The whole point. Listen. Stop, brother. The whole point is that I did multiple things on that topic. I also put out my sources, and not one time have you brought up any of my sources.
Yo, bro,
you're just stating. Hold on. You're just stating some statements right now with your own assumptions sprinkled in as to the reason why you think I said certain things. I told you what I said, and then you still switching it again. What I told you again, hold on. What I told you again was that the Americas did not own any lands in West Africa. They bought it from the French. That's what I told you. They had to buy those lands from the French because they did not own parts of it. I also told you who bought those lands. Now, meaning by purchase. I gave you the sources, and I also told you why the French stated when they got there it was not habited by a bunch of West Africans. I told you where it came from if we had a conversation, but now there's no excuse. It's inside of my book right now. It was told in reverse as the name of the book. If you want to combat my sources, go to the bibliography of my book and pull it up yourself.
Right. So now when the French get to,
yeah, man, it's a waste of my time now.
Let me. When did the French get to what? When did the French get to West Africa?
Nah, don't.
What year did the French get to West Africa?
Sinetta. You got to bring me a worthy opponent, Sinetta. We're gonna do business though. You hear me?
All right. Yo, Raborn, Reggie, you said you had another question for him?
Yeah, bro. My screen because I gotta go.
I'm about to roll up. I'm about to get up out of here, bro.
All right.
Let me know though, Si. Yeah, absolutely. I'm gonna make sure the number gets sent to you, brother.
All right, got you, brother. All right, go ahead.
So yeah, they're crazy talking about wasn't nothing in Africa. Like it don't even make no sense. We have bodies and stuff all over there, but way before the French even come. Let me see. Like they got the in 2020 a paper found an ancient branch of 800, subsequently named L1087, that was added above 800, dating between 3,000 and 8,000 years ago. Believed to have been found among the remains of Bantu speakers. They found that in Cameroon. See that here? This is the paper. So I don't know what they're talking about. These Dane and all of them, they just say anything.
Topcatz, let's go, man. Let's get it in.
All right, hold on. I'm pulling it back up because I put it down. I didn't think I was gonna get it in. So
nah, you're gonna get it in,
go ahead,
man.
So I want to answer Raborn's question. He said, "What are the?"
Oh, come on, Sir. Sonetta, come on.
Possibly. Wow.
Okay, while he's
all right. Get your
yeah. Native Americans was in the Know Nothing Party. That's
all right. I'm up.
He left, bro. He not here no more.
He's gone.
He not here no more.
Hey, now I'm still up.
Oh,
right,
he talking about Dane Calloway.
All right, go ahead. Let you your
so,
screen sharing.
So Raborn's question is that where do we see people in America saying that they are America and they're not African, right?
That's not what I said. That's
okay.
Not
So ask the question again. My bad. Ask
the question is, where are black people saying that they always been here and they are not the descendants of this slave trade, and their people are not those descendants?
Okay,
that's the question.
Okay, no problem. So we're gonna go over here by Daniel Mandu.
Well, let's just acknowledge. Listen, they've been going on for a minute. Topcatz know the question. It's been the same question the whole time. Nothing changed. The same question. So let's see if Topcatz got an answer. I doubt it. We all know he don't.
In the book Tribe, Race, History, Native Americans, Southern New England, 1780 to 1800. Now, we're going to use one of the primaries to this Back to Africa mission, which would be Paul Cuffey. This is a brother that you guys at Each One Teach One brings up a lot. So Paul Cuffey, we know he had Indian ancestry, okay? Now, the Wampanoag territory and Martha's Vineyard. Now, we're going to come down here. Now, Cuffey led the Back to Africa movement, right? So, Paul Cuffey became a wealthy merchant, a leader, rightful member of a tribe. Now, Paul became, the African-American community in the area and spearheaded the first Back to Africa movement, okay? The guy that started it. Paul's affiliation did not, however, alienate him from his Indian connection. He married a Pequot woman who did what? Refused to move to Africa, okay? And occasionally assisted his brother, who also was an Indian, and we got him on the tax records, pensioning to be Indian, not taxed, okay? Paul Cuffey's brother. Well, Paul had a son named Paul Jr., Paul Cuffey Jr. Their son, Paul Jr., chose his mother path and considered himself as a Pequot Indian. All right. So there are black people in America right there who saying they are Indian and they're not even going back, even though their dad was the spearhead of the first Africa movement. All work, easy work, man. So we're going to set it up.
All right, so check it out. Hold on, Topcatz. Hold on, Topcatz. So that didn't answer the question. It's number one.
Why not?
When it didn't answer the question because the question was, where are the black people who say that they are not of African descent and that they always? Can I finish, brother? Hold on. Wait a minute, brother. I'll let you go uninterrupted. The question is, where are the black people in America who say that they are not of African descent, they always been here, and they're being labeled this, no slave trade, all that other stuff? That's what I asked this Dane Calloway. This person, Paul Cuffey, is admittedly a person of African descent because of his father. His father is from Ghana. These people are of mixed native and of African.
I don't know about that, brother. We have his genealogy. Paul Cuffey comes from the Slocum family, who was from England. They were part of the Society of Friends. That's why he was a part of the...
Yo, that is the biggest lie I ever heard. Paul Cuffey, they don't descend from no Slocum family. His father was purchased by the Slocums when he was he was like a teenager or some shit. I don't know where he getting this from. Like I said, all the sources is in the chat, right? This is from Cuffey's Heritage Trail, right? It says honoring Cuff Slocum, Paul Cuffey, Michael Wayne, and their family. Cuff Sokum, Cuff Sokum, an African slave, and the patriarch of the families arrived in New England on a slave ship in the 1720s, bought his freedom from John Sokum in the 1740s, married a Native American woman, Ruth Moses, in 1747, raised a family of 10 children in Cuttahuck Island, and bought a 120-acre farm in Westport in 1766. That passed to his widow and 2 younger sons when he died in 1772. So Cuff Sokum died in 1772. He came from Africa.
Paul Cuffey, we have his genealogy. Paul Cuffey comes from the Slocum family, who was from England. They were part of the Society of Friends. That's why he was a part of the Society of Friends.
As you not, I'm not finished. I'm not finished.
I'm not finished. So Paul Cuffey comes from the Slocum family. Okay, that's why he.
Can I finish?
That's why they were captains. Hold on,
let him finish, Topcatz.
I let you go, right? So on
that
bill,
going right. I thought this was. Go ahead, brother, because I was getting my point.
On that bill, they all signed it. His brother, John, etc. It says, "We being chiefly of the African extract." This is what it says on the bill. So if we want to talk about the tax, so let me.
Remember, I showed that earlier. I told you I was going to beat Raborn to it, but he showed he everything he's talking about is a primary. These guys ain't saying nothing. This guy brought up a book that said his wife was an Indian and she ain't want to go to Africa. So what? What that got to do with anything? What that got to do with Paul Cuffey's lineage? Topcatz is dumb, like dumb for real. He said he was a European. Nowhere in any of that story does it say anything about him being a European.
Let me hold on, bro. So if you want to talk about the bill, we can talk about the bill. The fact of the matter is that they're not denying that. What I want is the stuff that you guys are saying. You are showing me black people who read. You are showing me what?
Paul Cuffey Jr., brother. They represented Pequot Indian. His brother John was the leader of an Indian community. His wife worked side by side. She also was a leader in that community. The son, Paul Cuffey Jr., also was an Indian. His brother John is pensioned to be Indian, not taxed, because they trying to tax them. He's saying you can't tax me because I am from the land, and they won that land pension. They won that tax.
That's definitely not what he said. He did not say that. He said they was chiefly of African descent, and because of reason of long bondage and hard slavery, have been deprived of enjoying the profits of their labors. That's why they don't want to be taxed. Topcatz, he's the worst. Like Lucky said, they picked the worst people to try to plagiarize stories.
Also, Paul Cuffey's wife didn't even go back to Africa. She said she ain't going. So those are the black people that's in America at that same time, and it's so much of a primary that it takes away your spearhead, the guy who spearheaded the Back to Africa movement, to show that his family wasn't even with this plan.
Like I said, bro. Can I hold on? Wait a minute, bro. Wait. No, hold on, bro. Wait a minute. Hold on, bro. Wait a minute. Hold on.
10 seconds, bro. Hey,
hold on. See, this is why I shouldn't have jumped on, because I need to show my screen. Whenever y'all talking, we gotta show our screen, bro. Whenever, because y'all.
I share my screen.
Yo, listen.
Facts. Gotta show the screen, or they just gonna talk you to death.
Paul Cuffey's wife is what? What is she?
She was an Indian.
Was she a person of African extract? Yes or no?
No, sir. She was an Indian.
Okay. So now, with that being said, was Paul Cuffey a person of African descent?
No, sir. Paul Cuffey was of European and Indian descent.
I'm done, bro. I'm done. We're done here. We're done here on this point. Whenever you look up the primary document, no, Topcatz. Whenever we look up the primary document, on his thing. It tells you,
bro,
his father
I embarrass
is
you right now.
No, you
I would
can't.
embarrass you right
no,
now.
You can't. You can't embarrass me
I would
right
put
now.
his genealogy up, but I ain't gonna
No,
do
you
that.
can't. So let's. Yo, Cuffy. Yo, Reggie. Yo, pop. Yo, Reggie. Pop in Paul Cuffy primary doctor.
Brother, you can whatever they
pop
say.
In Paul Cuffy.
Look, Topcatz and talk himself where he can't get out now. Look, they're gonna pull up his genealogy. Right? Again, like I said, all the sources are in the chat. I mean, in the description. They're gonna pull up his genealogy. And what's gonna happen? What's it gonna say? Cuff Sokum. Birth 1717. Born in Ghana. Death 1772. Right? And we got Paul over here. So what is he talking about? His genealogy. Pull up his genealogy. What is Topcatz really talking about? They just making shit up. Shit is ridiculous. Oh, right. Sean, he's mixed. He's African and Native American. What's the problem?
Then you ain't talking. You talking to the wrong guy.
I know.
See,
So this European calls himself this in his actual works and his log books, which you don't own because you don't own any books. All you do is
well, I just put one up on you.
You don't own them. He
I just
calls
put one
himself
up
this.
on you, brother.
I
just crushed that narrative that you were trying to put out. That people in America wasn't saying it. When Paul
because you gotta
because he said he's a Pequot Indian.
Bro,
his
he's
brother
a
was a
person
chief
of African
in
descent,
the Indian community, brother. There's no way around it. They wasn't with the Back to Africa with Paul.
Why would somebody listen? Why would somebody who is a Native American here? And number one, you gotta look at this. A lot of these black people married these Indian women because they would be free because of the law to the mother. So a lot of these people,
what document? Raborn, I'm trying to help. I'm trying to help you. What you said, Paul Cuffy, primary documents. Click on that.
Yeah, click on that.
Okay.
I hope you bring this to the. Is it the genealogy? I hope you bring this to the thing, man. We have land records. We have the patents. We have the donations.
Who on here talking about Paul Cuffy European?
Okay.
When Paul
Topcatz lying.
Green and red.
Topcatz lying. He don't got nothing, man. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, memoir of Captain Paul Cuffy, a man of color to which to subjoin. Right? This is written in 1812. Who are they contributing to be the author? Paul Cuffy. Right? What does he say? Let's see. All right, we just go down here. The father of Paul Cuffy was a native of Africa, whence he was brought as a slave into Massachusetts. This ain't me saying it. This is not me saying it. This is the sources saying it. I don't know what he's talking about. So, you know, that's 1812. Paul Cuffy dies in 1817. These are primaries. These are contemporaries. We got newspaper articles. United States Gazette out of Philly, 1817. They're talking about Paul Cuffy's death, right? What does it say in the newspaper? He was of African descent. His father, a native of Africa. He said it in 1780. The memoir said it in 1812. His death, when they talk about him in the newspaper, 1817, they talk about it. And all through his whole life, he's always been a person of African descent. Always. These dudes better leave certain people alone, man. The problem is when the question comes, like, remember what the question was? Basically, where the abos who saying this? Where are the people in history who are saying the things y'all saying today? Who are saying they're not of African descent, they don't descend from this slave trade? Where's that at? We don't have it because it doesn't exist. And he wants to bring up Paul Cuffey. That's an amateur move. Topcatz, he has no information.
You don't got no evidence right there. So now go to his genealogy. Press genealogy.
You want me to show?
Press where it says genealogy. Press where it says genealogy.
Where at?
I just dared you.
You don't got no evidence right there. So now go to his genealogy. Press genealogy.
You want me to show?
Press where it says genealogy. Press where it says genealogy.
Where at?
I just dared you live. That's just a sample of what's gonna happen in the debate.
Yeah, I know.
Come on,
you see it, Reggie?
Gotta go. So come
see
on.
It?
It's up. You up?
See it, Reggie?
You up, Raborn?
I don't see it.
On the top.
Yes.
On the top. You see it?
Which document you want me to press? No, I don't see it. Tell me where.
Go back up to the top one. To the top one. Because it got a whole thing of his genealogy tree on there. The top one. The top one.
I got that work. Legendary. It's gonna be a classic, y'all. It's gonna be for the ages.
You want to hear talking about Paul Cuffey is a European. You're crazy as hell.
Okay. We'll find out at the debate.
Yeah, you're crazy. No scholar says that. Did you get it, Reggie?
That's why they all
okay,
wrong.
right there. That's his genealogy records from the Primary Historical Society. What does it say on the top, Reggie?
Early descendants of Cuff, Slocum, and Ruth Moses, ongoing research.
Remember, I just showed
Cuff,
that.
Slocum, let's just see if I can blow it up a little bit more. It says birth 1770 in Africa. Cuff Slocum was born in Africa, and then there's Ruth Moses. Sorry, I can't blow it up.
You can stop right there.
What was Ruth Moses?
Listen, no, skip all of that. No, bro, no. We not debating if he married a Native American. That's not the debate. The debate
it's
is
an Indian story, bro.
The debate is it's an African and Indian story. You just said that Paul Cuffey is a European. His genealogical records is on the Primary Historical Society site with his family who's doing this work. His father is a person of African descent, born in Ghana.
In Ghana, Africa.
You died right there. You're dead. You died.
Help me out on something. Paul Cuffey was a captain, right? He was
This dude, Topcatz, is so slow. Listen to this question. He don't even get that. You know, he made up a thing about the genealogy. He said, "We got his genealogy. What genealogy you got to say that he's a European?" He tried to make Paul Cuffey a black European. But listen to this silly question.
He was a shipbuilder for one. So he was a genius. He was a shipbuilder.
No, he was a whaler.
Yeah, and he was a shipbuilder too, because the people at Martha's Vineyard, he taught those Indians down there. That was one of the things. He taught them to trade a building. The Indians built. We were shipbuilders. We were seafarers. I say this here. This brother's a captain, right? His dad is said to be kidnapped from Africa and brought here. Why didn't and Paul Cuffey's making plenty of trips back and forth to Africa, right? Why he ain't never dropped his daddy out?
What do you mean why he didn't drop his daddy?
Did y'all hear that silly question? Let's listen to it again. Because I got the answer.
The captain, right? His dad is said to be kidnapped from Africa and brought here. Why didn't and Paul Cuffey's making plenty of trips back and forth to Africa, right? Why he ain't never dropped his daddy out?
What do you mean why he didn't drop his daddy?
Can you answer?
Why he didn't drop his daddy off? So let's entertain that. So his dad died in 1772. His dad died in 1772. So when did Paul Cuffey go to Africa? Anybody know? He went to Africa in 1811. January 2nd, 1811. He launched his first expedition to Sierra Leone. So if his daddy is dead in 1772, how's he going to try to bring him with him to Africa? That was a real dumb question, Topcatz. Stupid ass question.
His dad is said to be kidnapped from Africa and brought here. Why didn't and Paul Cuff is making plenty trips back and forth to Africa, right? Why he ain't never dropped his daddy out?
What do you mean why he didn't drop his daddy?
Can you answer that? If this brother's a shit, you got the logic in this. This brother been kidnapped.
Look, somebody said that's an excellent question. Believer of Yah, House of Israel, DC. Look, you believe in Yah, so of course you think that's a good question, right? Like I just explained to you. I hope you think that's not a good question anymore. His father died in 1772. Paul Cuffey didn't go to Africa to 1811. What was he gonna dig him up? That's what he's gonna do? Dig him up? Bring him? You gotta sound ridiculous. What is that? 34 years later? He's supposed to dig him up? Yeah, I look crazy. More than that, he died in 72. He went 11. I ain't gonna add it up, but let's go.
Up and brought to America. His son build ships and go to Africa frequently, and they never dropped his daddy out. But Pastor, what do you think about this?
You're crazy as hell, bro.
All right, I'm gone. Hey, Raborn.
That's the God of the gap. That's a God of the gaps argument.
You're my brother, man. So through whatever.
So, unfortunately,
our brothers, we gonna end as brothers, but we gonna put on a great show whenever we make it happen. Appreciate you, I'm gonna holler at you. Whenever Dane shoot it to me, I got you. I told you I got you. So I'm gonna stay on top of it, man. And we're gonna get it done.
It's gonna happen, Topcatz. Don't worry about it, man. We're gonna make sure it happens.
All right, y'all.
Calloway was in the house. We're gonna make sure.
Well, so that's it for that. Well, he said, why didn't he answer it? I answered it. You not satisfied with that answer? Peace, Raborn. Peace, Raborn.
Yeah, that was a good one. Yeah, good looking, bro.
Nah, you definitely destroyed him. You know why? I want to do this anyway, but let me show you something. Let me show you something real quick. So they trying to spin the narrative. They trying to act like with that conversation, they really did something, bro. Hold on. Right? Aboriginal power. Look, he did shoot two shows behind it. Yesterday and today. On that conversation. So did Topcatz.
Yeah, but I don't know about Aboriginal power, but Topcatz ain't show that video. He just was just live for 10 hours. I mean, I ain't watching.
He ain't show it. He ain't show it. But look, they throwing it in the titles though. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you can throw it in the title if you want. And Sam never caught me off guard with that shit because he just called me. And I was like, yo, bro, I just left work. I ain't even know he told me he was live, but I thought that, and I was like, who that bottom bitch? I'm like, I ain't talking to that nigga. He's like, yo, man, I'm live. I'm like, oh shit. I said, all right, yo, man, call in.
Yeah, I heard you on the phone.
Yeah, so I'm like, yo, bro, if I was in front of my computer, that shit would have been real bad. Because everything I'm saying is a prime edit. You pulled up everything I said.
Everything was a prime edit.
You pulled up everything. I don't need that. I don't need no books open in front of me with this shit, bro.
That's a fact.
And they messing up shit, saying shit all wrong, and I'm like, yo,
bro. And bro,
yeah.
You really only asked them one question. And that's
the crazy part.
And you never got an answer. We've been asking that question for years. No answer.
Yeah, son. So like that was when I first came across them, and I had my first interaction with this Dane dude. Or that wasn't my first, probably like the third one. And I was like, Danny, we can't talk to these niggas unless you're in front of your computer, bro. Because they just gonna say shit. Like that dude with that West Africa shit, the source he told me was in the International House of Paris. I said, what the fuck is that? Okay, in the International House of Paris, where? What page? What's that? Put the link in here. He never shows his screen, bro. Never.
Nope.
And now you want to know what's crazy? I ain't even gonna say nothing. He said something to us. He told me to do something. And he fucked up because I just did it. Bro, I got my hands on them fucking books, bro. Yo, he done, bro. Now I'm out of retirement. I gotta come out of retirement. He is going.
What
This
books you
shit
talking about?
his books. This shit about to get crazy.
Yeah.
Oh, he done, bro.
I was thinking about buying them shits when he was bringing that shit up.
Yo,
I should buy that shit.
Hey, yo, bro. Listen, bro. This shit gonna be worse than that Noble Drew Ali exposed, bro. This gonna be
got
worse
him already?
than Noble Drew.
You got him already? Oh, he must have fell off.
Peace, show. What's up? What's up? What up?
Peace, Gullah. Peace, everybody jumped on the panel. What's going on, y'all?
What's going on? So cool, Joe.
What up? Mike must be messed up.
Scholar killer in the building. Scholars falling this year.
Yo, you got to change the name of that. Scholar killer don't make sense. You mean you killing scholars that actually study on something that don't make sense, bro? Like,
I'm killing your studies. I'm killing your teachers too. Murder.
What's up, Mr. So you want us to be pseudo supporter? So you're a pseudo supporter. You're a scholar killer, but you're a pseudo supporter.
I don't want.
You shouldn't say pseudo killer. You see how crazy that sound?
Nah, I don't kill pseudo.
Brain cell killer. That's what he do. He killing brain cells.
But scholar killer means that I'm killing somebody. So you kill yourself. If you studied on something, you like, look, I'm gonna study on it. You're a scholar in that. So why would you be a scholar killer?
All of them, all subjects, all of them. Put up a grant.
This is the Aboriginal flim flam right here, man.
This ain't got nothing to do with Aboriginal. I've been doing this before there was a real Aboriginal community around. I was doing this shit.
Yeah, but your name don't make sense. You're a scholar in pseudoology, right? So you killing yourself if you study pseudoology.
That means I'm killing physics, history.
Hold on real quick. Hold on real quick, y'all. Raborn back.
Yeah.
What's up, Raborn?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I got one of the books. The other one I gotta wait for it because it's a hardcover. Hey, yo, bro, I already got 10 points. And yo, bro,
already?
Bro, listen. This shit is bad.
Everybody's stuff is messing up today, man.
This fucking StreamYard shit, man. Yo, this shit is so bro. This book is so bad. I'm talking about
them Aboriginals, some of them them gay Aztec guys who's looking at on you. They messing up our sound system, man.
Yo, Cass, can you hear Raborn?
Y'all can't hear me?
I can't hear him.
I hear you. I hear him.
I can hear you loud and clear, man.
Cass, you probably got to go out and come back in.
Hold on, you hear me, but you okay? Because I can't hear Raborn, but I can hear everybody else.
You just talk.
I hear him now. I hear him now.
Go ahead, Raborn.
Yeah, man, brother.
Good luck on your debate, man.
All I'm telling you, bro, this shit bad, bro. This shit, yo, bro. He should have never made me look at that. I showed that shit to Danny. He said, "What the fuck?" I said, "Yo, son, yeah, nigga, you didn't fucked
already
up
know
now.
y'all gonna kill him on that.
You didn't fucked up. You didn't fucked up. You came over here to do a book promotion, nigga. That's what you did. You came over here to do a book promotion, nigga. And now, nigga, you about to die. You about to die deadly death. I'm talking about, yo, bro. I can't even explain it to you, bro. I just need you to see. You could do it yourself. Anybody that's one of us that study history, we agree. But we gonna slow walk this bitch. We gonna force him to come out of his internet, his TP. He gonna come out of that internet TP, bro.
And I'm here to kill Pan-Africans.
That's what's up.
Yes.
Hold on.
Hold on.
You didn't.
Perfect.
I'm not
Hold on, y'all. Listen. Raborn's not gonna be up here forever. So let him talk what he got to talk.
Hey, I'm done, though, man.
I just did a presentation based on his work, and he came up here to talk about it. We ain't gonna interrupt him yet. Like, we ain't doing that.
Yeah, it was good. I mean, it's all good, bro.
I hope you appreciate it. You know what I'm saying?
No, son, that shit was dope, bro. Cause I was about to do it. I was like, when should I do this shit? But I ain't have time to do it. And then I was like, man, I'm gonna go live. I'm gonna do this shit. And I was like, yeah, I'm gonna go put this shit together and cut. Because I don't like you saying shit in real time, and I'm like, yo, bro, you make no sense. And I'm like, yo, bro, like some things I'm just like, are you serious? Are you really saying this? The census? Ain't no British names on the census. Ain't no British people. Ain't no Irish on there. It's not. I'm not. And in my mind, I'm like, yo, is this nigga serious?
Yeah, when it comes to the census, they talking about color. They not talking about ethnicity. They want to know
and
white,
so,
black, mulatto.
right. So what I did was I said I'm gonna do the same thing they do. I said, okay, you using the European information. You like to talk about what you gotta look at what your grandma say. You gotta look at what your mama said. Okay, cool. I'm looking at what the black people said for themselves. What's up? All of them people that's on that census, we ain't make that shit. And I guarantee you, son, if I ask them dudes, what is the purpose of the census? They gonna all say to just enumerate people. They don't even know the purpose of it. You talking about this article of Confederate, and when you look at that, why does it say do not enumerate Indians not taxed? I ask you that, you're gonna die. That's what I was gonna get him at later, but he got up out of there. Once I asked
So
him that,
I got a question for you. I got a question.
And then the last part is in that same thing, and it says 3 and all those 3/5. Now we gonna get to a good conversation. You want to talk about this census, nigga? Who is the 3/5? And why is the distinction between the Indian and the 3/5? What is the 3/5 compromise? You know what that is? Let's talk about it.
Yes, I do.
Let's get to it. And I mean, and then you out of here, bro. So like, here's the game, and we're gonna stick to the game plan, and we're gonna do it like we always been doing it, and everybody should be doing the same thing. Stand on what your people wrote for themselves. I don't have to say anything. This is not my words. This is not me twisting shit. I'm gonna tell you and show you exactly what black people said for themselves. And I started to do that with Aboriginal power, but I just didn't finish it. And I was like, nah, I could just beat them up with this shit. I don't need to do this. But I got some things where all I'm using is black people. All black people newspapers, all black people, just all over the place. So when I come with you with just black people, and you like to call these people coons, you like to call it, you just showed the African Union Society, they got those burial grounds. So there's a book that goes with that, with the God's Little Acre, right? And it shows you the cemeteries with the black governors that's not just in that area, all around. On these tombstones, 1801, son of Africa, daughter of Africa, this of Africa, Sankofa birds on the goddamn tombstones, bro. Ain't none of them talking about this shit, bro. These are the black people putting their bodies in the goddamn ground. You just showed 1808, son, they created their own school. You just talked about the African Benevolent Society.
So if you're using that as your argument, then how come?
Tyron, hold on. He about to land his plane. Hold on.
I'm done right now. I'll be done in no less than 2 minutes. So you see all of this stuff, and the thing that irks me is that these are people who fought for our liberation. So when they writing, they're trying to debunk something. They're trying to debunk that we are the curse of Ham. Even though they Christians, they like, wait a minute. We are not the curse of Ham. We are not those people. That is not true. We are not slaves. The Bible don't say this. So they're writing about that. We got doctors from James McCune Smith debunking these dudes on their so-called craniometry and all these wild ass signs that they make to say that we something different. You got us talking to each other, and I showed Topcatz this. I showed you the first black man with a patent. I showed you them talking about how we African, how long we been here. We know we are African descent, but now we are American. I'm showing we having these conversations amongst ourselves. Do we go here or do we stay? Do we go to Kenya? We wasn't just trying to go to Africa. Why was we trying to leave? The people tell you why they want to leave. Because they were fought in the Revolutionary War. They fought in the Second War of Independence. And they didn't get what they were supposed to get. So they said, yo, this is not going to work here. So let's go to Canada. That didn't work out. Let's go to Haiti. That didn't work out. Let's go to Latin America. That didn't work out. Then it got to the point where they said, fuck it. We ain't going nowhere. We standing here and we fighting. Fuck it. We're going to fight till our brothers is free over there in the South. Our sisters is free in the South. So when you got these people coming on here, calling these people these things, it's disrespectful. These are the ancestors who fought the European. And then you turn around and tell us that they're indoctrinated. How are you indoctrinated and all of them are fighting the European?
Facts.
This man wasn't.
I'm done now.
So, so get this. If this man, you said that, what was a Topcatz saying to you? Or Dane Calloway, one of them. They said to you, why didn't they go back to Africa looking for their tribe that they belong to? They did not go there to reunite with a tribe. They went there to bring capitalism and missionary shit to the Africans. They did not go there to liberate Africans and to build them up to be a superpower. Most of these niggas claiming that be African receive that shit from their higher ups, their Freemason leaders.
Hold on, Tyron,
Check it out though.
So
Yeah,
where
what is
hold on,
your
I'm
what is
not
your
finished.
question? What's
I'm
your
not
question?
finished. I'll let
What's your
you
question?
be long winded.
Why are you
What is your
basing shit
question?
on conspiracy,
No,
man?
Tyron, you can't let nobody do anything over here. What are you talking about? You let him be long-winded. You wanted to ask him a question. Listen, bro, this ain't even the right time for you, bro. For real. You could ask your question,
This
Tyron.
nigga tried to make it to the Tyron show.
Well, he said, I let you ask a question. Like, are you serious? I mean, he said, I waited this time. Like, are you serious? Tyron, you ask your
She's a
question,
mermaid,
bro.
dude.
So if they were so
You're not doing
African, why did they bring their happy ass back here and they didn't return there to reunite with anybody?
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know.
Africa ain't in no indigenous African language. They would have called their shit by their kingdom's name.
Tyron, you ask him a question. You ask him a question, let him respond, or you gotta go, bro.
Number one,
you can come back and when he leaves. Go ahead, Raborn.
Topcatz didn't answer that. Ask that question he did. He asked about Paul Cuffey. You already saw the reason why. His dad is dead. So now you ask about other people. You got Martin Delaney, who went there on his own and went and talked to 5 different tribes. And when they talked to these individuals, they said, you are our brothers. These are the primaries in Martin Delaney's writings. And they say that the people, the black people in Canada, the black people, you are our African brothers, and this place is for you, and we down with your struggle. But what did he do? The Civil War popped off. So he couldn't finish that off. He had to come back over here. There's multiple people. There's Alfred Sam. There's too many people, bro. Like, I don't know what you're talking about. So now when you saying this, why didn't they do that? Because certain things happened. What happened when they went to Sierra Leone? What happened? What happened to these people? What happened when they first went over there and they go to Nova Scotia? What happens to the brother Peter? What happens to these dudes? They go over
Guess what? Guess what happened?
No, I'm gonna tell you what happened because you don't know. So
They
those
went there
people,
to enslave people.
I'm not done. I am not done.
Tyron, listen.
Those people,
don't do it, bro.
Those people
Go ahead,
who made
Raborn.
those people who made the African Union Society, when they had these conversations with William Horton and the other ones, they said they not leaving here unless they guarantee their own independence. They don't want to be under the rule of no European. That was the deal. That's what was supposed to have happened. That didn't happen. It happened the same thing with our brother who fought in the Revolutionary War and went to Sierra Leone. And when they got off that goddamn boat, it was a whole different story. It was European officers involved. They're like, wait a minute, what the fuck is this? This ain't supposed to happen. I'm saying this is not the deal. So you add, and now you're looking at what happens when they go to Liberia. What happens when they go there? The ships go at the raining season. They don't got food. Now they got to sell their utensils. Now they got to survive. Now they scamming till they can survive. Now people are dying. People are sick. And these letters are coming back to the Americans. They're writing their slave masters talking about, yo, I want to go back. This shit is not right. This is not right. This shit is all fucked up. They want to come back. And the majority of them came back. Some stayed. Some had a good story. A lot of them didn't. So what happens if you in America and you hearing this story that these people are going over there and they dying because of goddamn malaria? They don't have this type of bread. The infrastructure is not there. And then they like, wait a minute, the European is actually running this shit. Why leave America and then go to another place where European powers are part? The same thing with Paul Cuffey. He went to go see John Kinsel on Cherbourg Island. Their objective was to have with Equiano to deal with the trade. The European cut them out of that trade. So no matter how you look at it, you fucked. And now you got.
You said Equiano?
You heard what I said. So now
All right, hold on,
because that's not his.
No, stop, Tyron, stop, because you talked already. There's other people that's on the panel.
Actually, I wasn't long-winded as him.
All right, it don't matter. He could be long-winded as much as he wants. He's a guest here. You're not.
So now you got you've been here for 250 years. Their family is here. But now here's the thing. I said, look at what black people said for themselves. Why did they reject the ACS? Because they said that
That's the same thing I go with,
right?
I go with what the people say.
Exactly. They said that those people are slave owners. They're running slaves, and they want to get rid of the free Negroes to keep slavery going in the South. That's what our people say. All this other shit that they didn't want to leave because they originally aboriginal to the tribe. They never said none of that, my nigga.
Nope.
You have no paperwork where they ever said that. So that's your reason, and it's too long. This is not no conversation that I could just answer that real fast and be like, well, they just didn't. It don't go like that, bro. And I'm done,
it's over multiple meetings and shit. So yo,
Aboriginal
yeah, definitely. We on their necks all the time. Anybody else want to got something to say? They want to say? Lucky, Gullah, Cujo, Turtle Gang. What's good, bro?
Man, just what up, everybody? Yo, Raborn, what up, Cujo? Go ahead, Turtle Gang. What's up with you, bro?
Peace. I want to say peace to the chat, peace to the panel. Everybody, y'all doing a great job, man. Mow these niggas down, bro. I just want to support whatever y'all doing. We can build later on, my perspective. Just, continue to do it.
Yeah, I ain't forget about you, bro. I ain't forget about you.
Oh, yeah, no, that's not a problem.
I just been working and shit. I'm going to get with you.
Yeah, no doubt.
Word. Lucky, what up, man? You real quiet over there, man.
Yeah, man, I'm on the clock, man. I'm on the clock, so I'm bobbing and weaving right now, man. But, hey, man, that was a great show, man. Way to highlight the obvious, you know what I'm saying? And don't let that boy Tyrone derail the scene,
Oh,
man.
nah, definitely. I'm not doing that.
You know, we don't fuck with him. Get that nigga out of here.
Word.
Oh, what happened to him? I thought he was up here.
Nah, I had to put him in the back because he doesn't just keep talking. He's not gonna let anybody else talk. Y'all might want to ask a question. Lotus probably got a question. You know what I'm saying? I know Lotus. He'll be all right.
Man, Lotus got dropped on his head, bro, and never recovered.
See, there you go. Now I gotta call you rug burn, man. See, I was about to be peaceful and let you know that I debunked all y'all 10 years ago. I don't believe damn thing none of y'all say on either side. But since you take that approach, it's gonna be a little different now.
Yeah, I know.
You debunk what? When? How?
This nigga name is Coon P. This is crazy.
Free African Society debunked. That's my name. Nobody used the word society
so
before 100.
Real quick, how did you debunk it? How did you debunk the Free African Society? How did you do that?
Oh, that's Jewish propaganda, burlesque degree, vaudeville, garbage, nonsense rhetoric produced by a bunch of people with the Royal Society and the Alliance Israelite University who created history.
It predates the Royal Society.
Yep, every single day. That's Raborn. Raborn, no. Every single day. Sekure. Every single day. Sekure. They run all y'all stuff. They run you in your education.
Yeah, you say that all the time, but yet you can't prove it at all.
I've already proved it. How many times have I proved it?
No, you would say I already proved it.
Yes, I have.
Not already.
Cujo, my biggest fan.
You have not. I'm not your fan at all. I feel sorry for you. Big old Virginia.
The one thing about Abos, they think very highly of themselves.
Yeah, a very conflated ego is ridiculous.
What?
Seriously, you need to
I am an American Indian
who
has ancestry from other places.
You're not an American Indian at all.
I'm not a person.
But hold on, but Lotus, not Africa, right? And nobody.
No, I don't believe in the name Africa. It means ugly, worthless, good for nothing, and piece of shit, fruitless, place without food. So, and that's from people over there. That's what they told me. So I don't like that word. You identify with region.
But look,
Lotus,
this is crazy. So the average, anybody knows the continent Africa. Children know it. Old people know it. It's a common used word for a location. I don't know why you're trying to make it more than that.
Well, I was taught that majority of the people are stupid as hell. So, yeah.
So, no, all right, but
yeah, and you're part of those people.
So look, the majority of the stupid people, they identify a continent called Africa. All right, you got that. Did people come from a place over there in that area to America in a slave trade?
No.
That's the crazy shit.
Who told you that?
Yo, not a coincidence.
The Jews told me.
Yo,
That's who told me that.
yo, not a coincidence. This is how you debunk these because they always point out Scipio Africanus, but his brother the name his brother took was Asiaticus. So how you gonna have two different last names? The only reason they use those names because those were the lands that they conquered. Because his brother, if the name African come from Scipio, then his brother would have the same last name. So why doesn't he have it? Why does his brother has the name Asiaticus? Because he
well, to be fair, Romans didn't use surnames, so that wasn't his surname. That was a title. No, but to be fair,
a title.
Yeah, that's
that's what I'm saying.
Surnames are a new thing. Surnames is something that was actually introduced to the world by the British and the Dutch. To be quite honest, like the whole last name thing, that's fairly new. Most people didn't have last names. Mansa Musa last name wasn't Musa. Mansa is a title. Musa was his name. He was from the title.
But what's the word Asia used before Roman conquest?
The thing is, Asia, we get the word Asia from the Greeks, who described the other side of the Asian Sea, Anatolia, as Asia, and described their broad side of the Asian Sea.
Taking notes. This nigga been taking notes from the
Asiatic.
Africa ain't even a part of the indigenous language of Africa.
That's right. And Asia's not even a part of indigenous language of Chongwo. That's right.
Asia comes from the Greeks. The Greeks called it Asia. To be quite honest, Asia would mean east and Europe would mean west. Pretty much. That's what it all
Africa would predate Scipio then. The word Africa, like Asia, predates his brother. Africa would predate Scipio, right?
And then Romans, you have people in Romans named Germanicus, who conquered parts of Germany. So they got the title Germanicus. Yeah, I mean, that's something that's common. That's a silly ass argument. I mean, that's like some third grade.
Debunk it right there. All that stuff that people say, oh, that's Scipio. How can that come from his name or whatnot? No, this way he conquered the land. He took the land. He took the name of the land because he conquered it. Same with his brother Asiat. I've got his brother's first name.
Man, that history was created in the 19th century. That history's 19th century creation.
1 second. Yo, Raborn.
Yo.
So did y'all have any like a side conversation after planning on any I want you to have that debate.
Nah, actually, bro. Like I told you, this was something that came out of he just called me with that shit, bro. I talked to him on the phone about it, and I was like, yo, son, I want to do this in the Schomburg, bro.
I heard you saying that.
Hey, Raborn, who is him? Who you talking about? You talk to him. Who is him?
Who?
You say you talk to him. Who are you talking
about? I was talking about Sarnetta. But I'm gonna be real with you, bro. That shit not happening, bro.
No, it's not gonna happen.
You know that shit ain't happening.
That shit was terrible.
Now, like Dane, he might, I don't know, he might want to talk to fucking Jabari, but Jabari gonna embarrass the shit out of him.
Embarrass the shit out of him.
Yeah.
Seriously.
I disagree.
No matter what. He already embarrassed
Jabari is trash. I'll put no faith in that man.
Yo, listen.
Why not?
Time out. We not talking about. Listen, bro. We talking about a dude that got caught lying multiple times, doing all type of weird shit, making up shit, bro. Hey, yo, let me tell you something, man. This is one of the points. I'm gonna put it out here. Do you know that this nigga in his book says that the Europeans came here and found a railroad, and that's really the underground railroad?
Yes, that is fucking crazy.
That's number one. This is point one. This nigga really said this. And nigga don't. This nigga ain't.
Hold on, Lotus, you jacking that? You jacking that, Lotus? That's why you laughing like that.
Oh fuck, y'all can see me. Hey, they ain't be saying a lot of shit I disagree with.
Yeah, we screenshotted that shit, nigga. We screenshotted you laughing at your man, nigga. And it get worse after that, bro. It get worse after that. So this is the type of dude you dealing with. Like, yo, there is nothing you. And then at the back of the book, you saying Harriet is fake, and you got every document in there proving her existence.
Did he really have a bibliography in the back of that book?
No, ain't no big. Nah, I ain't get the other one. This one ain't no bibliography in that one. The one I got now. Ain't no. I don't know about the other one. I gotta wait till they come in.
Yeah, I didn't believe
I'm looking at it.
He just making claim.
This nigga said that Harriet Tubman story was created in 1869, bro.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yo, this nigga, yo, son. I'm sitting here just writing this shit down, like, oh.
He said that in his book.
Yeah, yo, son.
1869.
Hey, y'all gotta get those books before he revised them and take that out of there. I gotta hurry up and get those so you can
He ain't taking that out.
He not revising
Hey,
it.
yo, if you just pull up the cover, yo.
I almost bought it, man. I
Just
couldn't
pull
do
up the cover of It Happened in Reverse. Somebody pull up the cover of It Happened in Reverse.
What with the it's like white people coming off the
son.
ship?
And, yeah, those are the Africans,
Yeah, I
bro.
showed that too.
You talking about that Fiverr? You talking about that Fiverr picture?
African shit.
Hey, like he paid somebody $25 for that.
There's no way in the world that dude is going to debate.
So Raborn, what year he said?
Yeah,
What year he said?
1869.
With Harriet Tubman?
1869.
So this is this is a article from 1865 talking about Harriet Tubman, the colored nurse and scout.
And she was a spy in the Union Army, man. Come on,
Yeah,
man.
I mean, this is just
Oh,
quick.
no, yeah, no, I just,
Yo,
I
fuck
just
it. I'm
was-
gonna
I was sending out
let a little more out. The nigga in the book says that she never had no children.
Oh, she did.
She got a daughter.
No, nigga. He said it's fabricated.
Oh my god.
He said she don't exist, man.
If you don't exist, how you have children, right?
Her relatives still
Yeah.
live in Virginia and Maryland now.
Yo, bro, this nigga here, bro. Yo, I can't even go in no more about it, B. That's just a little snippet. This shit gonna be horrible, man.
How long did it take for the book to come?
Yo, this shit funny as fuck. Every time I see it.
I'm gonna go ahead and get it. I'm gonna go ahead and get it just so I can follow the argument. $55? You lying? No.
Nah, on Amazon is $33.
Okay.
He ain't even spend that much on the cover art.
So hold on. I think I heard this before. This is a picture. This is already a picture, right? He took this from something, right?
Yeah,
I don't know when.
It's an actual picture, but in reverse.
That's crazy. And he put it in reverse.
Hey, not a coincidence.
You can't make this shit up, yo.
You need to get this silly nigga off of here. He over here saying some weird shit about you in the back chat. You just brought him back up here. He's saying some weird gay shit about you in the back chat, man.
Yeah, I got that bitch ass nigga, man.
You ain't nobody worry about lean, man.
Nigga talking about Bantu coming shit. Oh, weird ass.
Yeah, he's wilding. Yeah, he's not coming back up here. I was trying to let him rock until Raborn got up here because they want to rock. See, look, but I'm not gonna do.
I think he on here at the bottom.
Nah, I just got him up out of here.
Yeah.
Like you're not gonna come up here and argue Raborn and True Story, and nah, we're not doing that.
And my thing is, I don't understand why he won't tone down like he don't tone down. It's like, bro, we letting you up here. Calm down. That's all we telling you to do. And you keep coming up here insulting niggas and mocking niggas and shit with your weird ass.
He's an
If you ask a question, let the person answer.
Yo, that shit with Dane Calloway, man. He not a debater. He's not a debater, bro. All he did was try to insult you. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just don't know how people believe this shit, bro. How?
Me neither.
He's a charlatan.
He didn't really have a dialogue with you, though.
No, I mean,
he didn't have all he did was insult you every time you brought up something.
The reason they believe it is because it puts them closer to white folks. It brings them closer to white adjacency, and that's really the goal. The goal is not to be a nigga. You know what I'm saying? That's just what they're running from. They're running from the truth. They're just running from not being a nigga. They don't want to identify with slavery. You know what I'm saying? They want to juxtapose white supremacy and put themselves in position of white folks. It's all about white adjacency. This shit's crazy as hell. And we fall
You're
for
right,
it 'cause we
Cujo.
want to be the best.
Hey, Cujo.
Wrong, Cujo.
That's
So,
what it is, bro.
Yeah. Hey, Cujo, have white supremacy always existed where you live, man?
Where I live, of course it has, but no, white supremacy is a fairly recent from a historical perspective, is less than 600 years old. That's nothing.
That's crazy
That's
because
a
it
blip.
didn't exist from 1870 to
Unless you want to get into that Kersey the Ham shit, that the
Yeah,
Jews and Arabs.
all right. The curse of Ham. The curse of Ham was based on was not the curse of Ham. The curse of Ham was actually the curse of Canaan. Ham wasn't cursed. You know, if we're looking at it from a biblical perspective. And if you look at the history of the time in that area in the Levant, what you had a rebellion of the poor people. They called the people who were in charge Canaanites. They said they were taking it from them. They made those people saying that they were supposed to be serving the servants, not Ham. Ham was never said to be a servant of servants in the Bible. That's something that was put onto it later with the Portuguese and the Arabs and all that shit. But nah, no, because Ham, if
Yeah,
you
that's
want
what
to
I
say
was
Ham,
referring to.
the Egyptians would be Hamites. The Egyptians were
Yeah.
Mizraim. They would be Hamites. The Libyans would be Hamites. The Canaanites would be Hamites. We're talking about everybody that's bordering from the Levant down to the north coast of Africa. Those would be your Hamites, including the Ethiopians. But that's just some biblical, mythical nonsense. And well, not nonsense. It's a mythical
Yeah.
way to try to explain the world as
Right,
they
but
thought.
certain like a couple of those scholars and a lot of those Arab scholars were using that when they were justifying bars of slavery. I had a teacher. I had a Orthodox Jewish teacher, man, in 12th grade. That nigga gave me a D for that. When I asked him, I'm like, yo, do y'all really teach that we, like, as black people are the crazy to him? He like, well, yeah, first of all, how you know that shit? And yeah, but that don't make me better than you. So I'm like, y'all still teach this shit, like, to this day.
But see, they teach that like that's not in the Bible. That's in the Talmud. That's in
that's in the Talmud, right? Right, it's in the
That's not
Talmud.
in the
Yeah, there's
Bible.
a thing called systemic racism, my good friend.
Yeah, the systemic racism as we know it right now is a product of our recent times, the transatlantic slave trade, the mercantile trade on the Atlantic, along the Atlantic coast, whether it be Europe, Africa, or the Americas. That's where we get racism from. Racism isn't something that existed during Roman times, or it's something that existed during the times of Alexander. You know, no one shared the sentiment of a white race. No one even spoke about a group of people of whiteness that did not exist. Not at all.
Where the fuck are you aboriginals at? I know you niggas your TT or whatever you call that shit.
You got one
Come
of them up
your
here.
ass up here, nigga.
No,
Come up here, nigga.
They've been scared around here lately.
Hey, no, Tyrod.
I am as spineless as hell, dude. Like, that dude has no spine.
wait,
I swear to God.
Man,
hold on, yo.
Tyron is not.
So,
He shouldn't even talk to Raborn. In all honesty, he shouldn't talk to
A1 did pop in here in the beginning, even though he keeps saying he's never gonna come back over here. But for the most part, the real ones, like the
Because he's a jughead, dude.
They got
Not a
me all
coincidence.
blocked.
Yeah.
Good.
Dude, there's a saying in California where I'm from, though. We call those people jugheads, though. People in the deep south, though. It's mostly towards people who are white trash or like Uncle Tom type figures, if you know what I mean. That's where the term jughead comes from in California. Even though it's based on a comic book character.
Man, what part of California are you from? San Diego?
Los Angeles.
Man, y'all know y'all from right around the same neck of the woods. Y'all stop that shit, man. Y'all homies.
I'm over here in Asutanga.
That's your homie.
Here, aboriginals. Where's Kitty? Where's the kitty?
Hey.
Kitty?
You don't want to talk.
It's Tyron on here. Ain't he still in the back? Tyron
A1 in the chat. A1 in the chat. We know A1 in the chat.
I'll play the role like right now.
Long as we see Patrick Gabriel, we know A1 in the chat. That's his executive assistant.
Oh shit, yo, we know you always been playing a role, Lotus. Been playing a role. Your ass went from African to Zulu.
Yo, Andy, I gotta put you back.
I've been clowning the name African for over 10 years.
My nigga,
since I interviewed
you've been claiming that, bro. I know you. These niggas don't know
and Luo. Yeah,
I know your crazy ass nigga. They don't know you. I know you, nigga. So
Lotus said he was rocking us some shit, man, back on Instagram. Like,
no, I was talking about my Carruthers ancestor. That there's a fabricated story, like that stuff that Cujo believes, those fake histories that they were created in the 19th century, which books I have in my vehicle, showing and proving that they were making all that stuff up. And full of shit. Buildings and busting all that stuff. Y'all think it's ancient?
Full of shit. Don't make me go in that Google Hangout shit, nigga. They still got it, nigga. Don't make me pull up all that wild shit you was saying, nigga. Don't make me
I know what I was saying.
Yeah, nigga. Talking about you a fucking Egyptian, nigga. Fuck out of here, nigga. Yeah.
I am
Egyptian. Lotus was an Egyptian.
Nigga, the nigga said he the head of the
all
Lotus
day.
Society. Ask that nigga what that is.
All day. I'm in California.
Hey, yo, what's the Black Lotus civilization?
Oh, I didn't know that shit was
real
from
Egypt.
Egypt.
Is in California,
Arizona. No, you wasn't saying that. Stop lying, nigga. You was talking about in the place now called Africa, nigga. Don't lie.
Yep. Don't lie.
Yeah, nigga.
Don't
I know
lie.
You niggas switch up like the fucking wind, nigga.
Nah,
but we got
up like the wind.
So now
This nigga Anasazi one day just crazy.
But hold up.
I kept information hidden. That's all I did.
I'ma always got love for you, Lotus, and there's only one reason why. If it wasn't for you, we would have never got to pull the plug on the internet from Dane Calloway.
Oh, Lotus has something to do with
that? Oh, that was Lotus. That was Lotus way back then.
Lotus gave him the link.
Oh, I ain't know that. I know.
Damn, so you was his executive assistant. That's crazy. You always been an ABO secretary.
Hey, Raborn, I do remember his voice. But he be Matthew Clean.
No, he's been around for a long time, bro. Lotus been around for a while.
Yeah. Well, he's still full of shit.
And he still ain't get it together yet? He still ain't get it together yet? Yeah.
Get what together?
Lotus is just Lotus.
Your mind.
Lotus been working down at the Treasury Department for the ABO since 2015 and shit, man. Come on, Lotus.
Well, Lotus got an African teacher that be teaching him. He always talking about that African that he been talking about on here for the longest. So he working for an African dude now. That's scamming him.
I work for my what? Man,
that African Nigerian dude that's scamming you, bro. Like that's your
scam. He's never scammed me for anything. And he sent actual obs, which you don't know nothing about. From
you still ain't brought him up here yet, bro.
He don't want to deal. Look, there's certain people that don't deal with certain people. They're not into this social media stuff or any of that.
Like, he's either scamming you or he don't exist.
No, he don't scam. What are you talking about? The interview is on Talk with Titan. It's still there. It's like 60,000 views. I've sent it 1,000 times.
He like that nigga who messaging a girl online. He don't know it's an African nigga.
Right, it's a goddamn Nigerian dude and shit. Like, yeah, I'll tell you anything. Just send me
$100 money on Rimley and shit.
Hey, and that's why
damn, I
forgot niggas the money. That shit crazy.
Y'all hate Africans because y'all do not build
the Titans, bro.
Y'all do not build. Yeah,
that nigga
we went on Kalam El, me, Almost Shongo from Cameroon, and Ole Lakan from Lagos, Nigeria.
I remember, and you was repping. You was a fucking African, nigga. You wasn't talking this American Indian bullshit, nigga.
Egypt.
Let's pull it. Where's Egypt at?
Damn, he's stupid as fuck.
Unyanduat. It's called Unyanduat in Reef. Not called Africa.
Where is the continent? Is it in America or is it across the fucking water 9,000 miles away?
It's across the water. It's north of Malambo.
Yeah, okay. Just know that that's what you was repping.
Yeah,
I know, whatever.
These niggas weird, bro.
Oh, you gonna call me weird because I know more about the continent that you misnomer as Africa than you?
Because you get scammed, bro. You get
weird because you're a fucking
How did I
weirdo.
get scammed? There was no exchange of money. Where's the scam at?
What? It's a scam because you lying to people.
Niggas gotta play games about where
Hey, you don't know what a scam is.
Y'all getting scammed, believing all that damn retarded shit y'all be.
Hey, yo, Raborn, we got an aboriginal up here, bro.
Yeah, Bantu Pride.
Hold on, Tyron. You got a question, man? Let's go. Try to be civilized, man. I thought the Europeans civilized you Indians. Let's go, man.
Nah, how come your Africans are uncivilized? Explain that.
What does civilized mean to you?
What does civilized mean to you? Y'all said y'all trying to get back to this. Y'all eat rat? Are y'all comfortable with having the Asian diet?
Millions of people around the world eat rat. You don't.
You self-proclaim that's your people. Where's the evidence?
You are Asian. Why do you go hard against the Asians? I'm so confused.
But you claiming that you're an African. I want to know this. Why didn't you bring your rat eating coach over here? Explain this.
People eat rat in the United States. What are you talking about?
Who eat rat in the United States? Do our people eat rat?
No, because we have other food to eat.
I mean, you acting like what's wrong with eating rat? Who told you something's wrong with eating
So
rat?
you love eating rat? You like eating cat? You like eating dog?
No, I've never eaten any of those animals. I just started eating mammals
Not
about
for nothing. The
10 years ago.
fucking
First of all, nigga, hey, why did you block me?
Stop telling me who
Hey,
goddamn white boy talking
We got a nigga with the
Hey,
last name Ling Ling talking about us eating cat and dog. Stop that shit, bro. We know who served cat and dog around this bitch, bro.
let me ask you this.
Africans?
Why did he block you
Y'all
when I
claim to be
told
them.
you?
Y'all claim to be them.
Yo, Ling Ling, why you
You
block me,
claim
bro?
to be a descendant of them, but ain't got no proof of it.
Ling Ling, why you block me when I said you was drawing pictures of us, bro?
Nigga talk from his
Hold
liver.
on.
What the fuck?
Tyron, you're not going to be asking a million questions at once. If you really want to have a conversation, ask a question, get an answer.
You didn't want a civil dialogue.
No, you
Now, I
know.
would love to see Tyron.
Like, what you want to do, bro?
You didn't allow me to press Raborn with my questions, so I'm reaching you on your level.
Raborn need
I
practice
tried.
before his debate.
I tried. You did not. You asked the question. And
He got to be long-winded, did he not?
Just like you trying to cut me off. Listen,
Bro, you don't even know how to. Bro, you don't even know how to use that in the correct sentence, brother.
Yeah, he's a
Like, what are you even talking about?
He's a respected speaker. You know what I'm saying? So he's gonna get his goddamn respect when he come around here. You understand? You know, if you don't understand that, don't. But as far as the rat thing, what difference does that make? I mean, why are you making these white people talking points? You coming on this junk sounding like you straight from.
So why do you use white people talking points when it comes to Indianness? Explain this shit.
When did I use a white person talking point? Period.
Because I was getting in on your Pan-African beliefs, and I was questioning your African heroes and leaders when they really didn't go to Africa to reunite with no relatives.
Hold on, stop. The question is, when did he use a white person talking point? Name it. Go through it. Say what he said.
Do you not use eugenics?
I've never.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do.
No. Do you know?
Does the pedalist not believe in eugenics?
No, I don't believe in
you. Use DNA, right? That's a eugenics tool.
That's not eugenics.
Tyron, stop
it's a
cutting them
tool
off.
used in eugenics, but it's not eugenics. That's not what eugenics is.
Yeah, it is. Because black-centered ideologies are founded based off of white supremacy. Did you not know that?
I agree with
You
that.
say aboriginal ideologies? Is that what you
I said Pan-African black ideologies come from white supremacy. Do they not?
I agree.
Did the Pan-African movement come off of white supremacy telling niggas to move to Africa?
No.
Yeah, it did. Yeah, it did.
No, it did not.
Yeah, it did.
All right, so you want to zero some of this stuff in because we done asked 15 questions. So would you like to answer for your questions, or do you just want to talk?
Tyron, hold on. Tyron made a claim, y'all. He made a claim. He said Pan-African. It basically comes from white people. Can you prove it?
Actually, we can. Did Real Rap and Chalktown Mac ask y'all why is there different forms of Pan-Africanism and use Britannica as a source?
Those people are not sources, bro.
Yeah, they are. Britannica is an EDU site.
I said
it's an EDU site. So what are you talking about? Why is there different forms of Pan-Africanism?
How does that prove that it comes from white people?
Because Africa wasn't even in an indigenous so-called African's language.
You have your laptop.
That's not a word that's natural to the land.
What the hell is natural to a land mean? Wait a minute, you got to call him out.
He's not making any sense.
Yeah, what is natural?
How am I not making any sense? American Indians have their own words for their land mass.
What is natural?
The Choctaw call they shit Melakee. The South Carolina Muskogean Indian, the Creeks, they call they shit Chicora. What's your West African Bantu words for Africa? Because that's not a native, that's not a natural name.
Tyron, you're doing it again. You're just going. I'm not gonna keep. Hold on, chill out. He needs to understand this. You're not gonna keep just talking. If you have a question, wait for a response, bro, or you gotta go.
Then respond.
Listen, then be quiet. Be quiet and let somebody talk. Or you can go. You think you so nice and know this history so much? Relax then.
You're terrible, actually.
He don't know shit.
We gotta go step for step with these.
If I don't know anything, then answer my question.
Tyron, no. Let me ask you a question, Tyron. Do you know what a nomenclature is?
Are you sure? Are you going to answer my question?
Yeah, we already did. So I'm actually.
No, you didn't. You didn't answer my question.
Yes, I'll answer your question. Do you know
what? Then why are there different forms of Pan-Africanism?
Because there's a bunch of different people that practice it. I'm answering it.
It's not a bunch of different.
Stop. Just like there's different forms of Christianity and other things that people practice differently because there's different people doing it. There's different ways of going about helping other black people.
And people
there's
have
different ways to go about working together. Yes, and people have different goals. There's more than just a small group of people doing it. There's millions of people doing it in different ways. That's it. So now, do you know what a nomenclature is?
Yes, I do.
No, you don't.
Yeah, I do.
Tell me.
What is
it? Say it. What is it?
It's devising names for things scientifically. So what are you talking about?
All right. So you know.
So answer my question. You did not answer my question.
I just did.
You did answer. Why is there many forms of Pan-Africanism?
How did you answer?
And why?
No.
What for you?
Pan-Africanism are you talking about, dude?
No, listen. I answered this question.
No, you didn't. You didn't answer it.
Listen, yes, I did. There's a bunch of different people practicing it. That's why there's different.
Then why does the Britannica have different versions of it?
Stop. Come on, bro. You want to go, huh? So since you know what a nomenclature is, why do you have a problem with the word Africa?
It's not
because he's self-loathing.
Shut up, Andy. It's not an indigenous name that those people that you're self-proclaiming to be.
So do you know what a nomenclature
So if you're
is?
using,
Why are you still talking?
Can I talk? Because I let you talk.
You wasted space.
Don't run.
No, because
if you're using the name Africa as a general term to refer to people of Negroid,
you wasting time.
If you're using, no, it's not Negro. Because if you're using a term that generalizes the Negroid race, stop it.
You call everybody African a Bantu, brother. You just need to chill.
Bantu is not even an indigenous word either. That's what y'all believe.
So you the only nigga laughing at your joke.
And you the niggas that's claiming that y'all sub-Saharans. Who gave you the name Sub-Saharan Africa? Who gave you the name Sub-Saharan Africa?
No.
Who gave you the name Sub-Saharan Africa?
I mean, so what?
Who gave you the name Sub-Saharan Africa? White supremacy.
Who gave you the name?
Nobody gave
who gave you the name? White supremacy. Did they not?
You that brain job.
Is that in
who gave you that brain job?
Larry?
Can I get you
Tyron, you're talking too much, man. You can't just keep trying to make a point at the point. Relax, man. So look,
it's like a white nigga from Wales with these talking points, bro. Who is this guy?
Yeah, and I'm prim and proper, unlike you Hotep niggas.
No. Who told you were prim and proper?
I'm not Hotep,
I ain't grow up.
Who told you that?
Niggas, I ain't grow up in the ghetto like you niggas.
We know you ain't grow up in the ghetto, nigga. That's why don't nobody respect your whole ass. Fuck wrong with you.
Actually, I do have respect, nigga.
We already know
I have respect. I have respect.
Oh, this nigga, boy. You thought that was
Tyron, watch this.
Hold on. So look,
Tyron's a freaking loser, dude. Let's all admit it,
If
dude.
I'm
He's
a loser, how come I was wiping the floor with you last few lives?
No, you wasn't, man. Get out of here.
Yeah, I was.
Yo, I'm talking, bro. Come on. Sean P said Africa is a demarcation that provides us a distinct destination, which involves our ancestry, history, lineage, and existence.
Now, is that coming out of a natural Bantu's mouth, or is that coming out of a Eurocentric lens?
What is your obsession with Bantu? What's your obsession with Bantu?
Because you self-proclaim that's your lineage.
What difference does it make?
God, our lineage is Black Americans, brother.
What difference?
That's not a lineage.
No, well, our culture.
A black ain't nothing but a crayon.
Let me explain this to you.
That's a double entendre.
Ethnically, listen, stop this. So we are Black Americans. We descend from West and Central Africans. Different groups of them. So we're not gonna have.
So you're saying that you're from a continent called Africa America?
This guy's crazy.
Do Europeans call themselves?
Yo, do y'all want to talk to him?
The white people call themselves European American.
When you say a joke, and then you laugh, no, I don't want to talk to this nigga. I really don't.
Hold on, y'all. You've been wasting time.
No, bring it back, dude. He is a waste of time.
No, bring
Like,
it
I can
back.
see
I
him.
want
He
to
just
talk
going
to
back and forth. He just talk, and then he don't breathe, and he just keep talking. Like, we don't want to do that.
All he gonna do is draw some pictures of you and shit. He got a bunch of pictures of us on this page. That's why he blocked me.
He weird, bro. Listen, bro. You didn't have to say that you wasn't from the hood for us to know that, bro. You be running around calling people Bantus and Pan Boo Boos, brother. We knew where you was from before you opened your mouth.
Yeah.
Yeah, just saying Pan
No,
Boo
hold
Boo
on. That was you. He been up here for a minute. He ain't say nothing. My bad, bro. What's going on?
No, you good. Peace, man, everybody. Hey, I think you and Raborn should team up together too, though. I think y'all will do a good team up, real good. But that's just my opinion on that. But
I want not a coincidence to go on Sinetta too, man. Like you bring a lot of information, but like you really know how to like kill. Like soon as they say something, you right there with the information, bro. Like Sinetta and them need to know about you on that. For real. And these debates.
Just keep all building because you know
Look at now, Chris, his ego
getting
getting stroked.
You know what I'm saying? Nah,
He on the way. Black Lotus civilization. You ain't at the crosshairs yet either, though, nigga. You know about Egypt colonies.
Sinetta just has the biggest platform, and big up to him with his.
Yeah, listen, hold on, like
bullshit, but no, bro, I ain't gonna sit here and pretend like Sinetta is some standard or some shit. He not.
Yeah.
Nah,
I mean, I get. Hold on.
None of them niggas.
Hold on. As far as you know, people trying to grow their platform and all that, but that's where people tend to go. I'm not really in it for that. I'm not really in it for that. You know what I'm saying?
Who the fuck is Lance Brown?
Yeah, but not a coincidence, bro. You know every talking point. Like you know, as soon as they say something, you know whether like you be like, oh, all right, and then you pull out the information on them. They stumble real quick. You know how to do it. You feel me?
But that's because I've been around them for a while. You know, like that's why somebody like no disrespect to Reggie, he can handle them. Like if they was to have like a
but he don't know how to talk.
He doesn't know. He doesn't know the talking point. He doesn't know the talking point.
He doesn't.
You have to understand what they're saying, why they're saying,
and it kind of get them a little bit of run with it too, because you know people, you know, you hold up Sinetta's platform as what it is, and again, I respect the platform, but you know they don't really know it, nigga. I'm about this shit. This is my biggest thing. You know what I'm saying? Like fuck all that other shit. Fuck all that Egyptian shit, that Hebrew shit. I don't give a shit about none of it. I'm talking about us right here. You know what I'm saying?
Hold on, we got a Hebrew on here, Cujo.
I mean, respect to his religion. I'm not gonna sit on what somebody believes. You know, if you believe that, I can respect that. However, you know, that's not my, you know, I'm not trying to attack people for being the Hebrew Israelite. You know, if you want to be, that's your business.
Yeah, well, check this out. Now, this is my question to you. Not a coincidence, too. This is my question, and I'm gonna let y'all do y'all thing. I mean, you know, y'all finish doing y'all thing, but I just want to question. Somebody can answer it, or a couple of people, whatever. Is obviously you all been putting some pain on the Aboriginals. So my question is this though, and I think Raborn mentioned it a little bit. Okay, so you're in the Americas. I still don't see the reason why you would want to continue to stay in a land that you was brought to be slaves.
Because
that's not taken away from none of the information that y'all putting out there as being African from Africa. But why would you want to stay linked up with the people who put you in chains and bondage?
I mean, what else do we know? You know, what else do we know? You know,
why the hell are you being so disingenuous, dude?
Yeah, like what else do we know? Like we live here, we grew up here, generations here. What else do we know?
No, I get that. I hear what you're saying. You know, what else do you know? But that's not an excuse to stay with your captors, though.
Lotus, you still doing this?
Hell yeah.
I mean, I am. My bad. I get y'all. My bad. I am. You still doing this because you believe in the what do you call yourself, an Israelite?
No, man. I'm just a brother, man. I'm not an Israelite.
Why would you?
No, he ain't gonna stand on nothing.
I am.
I don't trust I am because he's a charlatan.
He does ask the same question though every time he comes up here though.
Yeah,
Regardless of
because-
what he starts off, he
Because the dude has no.
He wants us to
Has
leave
no
America,
spine.
but he wants to stay though.
No. Let me clarify for a minute. First
That's
of all,
a Hebrew name. The I am is a Hebrew name.
Yeah.
it don't. I don't care about all that. That's just
no.
religion.
But you got it.
I
You
am.
got it though. I am. You know.
I got a good memory. I got a real good memory. You know that, right?
Yeah, no, the question you cool,
So you
man.
believe, hold on. You believe? I'm gonna tell you. You believe that you came from you originally came from Israel, right?
Oh no.
No.
That's
We
what
had
I'm
this
saying.
conversation. No.
No.
We had this. No.
Hold on.
You
Let
don't
me
believe
answer your
that
question
no
though. Not a coincidence.
more. Hold
I
on,
said
you don't
no.
believe that anymore. You don't believe that you originally started out in Israel anymore.
Right. No, I ain't down with that.
No more.
Right. No more.
Oh, no more. Okay.
This nigga an agent.
Let's just be
This
clear.
nigga be on everybody panel.
Agent of
He
chaos.
be on everybody panel and shit, bro. I don't trust
He is
him.
not an Asian. He
Yeah,
is
ain't
just
no
he's just a grifter, dude. That's all he is. He's just a spineless grifter.
That nigga's an agent.
That nigga.
Man,
Nah,
can
hold
we
on,
have a
Cass,
conversation, man?
you be around them guys too much. You can't just be throwing that agent term out there.
Yeah,
No, that nigga. Hey, no, I've been
gay.
watching. Hey, now to see, I've been watching this nigga for a minute. Like he be popping up on everybody panel and be sitting there, and he'll say one thing. I'm like, what's up? What's the aim with this guy, man? What's going on with him?
First of all,
Actually,
first of all, I don't hardly be on panels, but
Nah, you
anyway.
good out here. Cass fucking.
But check this out, not a question. What I'm saying is this, man. If you say you got 20 women that's been kidnapped, you know, what they call human trafficking, right? Come on, man. You know, if they can get away, they gonna. Hey, who laughing?
But we're not like that though, bro.
But look,
we
hold on. He said, now his point is if they can get away, right, they will go back. So are they crossing the Atlantic Ocean to get back home?
I mean, they're gonna use any means necessary to get back home if they can
Do
get back home.
No. Do they have to cross the Atlantic Ocean? Because yes, people came over here, Africans came over here, was enslaved, and they ran away. Some of them was able to remain free for the rest of their lives. But crossing the Atlantic Ocean is something totally different. So people did run away from being enslaved. They didn't just sit there and be taken.
Some of them did. That's true.
What I think he's saying is he's making a false equivalency, saying that if you had 20 women who were kidnapped from somewhere, would they want to go back home? We don't descend from 20 women that just came from Africa. We descend from 20 women who came from Africa 300 years ago, and we descend from their children.
And look, Cujo, hold on, Cujo, I am. Listen, and in the beginning, a bunch of the Africans who came, well, they wanted to go back home. The Africans wanted the direct ones that came from Africa. They wanted to go back home.
Yeah.
As the generations go, that want fades away. That's just it. As we move further away from Africa, brother, with time.
That's true. That's true. And I heard you say that before. So what I'm asking you is, but it would make more sense to link yourself back with your homeland and with your people at home, because they do have a lot to offer the Africans that's in America. They got a lot to offer. They got land. They got I'm almost done. They got land, they got resources, they got security or AK military. But for as long as the Africans that staying here in America stay linked with the United States, then you're always going to be working for this country's agenda and not your own people's agenda.
Your voice, your accent is kind of weird. You sound like you from goddamn Maryland or something. Where you from, nigga?
You know, you from Montana,
man. I'm not from Maryland. No.
Where you from? No, not Maryland.
Montana,
Western Virginia, almost.
But look, so do you understand what I'm saying, though, man?
I hear the white boy here.
Ain't no white boy around here, man.
We don't understand what you're saying. It doesn't make any sense. Why do you want us to leave?
He do sound like he's from Wisconsin and shit like that.
I'm not saying you should leave.
Like some white boy shit. I can hear.
I'm not saying you should.
Wisconsin.
Man, can we have a conversation, man?
Hold on, real quick. My bad. Yo, Turtle Gang, what's good? I see you pop back up here. What's going on, bro?
That's why I want to see debate Dane Calloway, Turtle Gang.
Yeah. I'm just here to You know what I'm saying? Catch some elbows slipping. That's all, bro. I'm just here. You know what I mean?
Nah, they scared, man. They've been
Yeah,
scared
I know.
lately. I think they got a memo out, like, don't jump on these niggas' panels, man.
Well, they definitely scared to death of you and Raborn. You know what I'm saying? And they ain't want no smoke with me in years. They like to talk about me, but not to me. You know what I'm saying? So we're gonna see what it is. You know, I just popped up, just like I said, I want to support what y'all do. Just build with y'all, but
definitely.
Also, we got this dude up here.
Tyron said he gave you that work.
Who? Tyron?
Tyron.
Like, I don't even know why y'all take him seriously.
I know he's not a real person.
Like
he's a child.
They don't take him serious.
He's very
and now we got this dude, Lance Brown Eyes. He's like an official racist dude. He got stabbed up on his own reservation. He's not even real. You know
that's Tyron.
Yeah, that's Tyron.
Okay, yeah. So the real Lance Brown Eyes is this Indian nigga that got stabbed up on his own reservation. See, Tyron playing games.
So why would he bring that up?
Because this is the thing. Tyron been around for a while. Before this whole Abo shit went crazy, Tyron used to be. Tyron got my number. Me and Tyron didn't have phone calls. We didn't have conversations before. You know what I'm saying? So he used to beg me for stories so he could do his little comic books and shit. You know what I mean? He got played out real bad about a year and a half ago. And since then, ain't nobody been taking him serious. So this is the shit he do. You know what I'm saying? He just run around trolling motherfuckers.
So he's still crashing, huh?
Yeah. He a done deal. Like, you know what I'm saying? This nigga is about as mature as his motherfucking voice box. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, he sounds like he has quite the imagination.
He an artist, nigga. He draw.
He sounds like he does.
That do make sense.
Yeah,
that makes plenty of sense.
And the thing is, he wasn't like this before, yo. Like, them Abos got a hold of him and turned him into this little weird ass. I mean, he was weird, but he was an artist weird. Now he like crashed.
He was Kanye West weird. That's what he come off as a Kanye West ass nigga.
Check this out though, y'all. I think we stand. I think that even though y'all are right and correct, we come from Africa. Y'all still on the baby stage of the conversation. The conversation should get deeper than that, because you are here with the people who brought you in captivity, and you're fighting in a military, and they have enemies. And so whoever's their enemies, they're going to see you all as their enemies as well.
Why are you saying you all? Yeah, they're gonna see your ass the same way. What the hell you mean? Why you always try to separate yourself? That's what I said earlier. Separate yourself from niggas.
Man, would you have a conversation? Don't worry about that part right now.
Conversation.
Nah. Hold on. He wants to. I think that's because I was feeling the same way, and somebody else.
Because y'all you're taking it personal. Don't
hold on, real quick. Hold on. Sean trying to get up here. Sean, yo, Andy, you can drop back for me so I can let Sean up here for a minute. No matter of fact, no, Andy, you don't gotta go nowhere. I forgot this guy's sitting up here. Tyron, get out of here, man. Yo, Sean, come on.
Oh, let Tyron stay. Tyron, go in.
Nah.
Call back.
But yo, Cujo said something when you basically, it sounds like you're trying to separate.
No,
on, man.
see, that's not
I'm gonna
even.
ban
That's
you if
not.
you don't stop, Tyron. No, hold on. So I think no. It's a valid because I felt something. I think Turtle Game mumbled something too, and Cujo said something.
No, you're taking it personal, man. It's like you're taking something. I know. I'm saying, look, because I am separate from you all, because I don't believe that we should stay here. If we come together, if we are a unit and we are family, then we need to come into agreement. And I'm not in agreement on being subservient to my those who brought my people in captivity. I'm not in agreement with that part, but that don't mean I disagree with the other stuff. I agree with the other things y'all saying. But as far as us staying here and continue to work for this military and this government and this capitalism here, when we can just go home and link it back up with our ancestors or our people, that would make more sense to me.
I am. Where would that be for you? I am.
But this is the thing. You don't need to buy 1,000 tickets. You could buy one ticket. You can go home and get it popping and then send for everybody else. if that's the situation, you can really be the change you want to see. So you cop the flight, go over there.
No,
and
I'm not talking about. Listen, you talk. See, now you said you want to put it on the individual thing. First, you didn't want me to do it. Look at it like that. Come on, man.
That's what you're doing.
Don't start on the fence, man.
Nah, I'm telling you, if you feel so strongly about it, why do you need everybody else to back you? Be the example.
What do you mean? Now you see. First, you just got you saying I'm talking like, oh, I'm singling myself out from you all. Now you trying to put me in that single barrier that you said I was putting my own stuff in. Come on, man. Get for real, man. Look, all I'm saying is this, man. The deeper the conversation, we on a surface conversation level. Okay, we know we come from Africa. All right. If the Aboriginals want to continue to dispute that, that's on them. I'm not disputing that. I'm saying, but you working for the USA. You ain't working for Ghana. You ain't working for Ivory Coast. You're not working for Congo. You're not working for wherever you come from.
Say you're not working in. Now you're not working for. I mean,
you're not working in nor for. Whatever word you want to use, man.
No, there's a difference. There's a difference. When you live,
I'm saying both, man. Listen, man. You working in and for. You working in and for.
You're going to pay taxes where you live.
Well, I'm not talking about no taxes, man. I'm not even talking about that. I'm saying, why would you want to continue to work for your captives when your people
They're
are saying
not our fucking captives? How the fuck are they our captives? How the fuck? What are you talking about?
You said you was brought here on slave ships.
Yeah, I descend from people brought here on slave ships. I didn't.
Are you still working for your slave master? Like, what are we talking about?
Yeah, what are we talking about?
Your slave master own the company that you drive
and trucks with? If you want to act like you don't understand, if you want to act like you don't understand what I'm saying, it's cool. It's all good.
We're not going nowhere because you said we got to get deeper.
You're not going nowhere because you want to stay in America and work for the government.
Hold on. When is he leaving America? Since it's
and where is he going? Where is he going at now? Because
he in Mexico.
See,
he in Montana.
See, now you want to talk about individualism, but I wasn't even speaking. When I say as a collective group of people, y'all on here on a panel not a coincidence panel.
Are you part of? Hold on, stop. Let me ask you one question. Are you a part of us? Yes or no?
I'm down with we from Africa. Yeah, I'm with that.
Are you a part of us? Yes or no?
Man, I just answered the question, man.
No,
Are y'all? Are you slow, man?
Yes or no?
I just answered the question,
really
man.
Yes or no. It's yes
I just
or no.
said I'm gonna say I said I'm with us being from Africa. What else do you want me to say?
Are you a part of us? Yes or no? Because you're saying.
What do you mean a part of us?
Are you part of the y'all?
What does that sound like? If I say
you keep saying y'all and shit like that,
and you making it longer by not just answering this question.
When I say you are, when I say you are, I'm talking about. When I say that, I'm explaining to you so you're gonna understand what I'm saying. When you saying we should stay here and be subservient to the captives, I'm not down with that though.
And be subservient to anyone.
But just let him finish because he's gonna take forever. Just let him finish.
If you're from Africa, you should go back to your people that's there, man.
I told you this nigga is an agent.
We all should, not just you all. I'm saying if we saying we from Africa and we was brought on slave ships, who in the world want to stay in slavery?
This nigga say we aboriginals. He say we Nagras, not Negras, Nagras.
Oh, we're not enslaved.
So your little bitch ass weird turtle.
Originals.
Come on, bro. Chill out.
Come on, Tyron.
I'm not saying I said we from Africa. I ain't saying about being no Aboriginal Americans, man.
But I am.
We're Nagras from Israel too, bro.
I didn't even mention the word Israel today, man. What are you talking about?
But I've heard you.
I don't care about what you heard yesterday. Today is a new day.
I am. So you switched up your whole everything. So
not a coincidence. I'm listening. I'm listening to you. I'm learning from you, and I like what you putting out. And you got sources, and so far they can't back you up. So I gotta go with the man that got the power.
Then why are you up here arguing with us? Then why you?
I'm not arguing with you. Not a coincidence. I'm not arguing with you. I'm saying I'm showing. Hey, listen. Just because we brothers don't mean I'm in agreement with that plan of staying here. That don't mean I ain't your brother. I just don't agree with that plan.
So where do you want to go?
You want to go back to Africa?
So you want to go back there?
He ain't got a plan.
No, I'm not saying. No, I'm saying. No, this is what I'm saying.
Hold on. Hold on,
He did this
hold
on AP
on.
panel too, Sean.
Hold on. Yo,
No,
my bad. I
I'm
got
saying
caught up in it. Hold on, I am. Hold on. Because you've been talking for a couple of minutes. Let somebody else get up in there. What's good, Sean? I got caught up in it. Yeah, bro.
Yeah. You let them suck you in.
I definitely
respect
did.
control skills. I am. That's what I'm talking about.
Nah, I mean, good show earlier. You know what I mean? Going through that, which I already knew. You know, when you said Raborn was doing some work, I already knew y'all got that same homework, so it's real easy to kind of draw it all out. And
I want to make it easy because we give you the primary. Why are you talking about it?
yeah. Right. So that's the whole thing, and I don't think people understand that. Like when we be providing that data, that we arguing using primary evidence, we'll go and look for the primary. Like these dudes ain't doing none of that.
No.
You know what I'm saying?
I go further than that. I'm looking for empirical data. Y'all still on
What?
primary.
Do you know what empirical data is? You said that dumb shit in the chat.
Need to graduate.
Primary evidence is empirical data, bro. You cannot overturn a primary.
It's not empirical.
Define empirical data. Define it. Define empirical data. Let's see what he really talking about.
An eyewitness account. Empirical data will go from eyewitness account. Primary is a copy. Could be a copy.
Hey, yo, not a coincidence. Not a coincidence. Pull up what a primary source is real quick. Let's get this nigga out of here. Just to show this nigga don't know what the fuck he talking about.
That primary is a copy. Y'all showing copies. If you show me the primary, it's gonna be some old ass paper.
How the fuck do you
glass?
Just keep talking. Just keep talking. Keep talking.
Empirical data is gonna go back to foliage, wood block.
Keep talking. Keep talking.
Yeah.
Pull it up. Pull it up now to see.
Hold on, I got it. My bad.
I know all the empirical data. Of course, I know all of it. It's called Inkunabula.
Put some other shit.
And beyond Inkunabula.
This nigga making up languages and shit.
All kind of shit.
I didn't make up.
Hakuna Matata.
I've been talking about Inkunabula for like 10 years now, and y'all ain't even reached that level yet.
Stop talking about levels. You're not impressed with your information,
when y'all
bro.
reach my level of research ability,
hold on, Lotus.
Y'all will be
there
there.
for a second. So here we got. There's three types of sources. We're dealing with primary sources right now, right? Original material that provide direct evidence or first-hand testimony of a participant or eyewitness of an event or topic, right? So what did I show earlier? I showed the tax petition from Paul Cuffey, where he's talking about he's of African extract. That's a primary source, right? Primary sources can be contemporary sources created at the time when the event occurred. Letters and newspaper articles, like I showed the newspaper article of the people in New York City celebrating the abolition of the slave trade in 1808 with Peter Williams Jr. and John Teasman, right? Or later, such as memoirs. I showed a memoir of Paul Cuffey and oral history interviews. Primary sources may be published or unpublished. Unpublished sources are unique materials, family papers, often referred to as archives and manuscripts. What constitutes a primary source varies by discipline. How the researchers use the sources generally determine whether it is a primary source or not.
So hold on. So real quick, the highlighted area. Can you read that? What is a primary source again? Does it deal with? What does it deal with?
It deals with letters, newspapers, memoirs, interviews, oral history, contemporary. Things that happened at the time. It was created when the event occurred.
I'm glad you broke down contemporary because a lot of people don't know.
Right. Now, can you do me another favor? Can you do me another favor?
Yes.
All right, real quick just for the people, y'all. Can you pull up what empirical data is, please?
Yes. Gotcha.
Since we got a guy that want to use, these dudes just park any kind of way right here. I'm finna eat good on you boys. I'm breaking my fast to eat good.
Let's see.
What you got now to see? It don't matter. We just need to look at definition.
Yeah, empirical evidence, right? Empirical evidence is information, that is acquired by observation or experimentation. Empirical evidence is information acquired by observation or experimentation. Scientists record and analyze this data. The process is a central part of the scientific method, leading to the proving or disproving of a hypothesis and or better understanding of the world as a result.
All right, hold on. You ain't got to read no further. So there's two ways to achieve evidence, right? Through primaries and through empirical data. So when he says empirical data, he's misrepresenting the usage of empirical data, because what method is he using, right? Ultimately to determine the validity of a primary source, or to falsify and say this ain't a primary source. Right? He says he don't use primary source. He uses empirical data. So what methods is he using in every instance of his life to determine the validity of whatever it is that he wants to talk about?
Inkunabula, almanac.
This motherfucker.
That's a method.
Bro.
He asked
I ain't never seen
brother. The method, bro. What's the method? Explain the method to your madness.
Nope. Library of the Commonwealth. Library of Congress, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania will tell you that everything was still going by the order of the Inkunabula until the 18th century.
Yo,
so
listen, bro. Stop
talking about English. I know it's not.
He made that shit up.
I didn't make a damn thing up.
You just used empirical data incorrectly, bro. Empirical data is for a whole nother field of study, bro. Because it's in regard to testing things.
Look up the definition and etymology of empirical data. Please, thank you. And just
again, one more.
Look. Notice you kind of slow. You kind of slow.
You got that work. You don't even know about Inkunabula. You don't know about Inkunabula. You don't know about
the Bible, man. What the
information that was documented and what language it was in. Y'all don't know that shit. That's why everything
I that nigga ordered some Japanese hibachi. What are you talking about?
That part, bro.
You guys don't know about.
You over here speaking Mandarin and shit.
That's where I'm at, bro. That's where I'm at. I'm at Japanese hibachi, bro.
Oh, you getting it in?
Man. No, that's
no, Lotus, you just wrong on so many fronts, bro.
You read my fairy tale about empirical data. No. Pull up the definition.
All right, now, demonstrate to us how. Demonstrate to us how it was fairy tale. Demonstrate. What evidence do you have that supports what not a coincidence just read was fairy tale? Please share that with us. Please.
Observation of speculative theory of
this
the original.
Nigga don't even know. I said, what did you? How did you? How did? No. Original writing of what? Original writing of what?
That shit out of here.
Original writing of what? Why you keep sending us on a wild goose chase, yo?
History.
Why you keep sending us on a wild goose chase, yo?
Almanac. You know what an almanac is?
Why do you keep sending us on a wild goose chase? Why you can't just be forthcoming?
I'm talking about empirical data.
No, you're not.
Almanac Cracovia.
All right. So how does empirical data falsify a primary source?
Okay, so the method is this. You guys are reading stuff that's in English.
No, nigga, no. You're talking in English. You're talking in English. So what the fuck does that matter? You're talking in English.
Okay, y'all. Pull up empirical.
We just did.
No, you pull up some live science gibberish.
What? This nigga stupid.
Well, you pull it up then, bro. If that ain't good enough for you, you pull it up.
You ain't gonna pull it up.
Because it's right then.
So wait, I think he just wants the word empirical. You want because you said empirical data or empirical. See, why are we just doing the word? It's not. It's more than just the word, brother.
Oh, you think? That's why I brought up Inkunabula. I'm talking about record keeping.
Inkunabula.
I'm talking about documented.
What language is in what language? What language is Inkunabula?
Because all records were in Latin.
What is Incunabula, bro?
Incunabula is in the
Sean,
Latin.
you know what happened? You know what happened,
Yeah.
Sean?
Swallowing cloth.
These guys hear these terms that are attractive to them. Hold on, Lotus.
No,
these
this
guys
is not
hear
a
these
term
terms
that's
that are
attractive
attractive
to
to
them.
them. Empirical data
No.
sounds like it's a higher standard than primary source. You know what I'm saying?
Nah, it's the same
He
standard.
wants to just that's what it sounds like to him. That's why he says I
Yeah.
don't use primary sources. I use empirical data. You get what I'm saying? Like,
He can't.
I love Chris when you put in
empirical.
Yeah.
See, your
He's
primary,
empirical.
Like, come
He
on,
sounds
man.
dumb as hell, yo.
That's
Hey,
he's
he do
okay.
sound
Y'all
dumb as
can
hell.
comprehend. Hey, look, I'm gonna teach y'all. This is to teach y'all comprehend, like I was doing 10 years ago. Okay, Incunabula is somebody who wrote something that was there. That's
Hey, just spell it real quick.
The language that they were using. That's why I bring up Incunabula. All data and everything was put into one language.
All right, so the chroniclers the chroniclers that was on the ship,
any of that shit, I know
the
it's fake.
chroniclers that was on the ships with Christopher Columbus, right? That was
I'm not
writing
talking
shit as no. Listen to what I'm saying. So listen to what I'm saying. The chroniclers that were on the ships with Christopher Columbus when they were documenting history, right? That is a primary account. Why is it a primary account? Because they witnessed what they saw and they wrote about it. Now you're about to tell me the validity of what they witnessed is falsified through some other methods? Is you crazy? What are we really talking about, bro? You're making stuff up. You don't have to make anything up about this. You just have to come to the realization that what you're arguing is out of ignorance. Now, when we're talking about archaeology, right? We use empirical data to prove archaeological sites, digs, and other things, right? Because that's what you need. You need the empirical data for that, right? But when we're talking about things that are happening in history throughout time, we need the primary source documents to substantiate what actually happened. Who was writing at that time? Who witnessed it? Who saw it? Who can validate what was stated? You're arguing so many different points that you don't even know what the hell you arguing, and you just sending us in circles.
I know what I'm arguing.
So Lotus,
you
spell
don't.
that Incunabula.
You don't know what you arguing.
Incunabulum is a Latin term which refers to, like he said, 1501, and you have when the printing press first came on the scene. So those original things were produced by the printing press. I call Incunabulum in Latin, which means
that's all. That's why I said he can't be saying that. That can't be what he meant.
And then he's not pronouncing it correctly.
He not. That's why I was like, bro, can you spell that for me, bro?
Hold on, Cujo. Could you repeat that again? I wasn't really paying attention. What was he doing?
Incunabulum, it first appeared in English in the 19th century. It referred retroactively to books that were produced in the first decades of the printing press technology, specifically those printed before 1501. That's the date he keeps saying.
Yeah, that's all he did. That's why he said Incunabula. I'm like, brother.
Yeah, it's
he's just throwing Latin terms around.
Lotus, you always get caught out there trying to be slick, and you're not that slick.
I thought he's not saying nothing. He's not saying
the nigga was speaking Swahili.
Yeah, I thought it was.
I thought it was another language. And he said it was another language.
He said Latin. So I'm like, okay. So I started looking into the Latin.
That's not even a primary. That's a secondary.
Incunabulum it means the first, like a swaddling baby.
What's on the screen right now is a primary.
And it's only
what's on the screen right now is a primary.
Yeah, this is what I want to say. So when Dane Calloway, you sound mad low, Lotus. But when Dane Calloway says
we don't need to hear that nigga anyway.
Lotus got exposed just then.
Yeah, he definitely got exposed. All right, hold on.
This nigga just make up shit, yo.
Hold on, Lotus. Take a breath, man. So when we have Harriet Tubman here, right, in 1862, the Liberator, right, at a meeting was held at the 12th Baptist Church in Boston a few days before Harriet Tubman left the city, where addresses were delivered by several gentlemen and also by the beneficiary herself. A donation festival took place immediately after in the vestry, the pecuniary results of which was not large, as the ladies had but a short time to prepare. It is, however, hoped that on some future occasion, a testimony will be rendered more in keeping with her appreciation of her services in the cause of emancipation. Right? So this is, like Sean said, this is a primary. This is how we collect information. Right? This is at the time, we had the story of Harriet Tubman. Here she's out here collecting money. They out there about to go back out there. And they hoping that she can come back and talk about her efforts in this cause.
Hey, Lotus, I'm really what y'all niggas pretend to be. You know, like when y'all be trying to use words and shit, like don't nobody else know it, saying somebody not on your level, your arrogant ass. Stop talking like that. Because if you really had any perspective on information, if you really had any perspective on information, I just told you what it means.
Damn, you just told you.
It means from the cradle.
That is
That's what it literally means in Latin.
Swaddling cloth.
Yeah, swaddling cloth from the cradle.
He just went
The actual etymology is from the cradle, bro.
the different types of sources.
That's not. I mean, the actual word itself.
Y'all, I don't know what's up with this nigga, yo.
And he only used it because it got something to do with the Library of Congress. These niggas so damn one dimensional.
These motherfuckers is weird.
You niggas is one dimensional as fuck, bro. One trick ponies.
In the 18th century, all records were in Latin.
Listen, he don't even know what the all the records were not.
Records were not in Latin.
No, they were not.
That is nonsense.
No, they were not.
It was in high
There was a
German.
multitude, bro. There was so many people writing at that time. What the fuck are you talking about?
No, he said the only people writing was the Nuremberg.
Wait a minute. The Magna Carta. The Magna Carta. Do you know what the Magna Carta is, Lotus?
Do you know what the Magna Carta is?
Of course.
He think it's a Jay-Z album.
Of course I do. Of course I do. That's why I brought it up.
You think it's a Jay-Z album.
Was the basis of English law. And wait a minute. The Magna Carta was not written in Latin, bro. And that's the big deal about it. Because it was written in Old English. It wasn't written in Latin. Because what the Anglican Church did was try to separate themselves from the Catholic Church because Henry, I think I can't remember, Henry IV wanted to
What's up, Adrino?
Wanted to divorce. And they wouldn't let him do it.
Pretty much.
The Vatican wouldn't let him do it. So he decided to break away and form his own church with the Anglican Church. So that was the whole big deal. What you're talking about has everything to do with the printing press. That's all, man. Come on, man.
It predates the printing press. See, you didn't read
it. I did.
It
You're trying to figure out what you said the whole time. And I figured it out.
It said before the printing. Send it to you.
It's saying what came out of the printing press.
He says that we have comprehension issues, but he doesn't even understand. Wait, you don't even comprehend anything that you read because you try to twist and mingle everything that you talk about, bro. The validity of what you're talking about isn't even
record keeping.
Lotus, what was your point? What was your point? What was your point in bringing this up?
Because you guys say you got a primary. But your primary was created
Does
in
it? No.
40,
Notice. Do you know what century? Do you know what date? Do you know what date that we were just discussing before you even brought up this? Do you know what dates that we were discussing before you brought up this? So when was she born?
That's another fictional character. I don't know when the hell that fictional.
You see. You see what I'm saying?
Nigga do that, I got down with crazy.
I mean, come on.
That's why.
Now listen, they can't even say that. There's too many primary sources about it.
She got a pension.
Burlesque degree.
Yeah.
She got a pension. She got a pension from the United States Army, dude. She served as an agent for the Union during the Civil War. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah,
I
Civil
don't know
War.
why they pick this
Civil
shit.
Civil War
is fake.
Civil War is fake.
Yo, hold on, bro.
I guarantee none of y'all have an answer.
Nah, Lotus.
I guarantee you I do. Let's go. I guarantee you.
Voluntary.
I eat up everything you say.
Voluntary U.S. colored troops in South Carolina.
You can't. I mean, I don't gotta Google shit. We can meet face to face, and I eat up everything that you claim and make you feel real silly.
Well, I got ancestors that was for. I got their records. I showed it in video. Well, I don't know what he's talking about. I got it in video.
I got one too.
I showed one of them. I got.
saying that you wrong. He's saying that you ain't got no primaries.
He said he got one too. He said he
You
got
said
one
you ain't
too.
got no
So how's it
primaries.
fit?
I got an ancestor that was one of the head chiefs of the Underground Railroad too.
We all know that you
we
lied.
talking about
Guess what happened? Guess what happened when I traveled to
This dude is
and tried
crazy.
to get the primary records? Guess what happened?
Look,
This was created in
head chief
1960.
of the
This was
Underground
created in
Railroad.
1948.
Nigga, you can't even tell us how your
What?
family got to
What
California.
you talking about?
No, hold on.
You can
No,
go
hold on. No. What was created in 1960?
A lot of y'all stories.
No, what was
you guys
created in
believe
1960?
were created in 1940s and
All right, so who created it? Who created it?
Jews.
What
Who?
Jews? Which Jews?
Jews.
What Jews?
Let's see. You got the Soros, the Swartz, you got the Kissingers.
Now hold on, don't ask me nothing else. Hold on, no. What was the purpose?
Let me pull up the records on it because they created history starting in with the AIU in 1860, and they were writing all that history.
What was the purpose? What was the purpose, Lotus? What was the purpose of them doing this in 1960?
To create a paradigm of idiots to think that they about to go back to Africa.
Why?
For IM.
Why would they do that in 1960 when they had time to do that way before 1960? No, you said you just said that it was created in the 60s. So I asked you why. Then you
stories.
Okay, so why? Okay, so they had to write this down, right? If they're creating the stories in 1960. Yes or no?
Yes, they started creating these stories in the 1860s. Okay. It's called the Alliance Israelite University.
The 1860s or the 1960s? Which one is it? Because you moved. You moved from 1960s
No, I said
to
you guys
1860s.
are reading stories that were created during certain periods of time of them taking control.
No, I heard everything that you said. See, that's the problem. You don't listen. I heard every word that you said, bro. And what you said was they created the stories. The Jews. You weren't specific. You said they created the stories in 1960. That's what you said. Now you just said
in the 1960s.
Now you turned around and said 1860. So that's I'm trying to, bro. Listen, when the fuck did they start telling the stories? Was it 1960, like you said, the first time, or 1860? How fucking hard is this?
AIU created the curriculum.
How hard? How difficult is this?
Dave Rogers predate 19.
Everybody, nope. There's no such thing as a curriculum called history until Alliance Israelite University.
Listen. No, stop running us around. Stop running us around in circles, bro. Stop running around. No. Nah, hey, yo, not to see. You might want to deal with it, bro. I ain't dealing with this nigga no more, bro. He don't know what the fuck he talking about, yo.
Nah, he just
he
keep
proving it.
Oh, look. He said,
ripping all y'all
hold on, chill.
He keep proving it.
Hold on,
no, I
out.
just bagged you in your own shit, and you just start lying on your own shit, yo.
So what?
Fuck
He was saying the story of the slave trade was told when, or we was from Africa, what, 1960? That's what he's saying?
Yeah, he said all this stuff was created by the Jews in 1960. He said, and then he tried to double back and try to correct himself and say, well, the story started in 1860.
So watch this, John. Remember just a little while ago, you had us pull this up, right? What primary sources is. And we see newspaper articles of primary sources, right? So here we got this newspaper article from 1788. And what are they talking about in 1788? A short history of the African trade. He's gonna say it's made up.
Hell yeah, it's made up. Just like that ABC article that Sean was trying to push. How dare you put some George Soros ran company nonsense, man?
He don't even know why.
This is way before. Look,
man, you just leaving white folks shit. You just a goddamn conspiracy theorist, man.
So look, he just saying anything.
Keep up the Jewish, keep Jewish hope alive, because y'all just regurgitate.
Yeah, Jew, whatever, man. Get the fuck out of here, you fake ass. Yeah, fake ass nonsense. I was all
Walter
against
Williams killed y'all
Damn,
off.
so far to
That's
keep it
why
a
Walter
buck
Williams
with
don't
you.
come around. He
Hella
killed y'all off
ironic.
so bad, bro.
Oh yeah,
It's
I mean
not looking
seriously, bro, because you're just trying to win.
Sean Paul is a face ass.
You're not trying to learn. You're not trying to come to where
No,
we.
you guys can't teach me a damn thing.
You sitting
You
here
guys
talking
can't
about.
teach me a
Nah,
damn thing.
he ain't here to learn. He ain't here to learn or
What
build
can
on
y'all teach
anything.
me?
You can learn a
What?
lot.
Teach me
Hey,
anything.
why did you join? Why did you get on the panel? Why did you get on the panel? What was your purpose? What's your
I
purpose, bro?
thought because Raborn
No,
was
no,
hopping
no.
on there, wanted to beat up
What's your
Raborn.
purpose? No, what's your purpose? Do you see Raborn on here?
No, he bounced out because your big
So what's
forehead
your
came.
purpose? What's your purpose for being in
My
here?
purpose is to debunk
No.
all primary sources,
What's
and I
your
want to see
purpose?
eyewitness
How,
You
nigga?
accounts.
can't
I
How?
want the
debunk a
empirical
primary
data.
source,
How?
bro.
I
Like,
want
what are you
I want the
talking about?
Inkunabula.
What's your
I want
purpose?
the almanacs in the
What's your
original
purpose?
languages.
What's your purpose?
My purpose?
What purpose are you serving?
My
If
purpose is to
listen, let
kill
me
off
tell you, let me
all
tell you the
scholastic,
difference between
So
us and
look,
you. Let me tell you
all
the difference
scholars.
between us and you. Hold
That's
on now
my
to see.
purpose.
Here's the difference. When we go on people's shows, we go up there to get the truth out, to show the truth and demonstrate the truth and provide the evidence of the truth. You come on a show and all you do is talk us in fucking circles for 3 hours while you DoorDash like a little bitch. And we tired of that shit.
Yo, that's
We tired
funny
of working.
as
We
shit,
tired of being on the clock
bro.
with your bitch
That's
ass.
fucking
Like a
funny,
little
bro.
bitch.
yeah.
You
Yo,
ain't
that's
got no
Y'all start
motherfucking
smoking
fucking
my
evidence,
hard
perks,
nigga.
boy,
ass.
I'm gonna be knocking y'all fucking wings off your shoulders. But
You ain't got no
like
evidence.
a bitch.
Yo, that's funny as
You
a
hurt.
bit, bro.
You hurt.
Well,
Inkunabula broke your heart, did it?
Lotus.
Your
All you
fake ass
do is
primary sources.
so how is this newspaper
You
fake?
can't
Bro?
even refute a primary, you dumbass nigga. That's how dumb
How is
you
this
are.
Yeah,
newspaper
your
fake?
primary is fake as fuck. I guarantee
How is
I
this?
guarantee not a
How?
coincidence is showing right
How?
now was made
Yeah.
in the late 19th century or early
How?
20th century.
According to Lotus, a
Said
primary source
17
is
what?
fake. He the
Yup.
first
17
person in
what?
history. He the first person in history to say that a primary source is fake.
Nope.
Loaded,
Walter Williams,
loaded. So
Hago
are
Salamanyahu,
you in
Ole
favor?
Walter
Lacan,
Williams ain't
Atula
never said
Kuna,
no dumbass shit. You keep bringing up
Omo
this
Yes, the
Ola
fuck he
Lacan
did.
pseudo ass nigga, yo. Walter Williams
Yes, he
ain't
did.
never. Okay, well,
Yes, he
okay.
did. Walter
What
Williams, the
primary
person who
source
taught
did?
me about the
What?
AIE.
No,
What
he
the fuck are
didn't.
you
No, he
talking about?
didn't. No, he
Yes, he
didn't.
did. In the
No, he
interview,
didn't.
he said the
No, he
AIE
didn't. You
studied the
dumbass
correctness of
nigga.
all history,
No, he
and they
didn't.
made that bullshit
Don't
that
put
you
that shit
believe.
on Walter Williams,
Yeah,
nigga, cause you
yes, he did.
stupid.
I interviewed him. What are you
No,
talking about?
no,
Hold on,
nigga. He ain't never
What an
did no
interview.
shit like that, dumbass
You
nigga.
got to start showing something.
Hold on. Chill out.
Fucking bum.
Walter Williams taught me about the
Hold
AIE.
Nigga, go
on,
pick up the goddamn
Lotus,
food,
stop.
nigga. Go
Chill,
drop them
Lotus,
white people
chill.
they food off, nigga.
Chill, Sean. Don't let
Walter
him let you
Williams
get
killed
bitchy,
y'all. He killed y'all, man. Y'all.
Lotus, stop, man. Stop. Just chill out. Stop.
Hey, he called me a bitch. Well, I gotta chill.
All right.
You is.
You a bitch.
Just chill out, man. Hold on. Everybody chill. Lotus, chill out, man. You ain't gotta go nowhere, but you gotta chill out, man. But ain't no reason to keep going back and forth arguing. We already understand what primary sources is. Just because Lotus says, oh, he left. Just because Lotus says it's not real, that don't mean shit. Who the fuck is Lotus?
The first nigga in history to say a primary source is not real, Lotus.
I mean, but look how ridiculous it is. He's saying that someone actually went back and changed all of that shit that you just pulled up and put it in there in the 1960s. So someone took the time taken, took all this effort to go back and change this shit that you just pulled up. And they did that in the 60s. I mean,
you know how much shit they would have to change? Like,
right, that's what I'm saying. It's nonsensical.
How many records is actually out there? Like, could we say, I mean, I don't even want to put a number on it, but I know it's something ridiculous that could attach, Black Americans back to Africa. Like, it's just ridiculous. You got to do all that.
Nut, yo.
For what? To take the land that they already took? It don't make no sense.
Yeah, that's basically it. You're gonna lie to us to take land that already belong to you. When honestly, they could just lock all us up.
And not a coincidence. Can I ask you a question?
I never seen that shit, bro. I never seen no shit like that in my life. A primary nigga, you gonna refute a primary source, nigga, when they use that shit to qualify and verify fucking shit that happened. Now the shit ain't no good no more.
Talking. He can't show shit, just talking. Talking he refuted
What other way do we
do we figure out how things happen? What other way do?
Right, we got to use proper research methodology, and then we go. All this shit ain't nothing but a collection of data.
I bet he got a 1-star rating on that.
Yeah,
bit.
man.
1 star.
He just made a bunch of us slow.
Now, he just want to talk about that Royal Society shit. He read that shit in some Jewish conspiracy book. You know, when white people trying to explain why Jews and blah blah blah. This some old neo-Nazi fake ass shit, man. Madam Brzezinski.
Because he is a neo-Nazi, dude.
He really is. Seriously, that whole goddamn what do you call it? He said all the time. I just read it in the goddamn
Something about
the Royal Society. Man, that shit ain't nothing. That shit ain't nothing. I mean, yeah, there were members. Fucking Erasmus Darwin was a member, but it's just like a fraternal order. It's a group. They don't run the world.
Hey, Cujo, what do you think about the Taj twins, dude?
You talking about them two yellow ass niggas that be talking all that shit about black folk? Fuck them. Is that what you talking about?
Yeah, those two guys.
Yellow dude.
The
twin. Yeah, fuck them.
You talking about them? They Trump police officers? What you talking about?
Yeah, they like
the Hodge twins.
Hodge twins. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I mean,
Trump supporters.
I didn't like them.
I be getting that
at all.
confused. Them niggas look like Officer Tatum to me. All them niggas look the same.
Yeah, they all like police. I ain't liking it at all. But I mean, I looked at a few jobs they did here recently. It's okay, but I don't look at them as an authority on anything. You know, they just some other niggas on the internet running their mouth.
Yeah, I agree. Because you gotta know, you want to know something, dude? They represent like a minuscule minority. You know, like black conservatives or Republic, whatever they call themselves. They just represent a really minuscule minority that nobody cares about. And
I never heard of the Hodge twins.
Yeah, they kind of large. They kind of large. Yeah.
That TikTok and YouTube story shit. That's how I came across them.
Really, they attack a lot of black people. You know, they attack a lot of black people for white people. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, they the male Candace
related.
Yeah, Candace
Owens. Don't get me started with Candace Owens.
They're not quite as bad as Candace Owens.
Yeah, they still getting their rocks off, but they ain't.
But it's still the same type shit. Yeah. Thomas Sowell.
They Pan-African Strikes Back type niggas. That's all.
Type shit.
Yeah, he a clown too. He a whole clown.
I agree. Most of them, I actually agree with you, man.
You know what? I tried to mess with him. He blocked me. You know what I'm saying? I tried to mess with him because he just kept repeating this slave ship narrative. That's, you know, he read it one time in a book. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's not always the case, bro. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, you know, like sometimes I think, you know, like with people like him that don't know that much about the subject, but and try to have a platform when you talk about it. Like, you need to be informed about what the fuck you talking about before you come on here talking about it. You know, you can't come on here talking about something. You got to Google everything to prove shit. You need to know what the fuck you talking about before.
The dude's a stooge. He's just a stooge, man.
Yeah, but I mean, I think like I saw he showed his colors with the Umar thing, and I'm not a fan of Umar at all. I haven't been a fan of not Umar. What's the Tariq Nasheed? I mean, I can see through Tariq Nasheed. You know what I'm saying? As a nigga that used to throw strip parties, I can really see through him. You know what I'm saying? That nigga ain't nowhere. He a grifter. He just says what, you know, he think niggas want to hear. You know what I'm saying? And it sound good and he got a platform. It is what it is. You know what I'm saying?
That's what the Hodge twins are, though. They grifters as well.
They grifters. Yeah, they definitely are. They're grifters.
Yeah.
They just say shit they heard Richard Spencer say. You know what I mean? They use the Thomas Sowell talking points. Everything has been seen before, so that's why I don't even pay attention to the niggas. I thought they was Officer Tatum, to be honest. I didn't even know there was a different entity. But that's crazy as hell.
I just want to say something. I really don't got respect for these fools, though. Like, honestly.
Yeah, but they full of shit, man. Like
Andy, what racist Mexicans at though? Andy, what's your thoughts on Michael Knowles?
Michael Knowles. Oh, don't get me fucking started with Michael Knowles, dude. That guy he'll take a person's words out of context and just twisted it into his favor and shit. Because mind you, that dude is fucking like agenda driven, and he's a fucking hack. You know, he's a partisan fucking hack and shit. You know, I don't got no respect for the.
Hey,
What?
it's a Mexican dude
He
on
Mexican?
TikTok.
Oh yeah, he is, but he's also half Italian too. Let's not forget.
I can't keep up.
He's Mexican Italian.
Hey, y'all tripped
I
me
really
out.
don't.
People in the United States, white folks in the United States trip me out talking about they half Italian. That's like a nigga saying that American. Nigga, that shit don't mean nothing to us. You just white, nigga. And
They
you just white.
no, Cujo. They sound.
Yeah. I hate that shit. I'm half Italian. I don't give a shit. The fuck is an Italian? What's an Italian?
You know.
I mean, seriously.
Yeah, I really don't.
I mean, we give them people way too much credence. There was no Italy. There was no Italy until the late 1800s. There was no Italy. Like they say, Columbus is from Italy. He wasn't from Italy. He was from Genoa. Napoleon was from goddamn Naples. You know what I'm saying? That wasn't Italy. It's Italy now. But there was no fucking Italy. Italy was the Vatican and Venice and a bunch of little shit-ass towns and shit. Italy wasn't a real place. Like Germany wasn't a real place. Germany actually had a bit more money, though, I will say that. You know, because Germany was a bunch of fucking kingdoms. Bunch of small kingdoms. And that was until the 1800s, too. Germany didn't form until the 1800s.
So, but Cujo, that's why they say that the Aboriginal Europeans was the black Europeans, and that they ran. They got ran out of there in the 1800s. That's why they say that.
Oh yeah.
That's the dumbest shit ever. That is the utmost of stupidity. There were blacks in Europe. There were blacks in Europe, undoubtedly.
Hey, Cujo.
No,
Cujo, can I ask you a question?
Napoleon spoke French. Somebody said Napoleon was French. Napoleon spoke French. He was part like there was no France like we say France now. No. What we call France now was a small Frankish kingdom that took over the Holy Roman Empire. And that's what Napoleon did. So Napoleon was French in that he spoke the language, but he didn't even speak French proper. Like the Parisians, the people in Paris, they looked down on him because of the way he spoke French. He was from Naples. His name, Napoleon, means Lion of Naples. Nigga was born in Naples. Come on, bro. Don't fuck with me.
Yep. So Cujo.
What's up?
Cujo. Yeah, are you still here? Yeah, so I just want to ask you a question, dude. But like, what do you think about like these? I don't know. What do you think about like these Brexit type people? What do you think about them, dude? You know, like
Who?
these. You never heard of Brexit?
What are you talking about? Like black people trying to exit?
Yeah, exit the quote unquote Democratic plantation or whatever.
Man, that's it. I don't like to talk politics because you know it's like having a religious conversation. But I think, to be quite honest, I don't like to say the word. I don't like to say the phrase when you say lesser of two evils. But the GOP is not concerned with poor people. Period. And black people.
I agree.
Poor people.
You guys were talking about Brandon earlier. Pan African Strikes Back. I actually used to be a member of his group, so I know all about him. That dude is a straight up coon, bro.
He's a real.
I agree.
He's a coon. Cujo, man. I'm gonna tell you straight up, man. There's nothing you can say. He won't, no matter what Republicans do, like try to hide history. He's never gonna speak ill against them. He never has anything negative to say against Republicans, even though they're literally going out of their way to try to make it harder for black people.
When he talked about his mother, when he talked about his own mother and how his mother, you know, didn't take advantage of shit and yada 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 and fucked up, you know.
Oh yeah.
When he talks
about,
he
thinks he has this mindset because I spoke to him on the phone.
You're not looking at the situation. You're not looking at what the context. You got to understand what was going on contextually. Like how.
No, but like I said, I know him. I got his number. I know where he's from. I know, dude, man. He just has a problem. I'm gonna tell you right now. So he doesn't mind, you know, No, chill, Annie, chill. You don't know. Just chill. He doesn't mind. He does not mind black people as long as they are Black Americans. He hates his own ethnic group. He hates Black Americans. He despises Black Americans. He says that he thinks that we're all lazy, we're bums, we're stupid because we don't vote Republican. And then he says that, well, he always likes to point out the fact that Democrats, that they were the Dixiecrats and they were the ones who fought for the Confederacy. True. But who's out there flying the Confederate flag today? That's the guy. The Republicans are flying the Confederate flag today. You're the party of Lincoln, but why are you going against Lincoln, right? So at the end of the day, like I said, man, I pointed out a lot of these things to him. He doesn't care. If you don't agree with him, to him you are a moron. It doesn't matter. He doesn't care. Matter of fact, I've spoken to him before. I told him, I said, it's good to understand history. He said, that history doesn't matter. Matter of fact, he just did a live stream. He just did a live stream telling black people to get over slavery. It's just not that big of a deal. Sticking up for racist Republicans. He's even brought on racists on his channel before. His ideal is to really, he just wants to bring in views. His ideal is to try to attract viewership. That's what it's about at this point. He's trying to be this shock jock and he's trying to be Brandon Tatum.
True. Yeah. He's also a charlatan, and let's not forget he's a kiss ass for like white conservatives though. Like he genuinely is, like. And to be honest, I really don't like his fan base either. I really don't like his fan base though.
I don't even know about his fan base because he blocked me a long time ago when when he said the thing about his mother, and I was like, yo, with your mom moved to California, it's not like they knew, what the future was going to bring. You know what I'm saying? It was the 70s. It was poor. I mean, we got to realize these people were struggling. And she took welfare. Ain't nobody tell her to take welfare. She could have got a job. A job where? You don't know what the fuck she went through. So you got to understand and at least respect your ignorance on the situation, if nothing else. You can't take the way you look at it now and be like, well, you should have done this. Shit. How the fuck? You don't have enough to stand on to say what someone else should have done. You just don't know. So I ain't like that. And then he said the thing about the slave ships and how the women on the slave ships used to feed the men out of their breast milk and all this bullshit. That shit sound good, but no. I mean, I told him, I was like, well, that could have happened. I've read situations where that may have been the case, but we're talking about thousands of slave ships, rather. We're not talking about one specific event.
I'm just gonna tell you, man. I remember being in that space, man, and he's not the only one. I mean, it's Dynasty Mir. He's another one. Coon.
Yeah.
Unapologetic.
Dynasty Mir.
Hold on, chill for a second, man. Let me start naming them. Unapologetic.
I got a story about his fan base.
Hold on, chill, Hanny. Relax, bro. I just got up here. Relax. Afrodamus. This dude is the dude from the Gambia, man. He's really anti-black. Matter of fact, he brought up a white boy from Kenya, right? Now, white boy he's not from Kenya. His wife from Kenya. He said his name is called Dynasty Mir is a coon. Fuck yeah. Okay, so let's talk about it, right? So Dynasty Mir, most of his live streams, matter of fact, a lot of his live streams are about how much Black Americans ain't shit. Matter of fact, how we should be supported. He actually does the same thing. He actually does the same thing that Brandon does on a regular basis. Matter of fact, Brandon used to be on this channel quite a bit. Brandon still comes on this channel, and they agree 100% of the time. They never go against one another. I would just say this, man. You would literally have to have been in those spaces back then at that time to see that. So that nigga straight up cool. Hold on. It's loud. What is that? I couldn't hear you, Sean. Nah, that nigga coon, bro. I'm telling you.
They're slicing up the onions right now, Sean. We can't hear nothing.
I agree with you, Callie. Like 100%. Everything you said was like fucking true though. I remember Dinah Samir made a live stream trying to convince Latinos to vote Republican and all the other shit. Like, dude, fuck off, dude. Cause I know what he's trying to do. He's trying to like.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you. There's some like, there's some fucked up background noise.
What I said about Dynasty Amir is that he's the furthest thing from a coon. He's not, I don't care nothing about a loan to me. He was in Georgia playing football and any of that. None of that's none of my business. I know what work he's done, although I don't agree with some of his methodology. He's the furthest from this. He's been fighting his ass off to reacclimate people back to Africa. I don't know how you could call that a coon. And trust me, I've argued with them personally.
I don't know who that is. I don't like to throw words like coon around, but I will say that the boy, the other boy he was talking about, the little short fat boy, he full of shit. That was it. Pan African dude. I don't use words like coon when I insult my people. You know what I'm saying? Because I try not to use terms that was created by white folks to down us. You know what I'm saying? But I do think that he's an absolute clown. I don't know about the other guy, but that Brandon character, nah, he ain't about that life in real life, bro. You know.
All right. My bad, Cujo, but let's switch it up for a second. Let's get back on Topcatz for 1 minute. So I was just in the background looking, right? So I got this video of Topcatz I made a while ago when he was doing boxing. He had a series called, it says new series, Sankofa Boxing, by legendary Topcatz. So we know what Sankofa is, right? I got the Sankofa bird that's talking about, just I ain't gonna say the direct translation, but don't be, scared to go back and review your history. You know what I'm saying? That's why I like to use it, because it refers to the history. But he had a series. This is Topcatz. Remember, this is the anti-African who has an African grandmother that, I don't know, he put her in the basement or something. But let's just listen to this real quick.
Click that subscribe button there, Topcatz. Hey, you can choose, lose, stay confused. You want some cool box news? Click that subscribe button. Hey, show the king some love. Like, comment, and share. I really put some time and effort in making sure I can provide y'all with some quality content. So we're going to do it like this here. I want to introduce the new Sankofa boxing. Sankofa is a West African word, means to go back and get it. So in order to know where you're going, you have to know where you come from. We're going to go back in the past.
Why he using West African words?
Like this here. I want to introduce the new Sankofa boxing. Sankofa is a West African word, means to go back and get it. So in order to know where you're going, you have to know where you come from. We're going to go back in the past, revisit some of the ancestors who laid the ground and made it possible for us to enjoy this sport of boxing today. We're going to call it Sankofa Tribe, man.
This video's from 2 years ago. Now, all of a sudden, he's the head of the Aboriginal community. Nobody came from Africa. But in this video, he's talking about Sankofa, the ancestors, West Africa. Y'all don't see the scam? Y'all don't see the money play?
That's all it is. That's all it is.
Hold on. So I went to, damn, I didn't mean to unshare my shit. I went to his channel. I was trying to see if he still had that video up there. And it's not up there. He took it down.
I bet.
So he got me blocked on his channel. I can't even go on his StreamYard because I'm blocked. And look, I searched for the Sankofa. We see it was titled. His video was titled Sankofa.
Let's not forget he blocked me too, dude. He also blocked me as well.
And he took down the video. He don't have no video about nothing Sankofa, nothing. Not the Sankofa boxing like he had.
That's all of this, man.
He's scrubbing the channel. All African presence. He see you on the trail.
but that's why it's dangerous. That's why it's dangerous because you start touching their money. You know, you start touching their money, just like anything else. You know what I'm saying? It's dangerous.
Listen, I ain't even into counting motherfuckers' pockets, but listen, man, it's definitely a money play. He's seen a area he could fit in. You know, he has that charisma, and he's doing what he's doing. And he started off with the African. Remember, his first joint when he got on Sarnetta, his introduction to the world. He was building this channel. What he said? He got an African grandma. He trying to bring everybody in. You feel what I'm saying? And then once he gets you over there, ain't no fucking African nothing. Now he running with Dane. He gonna go up there in the record books. I'm telling you, if somebody don't stop him.
That shit need to be stumped.
All of us.
That shit need to be stumped out at all times. I want to hear these Black European claims. I really want to get into that conversation.
Me too.
You know what I mean?
That's the wave. They really trying to slow play it, right? Because they know that's their last hurrah. You know what I'm saying? Like
it's amazing when they do. I watched one of their videos and I got blocked from that page too. I can't remember if it was Topcatz or one of the other funny ass names, but they were going through their genealogy, and when they got to the slave rolls, you had the name of the master at the top, and it was a number beside his name, and it was like that's him right there, and I'm like, no, that's not how it works. You know, no, that's saying that he's the owner, and
I know exactly what you're talking
you know what I'm saying. And they just went in on like that's him right there, and telling me how stupid I was. But if you looked at it, the nigga was like 8 years old. So I'm like, well, how is that him if he's 8 years old? And then they changed the screen. So I looked up the dude myself, and he was a white guy. You know what I'm saying? But they look up that shit, then they go like, well, they were Black Europeans. And I made the mistake when I first started doing mine. Well, one of my family members, I picked the wrong person, you know, a white person at the same time, had the same name as one of my ancestors. So I went on this goddamn long ass rabbit hole. I ended up in goddamn Ireland some goddamn well. But luckily, I was wrong and I'm not Irish. You know what I'm saying? But I mean, you can make mistakes doing this shit. You know, and like when they say you don't see African on there, of course you don't see African on there. You don't see European on there either. Because those weren't that wasn't part of the nomenclature, like you used the word earlier. That wasn't one of the monikers that they use. It's just that simple.
But Cujo, think of the mindset that you have to see a European in your tree and want to make that a Black European, but an African. You don't want you don't want a Black African, but you also don't want a white European, so you'll take a Black European. Like what are you talking about?
Hey, no offense to Andy, but in real life, that's what Hispanics do. You know, they look for their white adjacency. Like when I was in the army, most of the Mexicans I came across, the vast majority of them, they could tell you some Spanish person they descended from. You know what I'm saying? But they didn't identify with the Indios. They didn't identify.
People do it. I know Black people that do it in the islands. Like I know the Trinidad girl. She always talking about her Portuguese great grandfather.
That's gross. Portuguese.
Never met him, but she quick to throw that. I'm like, you know what I'm saying? I come from West Africa. Nah. But then she'll like acquiesce, but she don't really mean it. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Because she that gives you that makes you white adjacent. That's a way you can say that I'm not a nigga. That's what it all boils down to. Because see what racism really is, and this is what like somebody said earlier, like racism and what racism really is in the context in which we see it now. Racism isn't like saying nigger and hating Black people and all that bullshit. Racism is a hierarchical platform that's based on the white people being at top and the Black people being at bottom, and everyone else is in between that. So if you can affix yourself to some type of white adjacency, that gives you a better lane. That's what racism is. Racism is not.
Everybody like the video, share the video, y'all. Like the video.
I put that in the chat too a few minutes ago. I be trying to help.
Yeah, I want to say that those Black European claims are stupid though. Like.
Yeah, there were Black people in Europe. There definitely were Black people in Europe, but not.
But they're African ancestry.
Yeah, and they're not gonna be the Ross clan. They're not gonna be the Stewarts. They're not gonna be none of that shit.
Not even remotely.
Hey, did you catch that one? Did you catch that one? He said Prince. What's the nigga? The Bonnie Prince. He said the Bonnie Prince was a Negro. He say John Ross descended from a black European, Daniel Ross. Hey, Cujo, he on the road.
How could these people maintain their blackness in a population of very few black people? They would just be mulattoes. Everybody be Puerto Rican looking in like 2 generations. I mean, it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? We like to think that black people can survive. No, you would not. Those black people be washed up and gone and disappear in a few generations. It is what it is. It's not like their children will have, like, if you have a child by a white woman, you got this mulatto child, and then you take this mulatto child and have a white woman, and that child is gonna look like a white person.
But see, Cujo, he's saying the opposite though, Cujo. He's saying that, like, we know John Ross's ancestry, and he's saying that regardless of what he is showing in his haplo, he's saying that his father is a black European and that his mother is a mixed race Indian. How do you even get a white facing person with that type of genetics? That don't even make sense when you even put that in the damn test tube.
Yeah, and more than likely that wouldn't be the case. I mean, it's just
No, he's 7/8 Scottish. So if you saying somebody's 7/8 Scottish and that's the Cherokee that you claim is a black European, he had to be some type of black, not a whole white boy.
Yeah, if 7 or 8, that would be one of your great grandparents was a goddamn black person. You wouldn't even look black at all.
At all.
I think the 1/8 ain't the 1/8 an Indian.
Yeah, the 1/8 is Indian.
It ain't even black.
Yeah, it would be those black people at all. Like there were actually black people in Europe. That's the truth. There were. But again, not every time you see black people in mass.
Cujo, it's in context though. Cujo, it's in context.
Definitely in context. And that's the problem. They don't understand context. I don't think they understand context. I really don't. I don't think they understand context at all. They don't understand what was going on around the time. You know what I'm saying? Like Portugal broke away from the El Andalusia in like the 13th century, in like the 1200s. You know, prior to that time, it was under Muslim control as well. And notice I didn't say Moorish control because the Europeans called them Moorish. They didn't refer to themselves as Moors. Never referred to themselves as Moors until much later, until after the fact. They didn't refer to themselves as Moors. That was a European moniker that they put on them. But yeah, I mean, Portugal was a different place. You know, Portugal, you got to get them props. They invented the carousel. Well, they developed the carousel. I can say they invented the carousel. I think it's called a carousel, the type of sail that allowed them to circumnavigate.
I think it was caravel.
Caravel. My bad. Yeah.
Hey, Cujo, can I ask you a question?
Go ahead, Andy.
Cujo, do you believe in like paranormal shit, like UFOs, Bigfoot, Dog
I believe
Man?
in a possibility. Yeah, I believe possibility of UFOs. I actually say something that I thought was a Bigfoot when I was in Washington State. I really did. I really say it could have just been a tall ass dude. I don't know, but I say that motherfucker. I have some night vision goggles by Mount Rainier. I did see that shit. I'll say that for the rest of my life.
Cujo, you don't believe in no Bigfoot though.
I seen it.
Now you seen it.
Nah,
So
I ain't saying that it was a Bigfoot. I'm not saying that some fucking ape creature exists. I don't know.
Where was you at again?
In Washington State. I was near Mount Rainier.
Oh, that's what you said in the chat.
Yeah.
And they said, Cujo, don't say that shit no more.
I see when they said Cujo. I don't say that no more.
Yeah, don't be saying you sound like Florida. Don't say that.
I know that shit sound crazy, bro, but I mean, like, I seen that myself, and it was me and another dude, and he saw it too. You know what I'm saying? Me and another dude.
He might have been tired or something, bro.
I can call this dude now. It could have been a bear.
Do you believe in Dog Man?
Nah, like I think that's
no, but he up there in that region though, where it's rumored to be. You know, them big ass redwoods.
Dude, it was a dude. It was somebody like, and we had night vision. You know what I'm saying? Because we was on a night training thing. We was doing a night march. You know what I'm saying? I'm in the Army, so we had rucksack, all that bullshit. And I was a night vision technician. That was my job when I was in the Army. You know what I'm saying? I fixed night vision goggles. So of course I got the best motherfucking pair out there, better than, you know what I'm saying, next to my commander. My shit's hard. You know what I'm saying? So I'm looking at shit, and I seen a nigga sitting. And it was a person. He was on the side. I was like, yo, what the fuck is that? And I looked, and me and dude looked, and then the junk like ducked away. And I just
Yeah, it was probably a grizzly bear.
It could have been a person.
It might have been one of the Mexicans. Y'all might have been in their territory. You know, so out there in the woods and shit.
He was on one of them cartel routes.
It was a very tall person, bro. I seen it. I never, I don't know.
It was a very tall person.
It was a very tall person. I mean, I'm saying.
Yo, but hold on, real quick. Let me play this clip.
He was hairy.
Everybody, listen. Like and share the video, yo. Like and share the video. Let me play 2 seconds of it. I just need y'all for a couple seconds.
Y'all
niggas funny. Go back and tell my grandma and my auntie them that, hey, this is who we are. Now they know exactly who they are. You know what I mean? And I'm not one of these people who gonna come out here and tell you that I'm 100% Indian and I ain't got and I know what the hell happened here. You know what I'm saying? We have our burial sites down in Louisiana. We have 2 burial sites down there. One on 40 acres, another one on 100. On one of them, they have Spaniards. We have Irish. That's why I always talk about the Black Dutch here. We got Black Irish, Black Spaniards. We have Africans. I told motherfuckers that my grandma, her great grandma was mixed with Africans. I told motherfuckers that my grandma, her great grandma was mixed with Africans. I told motherfuckers that my grandma, her great grandma was mixed with Africans. I told motherfuckers that my grandma, her great grandma was mixed with Africans. You know what I'm saying? I got a lot of flack from that in my community. Right. I'm not.
Yeah, they don't want to hear that shit. This nigga's the worst, y'all.
He like if he moved too fast, this motherfucking weird finna fall.
Yeah, he's about to fall off. But look, true story. He also said he's related to John Hope Franklin on one of the fathers of Black history. True, yeah, he definitely said that in this video. And when he was on Sarnetta, he said it, but he jumped on a couple platforms. I know, Lucky, you've seen it before, and me and YK, I know I did it separate times before, but YK and me did it also, where we just attacked him on his history from John Hope Franklin to Osceola to John Hope Franklin's grandfather, Buck Hope Franklin. So, Buck Hope.
Yeah, when YK did that shit was crazy to go through all of the famous niggas that he was claiming ancestry to.
But you see, I was the one pulling it up in the background.
Oh, that was you?
Yeah, I'm pulling it up. Every time he brought somebody's name up, I was just pulling up because I had the screen share. That's why they don't let me up there no more. Because I'm sharing the screen and I'm holding it. I'm not removing it until you removing it. I'm holding the screen share, so they just leave it up there sometimes. You know what I'm saying? So we just jumped on his ass real quick, and this is when they was a little shaky with Topcatz, so they didn't mind seeing him get smoked out there like that.
Yeah, he said Osceola. He said John Hope. He said John Horse. He said John Horse. What's the nigga name? Man, he done claimed so much ancestry. It's crazy.
And that's
Chief Tuscarora, I think.
Yeah, he did. The thing is, so the fuck what? I mean, like, so what? That don't mean it's in your goddamn blood, but that's what we like.
No, but look, the problem is, like John Hope Franklin, this guy, he wrote books and stuff about the African American experience.
Oh, he's
right. For Topcatz to say he's related to him, but then go against basically his work.
Say that nigga was Boule. That's what he said
he was Boule and didn't know what he was talking about. But then says that's his ancestor. This is how bullshit these guys. Wow,
Hey, real quick, not a question before you can do that. I came across something day before yesterday, and it was saying how a lot of times when people make these claims about having descended from a Cherokee grandmother or a Cherokee princess was one of the names that white folks used to describe mulatto women. You know what I'm saying? It was a way to kind of butter themselves up to the mixed women. You know what I'm saying? So they would call them Cherokee princess, to make them, they're selling more and to make them more, for the prostitution ring. Because that's one thing that's not really thoroughly researched is how big prostitution was amongst the slaves. It was huge. You know what I'm saying? You actually I gotta find information. I found it years ago, but You actually had like what you call it when you go out on a trip, like you go to a hotel, resorts. You had resorts where you could go and have your.
I think you're thinking about brothels, right? If I'm not
Yeah,
mistaken.
it definitely was a brothel, but I wanted to use the word resort. But yeah, thank you, Andy. But yeah, you had these things, and they were called the light-skinned black women Cherokee princess. The same way they mock black people by calling when black people claim to be Indians, they call them, oh, you must be Blackfoot. So that's why so many niggas claim Blackfoot. But that one makes no sense. Them niggas from fucking Montana. But I digress. Go ahead, brother. See how I use digress properly? Where your boy Root word? That's how you use digress. I've been waiting to use it correctly. My bad.
So yeah, this is Topcatz when he I jumped on Sinetta for the first time, right? Well, he had his little spotlight show, right? So here we go. This is the making of African American. But let's listen to what he talked about some of his ancestors.
As BK, real way, been down for a long time. All right, I'm going through a little on who I am. You feel me? Who I come from, my lineage. Right here, we have Al Elwoods. He just died this year. This is my ancestor right here. But he the guy that brought Juneteenth as a holiday down here for Texas when they freed the slaves down in Galveston. But yeah.
So we all know what Juneteenth is about. It's about freeing enslaved blacks. So that's part of his whole gimmick. The slave trade didn't happen how they say it happened. Slavery wasn't what they say it was.
But yeah, my family member, he brought that to the game, Al Elwoods. Right here, we got John Hope Franklin. For all the scholars out there, anybody that indulged in any type of African American history, you feel me? He was one of the best that ever did it and got away with it. John Hope Franklin is my kinfolk. Check us out.
Well, you heard him on African American history. He's freely using these words. Now, I bet you he won't say nothing about no African American history. He won't say nothing about that. He won't even barely use the word black.
This nigga's a grifter, man. He's a grifter.
Yeah, he's a grifter. Yeah, he's a grifter. John Hope Franklin, like true historian said, one of the fathers of black history. The true historian said it, it's real, man. But this is who he's saying he related to. And like Lucky, and I also heard him say it, where he said, oh, now he'll say John Hope Franklin Boulette. This is the guy we're dealing with. But that's his ancestor.
So, you feel me? Chickasaw Indian right here. A lot of people don't know that. This is dad right here, Buck Cobra Franklin. Watch this, Sinetta. We always talk about, we hear a lot of people talk about Tulsa, Oklahoma. You feel me? But this is my family member right here, Buck Cobra Franklin, who got Tulsa, Oklahoma rebuilt. He was the lawyer, went in and represented. He got an eyewitness account on the Smithsonian Museum on what took place down there in Tulsa that day. But this is my family member right here, Chickasaw Indian.
Now look, this is his slide. I don't even gotta go to Buck Cobra Franklin's or his own book that was helped written by John Hope Franklin, where he says he's 3/4 Negro and 1/4 Choctaw Indian. 1/4 Choctaw Indian. So they're saying they're mixture, right? So if the Indian is the black person, who's the Negro in this black Indian paradigm? It don't make no sense. It don't make no sense.
They not doing the math. They not.
Right? So this. How long ago was this video? This was from 2 years ago. It said. You know what I'm saying? This shit is easy. He do it to himself. You feel what I'm saying? Like it says 1/4 Choctaw. Now you all Indian. Now today you all Indian. Don't make no damn sense.
And let's not forget that Topcatz has ties with the mafia.
Come on, Andy. Come on, man.
Chill, Andy. Stop with the crazy shit, man. We don't need. Listen, nah, Andy, real shit. Listen, when we doing this, we don't need the fake claims. We got enough real shit to put them on. I don't do that. I don't want to do that. Every time you do it, I tell you not to do it. Like, come on, Andy. I don't care. Like, you can say whatever it is. We talking about this information. That shit don't got nothing to do with nothing. But back to it, right?
The Greater Chamber of Commerce right here down in Shepherd, Texas. This is my family right here, the Chief Mingo. Anybody familiar with the Muskogee or the Mississippi Mound Builders down south? Minko was a word that they used for chief. That's my family name. We came from the Mingo band right here down with the Posada Indians. You understand me?
So Indians. Remember before his other grandfather 1/4 Negro. So he already acknowledges that Negro and Indians ain't the same.
Now, right here, we have Native American. This is what everybody will feel like who is a Native American. You feel me?
So I think this is where you don't talk about his history no more.
Those right there are real Native Americans, man. Yeah.
I thought you mentioned Osceola in this shit before, but yeah, he also
and
said
I got a lot of respect for Cujo. Cujo's a real Native American.
That's your boy right there.
Lucky, here go your John Ross right here.
Yo, anybody who say his daddy is a Negro, that nigga need to
So he said that John Ross' daddy's a Negro.
He said John Ross' dad. He specifically said Daniel Ross. He said Daniel Ross is from a high-ranking black Scottish family. He said the stewards was high-ranking black nobles or some shit like that.
These niggas want to be everything but fucking African. We Scottish, we this.
But that whole claim, though, that whole Scottish, that bullshit, that's like a romanticization of what actually happened. It's like putting like a rose-colored glasses over these certain clans and making them like they was the ones who was the ones who like did the uprising. When it was a whole civil war, it was political. It was a whole lot of shit going on. It ain't have nothing to do with like the 2 or 3 magical tribes they try to make it about.
Yeah,
that's why they try to hold these clans in high regard. These Scottish, the stewards and all this shit. It's like, bro, stop that.
That sounds like some more. That sounds like some Moorish shit right there. Like Moors always.
It's British. It's that British. Which I forgot what they call. It's like the shit started in the Isles, bro. This is white people, and they just took it and put blackface on it.
Yep.
Yeah, like the Moors. The Moors do that. They be like, oh, the English stewards and the king, the whole king, all that shit come from the Moors, man. They want to be black Europeans. The Moors basically they want to be black Europeans, and this shit just morphed into this Aboriginal shit.
So I want to know where Topcat's grandma is, like the African one.
Oh, he said he was lying about that.
I'm not one of these people who gonna come out here and tell you that I'm 100% Indian and I ain't got no.
He said he was lying. I know he be trying to say that, but he need to go on Sonetta and say he was lying about that.
You remember he said that? He's like, oh, I was just trying to get niggas. I was trying to test y'all and all that shit.
But you see who platform he said it on, right?
Uh-huh.
It wasn't his. It was on, I think, Aboriginal Power.
See, they ain't got their stuff down packed like the Hebrew Israelites, right? So you got to remember, as we catch them up, their lie is still growing because they're still trying to get a basis because they still all over them. The Aboriginals like all over the place with their pseudo shit. Like the Hebrews, they got a whole base. They can go to the Bible. They can show you this. Boom, we got our bases. The Aboriginals, they don't got a base. So as they go along, the lies get longer and longer and longer. They like, yo, we got to invent some new shit because I said this just to get on Sonetta thing back in the day. He wanted to get cool with Sonetta right here, right? But now since he's on the show, go ahead.
No, that's right.
Nah, you right, yeah. But hold on, I just want to play this part. You know, my favorite part. But let's get to this favorite part.
Yeah, I want to hear the favorite part too.
You know what I'm saying? We have our burial sites down in Louisiana. We have 2 burial sites down there. One on 40 acres, another one on 100. On one of them, they have Spaniards. We have Irish. That's why I always talk about the Black Dutch here. We got Black Irish, Black Spaniards. We have Africans. I told motherfuckers that my grandma, her great grandma was mixed with Africans. I told motherfuckers that my grandma, her great grandma was mixed with Africans. I told motherfuckers that my grandma, her great grandma was mixed with Africans. You know what I'm saying? I got a lot of flack from that in my community. I'm not here to lie.
That shit hilarious, man. So
he looks adorable with those rooster feathers, though. You gotta love the rooster feathers.
I remember when him and Aboriginal Power was beefing, right? Remember they had a beef back in the day because they called them the bougie Indians or the paperwork Indians.
Yeah, because
so
they do their try.
exactly. So Aboriginal Power brought this up. He was like, that nigga said he was African. Fuck top rats and da 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 da. And this what it was. So this is the clip right here.
Bro, I remember that shit, bro. They was on the whole campaign like, you niggas think you better than us because you niggas know you really. Yo.
Yeah, they was beefing with Dane Calloway and them, bro.
Yeah, that nigga on the whole campaign and was like, you don't have to have Indian in your documents to be an Aboriginal. Like, nigga, so what you need then, nigga? What you need, nigga?
Yo, that's why they had to come together, though. They like, look, the Pan-Africans whooping our ass. We got to come together. Remember, when I first went on Topcatz show, he was like, oh, them niggas ain't nothing but some pseudo-Moors. Them Aboriginal niggas and ain't nothing but Moors. Them niggas not real Indians because he claimed he had the paperwork. That's why I was saying his grifting was better than Aboriginal Power in them because they ain't got this paperwork, right? But now they like, yo, not a coincidence beating us up. They beating us up. We going on Aboriginal Power. They calling everybody out. You know what I'm saying? So now they like, fuck, we got it together. We can't really be beefing no more. This was the behind the scenes talk, bro. So I'm banned on Topcatz. He banned.
We got that behind the scenes from Real Rap, so we got a little bit of the sneak peek.
Oh yeah,
we got a double agent. So,
Real Rap exposed him.
Yeah, he kind of exposed him a little bit. I think it was your boy Cut. He did the reunion. He brought them back together. They was more than enemies. That boy Holiday was not trying to let his son back in the clique, but you know they had to piece up, man. Because like you said, not a coincidence on these pants to those tops, so they got to come together.
Yeah,
they need
Can I ask you a
Florida
question,
help
Lucky?
too, man.
Lucky, can I ask you a question?
What's up,
like old world Florida.
Yeah. So Lucky, which Aboriginal do you want to beat up? Do you want to beat up Aboriginal TV Power?
I don't want to beat up any of them, brother. These are what we call head cases, Andy. So you don't beat up head cases.
Andy, this ain't physical, man. We fighting for the minds of our people.
Yeah, we do the intellectual sparring. That's why I asked you, what's up with the Mexican races? I want to tap in with Swifty Blue. Tell me what's going on with them niggas.
Who's Swifty Blue?
Right, that's what I'm trying to figure out.
Yeah, he a rapper out of LA. He was just crazy. I just looked at a clip of him. He was on the clip with what's that Crip dude that be on what's name? On Adam shit. It's a Crip guy with braids that be on there.
Hey, Lucky, do you hate like the white looking Mexicans? I'm just curious.
I don't hate nobody, Andy.
Andy, we don't stop asking these crazy questions, man. Like, this ain't no race big shit. Like, we don't hate nobody at all.
Yeah. We ain't on that, Andy, bro. That's that shit that be on when you get on YouTube. I mean, you get on like TikTok and all that stuff, and all them hate mongers be on there, bro. We ain't on that, man.
Yeah, we won't do that. I used to fuck on a couple of Mexican girls back in the day. You know what I'm saying? We won't do that.
Like I said, a couple of.
You know, I'm keeping it a G, and I'm pretty sure she was probably about 70% indigenous, bro. You feel me? So I was on the way to Aboriginal stardom. You see what I'm saying?
Oh yeah.
Yo, share and like the video, y'all. If y'all just coming in now, y'all need to go look at earlier Raborn destroying legendary Topcatz. I'm not even gonna call him legendary Topcatz and Dane Calloway.
They a package deal now. That's what they doing.
Yeah, you know they've been. You know he always attaches himself to what's hot. And I'm talking about Topcatz. You know what I'm saying? So he been slowly getting with Dane. Like it's been happening over some time now, but now they're looking like the 1-2 punch as far as when it comes to these Aboriginals, right?
Oh, boy, okay.
I know. How do you think? So remember, Aboriginal Power and that crew over there, they didn't like how Dane took off. You feel what I'm saying? So now Topcatz, you know, with them, you know that's gonna be a fallout soon.
Yeah, that's what Ali Muhammad. That's what Ali Muhammad on. Like he didn't like. He said it. He's like, "Yo, these my children." You remember he was throwing all them jabs because Ali
But
Muhammad
obviously,
like.
look. If you was Ali Muhammad, right after that debate, it should have been quiet for a little bit if you did what you were supposed to do. No, they had to come out and bring out some bigger guns. Dane Calloway is a bigger guy as far as his presence.
Yeah, that's gonna definitely cause a falling out. I feel what you're saying. Because that shit it's inevitable.
At least for a little bit. This was days later.
Yeah, this is inevitable.
Like, nah, we got the real information.
Hey, he already trying to get he trying to get the undercard. He like, hey, put Raborn on
the But Dane Calloway's scary, bro. Dane Calloway is a scary dude. Let me say this: like, out of all of the wabbos that's out there, Dane won't. That's why he throwing out all these crazy numbers. That's why he was talking over Raborn. He kept saying, "Oh man, you this, you that." Like he wasn't getting to the information because he's not a debater. He's just a preacher. He just look. I'm a preach to you. He's not a debater. He can't step in the ring.
That's why Ross said he's not gonna really take a debate. It's just a show.
Nah, I think Raborn will take the debate. I think he was saying that he don't think Dane will take. Oh, you saying?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, Dane ain't gonna take a debate. Ain't no way in hell Dane ain't gonna debate.
The thing he'll use against Raborn is Raborn's aggression, and to his goddamn to his people listening to him, you know, he sound like he's making point. You know what I'm saying? But in reality, you know what I'm saying? Like Raborn, I mean, honestly. Anybody should be able to eat Dane Calloway up.
That's a fact. Anybody could.
You know,
but it was just the way that Sarnetta was letting him
say. I think we say Raborn because obviously, if we think about it, when it comes to this topic, him and his people over there, they put in the most work.
Yeah, I disagree. Yeah. I disagree with that. They put in more work on the internet. You know what I'm saying?
That's what I'm talking about.
I've been doing this shit my whole motherfucking life.
No.
So I'm not going to concede.
There's so many scholars.
I do agree with them.
No. There's so many scholars that are.
Yeah, I fuck with.
You know what I'm saying?
I fuck with them. Don't get it twisted.
I'm not discrediting anybody. I'm just talking about this little YouTube service.
Yeah, no question. They been eating them up.
So if anybody can get a shot for that, it should be, you know what I'm saying? Because that's a big debate.
Yeah, you're right. I agree.
Front.
But that's the thing. See, I think Truth. But then again, Truth kind of got a little like when they first talk, you know, because you know he's so full of shit. I'm talking about that.
Truth is like, listen, Truth is like the fucking like the I don't even know how to explain.
But I'm gonna tell you though, when it happened, yo, like Danny was like. You could see the emotion because you know this nigga full of shit, and like when you on some real nigga shit, you just want to stomp it out. But I think Truth could kind of break it down better for the audience. But Raborn is just like a massacre.
Only reason I say Raborn because it's usually him that take the debate.
Yeah, Raborn the massacre.
Truth is more the presenter. Like I'm pretty sure he would debate and wouldn't have no problems. But you know, people don't want
that nigga Daddy would eat that nigga. Okay.
Yeah, they don't want to do it because he could like literally he got the shit on cap. Like
completely
go. Like it's ridiculous. The information that you know what I'm saying? It's ridiculous.
Hey, this nigga Lotus is still talking about the Incubellum shit. He's still talking about
he got exposed and he think that he won up somebody. You got exposed.
Expose you, bro. You shouldn't even say that no more.
He's trying to run to the Dravidian with all this shit and the time.
You shouldn't even use that shit.
Man, get the hell out of here with that shit.
Yeah.
So hold on, they said they debated on Clubhouse. I ain't know that.
I gotta get on Clubhouse, bro.
Yeah, I'm on Clubhouse.
I was on there for a second, but I couldn't do it, man.
That's too much abble babble for me.
It's awful. I get put out there so goddamn fast. I get put out those. My own cousins put me out of shit like that. Tasha Z, and Tasha Z is really my cousin, but I don't know about Phoenix Moon. Phoenix Moon says she's my cousin, but I don't know about her. But Tasha Z is really my cousin, and she's full of shit.
She just blocked me, man.
She is full of shit.
Phoenix Moon.
Full of shit. Wait a minute. This is my cousin, yo. She know goodness well her black ass would not. They wouldn't even let her go to the church. Her black ass back in the day. You know what I'm saying? Her, as dark as she is, she wouldn't even been allowed to be a member of that.
She couldn't go to the Indian church.
Hell no. Hell no.
And she
Hell
lived
no.
through that. You
Hell
saying
no.
she lived through that, and she from.
Yeah, her family went through it. They had to. Ain't no way her parents don't know about that. And that's what I say to her. And she always be like, well, yeah, that's my cousin, but his family got kind of played. Yeah, because my grandmother got put out, well, she didn't get put out of the family, but she got ostracized because she married my black ass grandfather. You know what I'm saying? So, like, come on. Get the fuck out of here. She my double cousin. Like, we cousins on, like, because Charles City people goddamn, them Indians, well, they Indians, but, you know, they more mixed blacks and whites than Indians genetically. Culturally, they're Indians, but genetically, they're more mixed black and white. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I know exactly what you're saying.
Yeah. Cujo, so you be talking to her on the group page?
Huh?
You be talking to her on the group page that we in, American Negro, what is it? American Negro page, whatever that page is.
Yeah, Phoenix avoid
Oh, yeah, that loser. I dealt with him before.
Yeah, Phoenix avoid me in that. Phoenix avoid, but Tasha don't come on there. Phoenix avoids me in there because I always bring up the point that she's not in the book that she be talking about. And she's older than
Tyson?
So she should be in the book. Like it's a book that they wrote is the descendants of James Charity and Kariah Charity. She should be in that book. She's older than me. I'm in the book. You know what I'm saying? Me and my little brother are in the book. He was born in '82. So she should be in it as well. But you know, she can't. I was like, are you in the book? I don't think so. Well, you should be. If you're really in the family, that lady did some stuff. You know, one of my aunts did a lot of research to put that shit together. You should be in the book. Or you should be able to point out who your people are in the book. You know what I'm saying? I don't think it's a big deal, but I'm in the fucking book. Or I think it's like page 173. If I gotta go and look it up again. But yeah, I'm in the book.
Hey, yo, so Cujo, so yeah, I've known Tasha for a while. Like I'm not cool with her no more.
Yeah.
She started getting into this abo shit. That's when I stopped fucking with her. But she used to sit on my page daily, going back about 7-8 years ago. And I remember she was talking to things like stuff she's just learning. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And then all of a sudden she became this abo expert.
Yeah.
Language and shit.
Yeah.
We got into it with her because we was like, it's people really out here who dedicate their life to studying languages and bringing them back. And she was like slandering this dude because, you know, he was white, but he was a part of the program to bring back the language to the tribe. Yeah. You know what I mean? So she used to be on some, like, you know, and that whole she shit, she get that shit from Ali Muhammad. She was Tasha G before that.
Oh, for real?
Yeah, that she come from his shit. That's why she pushed that on.
Is he the one that started pushing that G stuff? Because I seen that Z pop up.
He the father of that shit, and he got it from this this lady. She's like the anthropologist. She's like the head something in Mexico at the university.
Oh, right? So he basically switched the L and Bay to the G thing.
He just added. He added the armor. He added that. He was Ali Muhammad. He was a Muslim nation. He was a Muslim.
Then he Nation Islam. But he was a Moor, right? Wasn't he an L or a Bay?
He was a Muhammad.
He started as a Nation of Islam, and then he flipped into the Moors, and then he jumped into Mesoamerica and became a Shi. But this was all right around the time Polite surfaced, and he was getting nudged out the way. You gotta understand, Polite and Ali Muhammad are the same person.
I agree.
They the same motherfucker. They teach the same shit. They have the same run. It's just that they overlap. And when Polite got hot, Ali started to get exposed. You know what I'm saying? That's how that whole thing went. But they the same person, curriculum, everything. You know
I kind of agree. And then, you know, like when Polite had first, like the only thing that I was a little impressed when he said he knew 9 languages. I'm impressed with polyglots. If you can speak these, I'm impressed because, you know, it's something I try to do. You know what I'm saying? Like I can read and write Arabic. You have a functional understanding of Latin, but I'm not, what you call it? I can't, fluent. I'm not fluent in either.
You know how Polite really got the minds of the people, don't you?
Yeah, Polite's a clown.
Now, well, this is what happened. Somebody got shot and he got blamed for it.
Oh, I remember the story.
But he didn't do it, so he beat the case. And he made it seem like he beat the case with more science. You know what I'm saying? That's how that whole thing went. But they the same person, curriculum, everything. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I agree.
You know what I'm saying? That's how that whole thing went. But they the same person, curriculum, everything. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, Polite's a clown.
Yep,
I
remember that.
That's how everything popped off for him, and then Simon put him on, and then Sinetta put him on. You know what I'm saying? And then it just took off from there. But yeah, because when he went on that Vlad TV shit, he exposed himself because he couldn't lie straight up on Vlad. So his story changed a little bit. But that's how we got the mind of the people. He made everybody think he beat a murder case.
That makes sense. I think I remember it. You know what I'm saying? I kind of, like, because I was into that York shit, like, back in the 90s, like, back in the early 90s, like, 91, 92. You know what I'm saying? When they first changed to the Holy Tabernacle Ministries and all that New Waffle shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Before that in '89. Exactly.
Hey,
And that's
Cujo,
what
can I
happened.
ask you a question?
When I was in Korea, I read Sitchin books because I didn't have access to York shit. So I read Sitchin books and I saw the grift.
Yeah, he put the black faces on Sitchin's
That's
work.
all he did. That's all he did.
Yep.
Put black faces on it. That's all he did.
Once I seen the cone head women and like the 50 greatest black.
All that shit. Yeah, man.
Once I seen that, I was like,
the Tiros and the Doros and all that shit, the Admiral William Byrd, all that bullshit, Agartha, Shambhala. You know what I mean? It's fun to speculate things like that. But man, there's no place for that shit and what we gotta do insofar as us. You know what I'm saying? Like I came to the conclusion that all that shit is merely a juxtaposition of white supremacy. You know what I'm saying? And I don't have no time for that shit because it's just as asinine as white supremacy itself. You know what I'm saying? I don't have to prove how good I am and what my people did and all that bullshit. You know what I'm saying? I descend from goddamn some hardy ass motherfuckers in Virginia, and that's why I'm still here now. Big up Virginia. That's why the fuck we here.
Yeah, but that's what I get on these cats. I get on a lot of them cats about, man, because they would skip over. I mean, if you want to deal with mythology or spirituality, you got all this West African traditions. You got traditions in Virginia. I mean, you got stories about Dismal Swamp. You got what's the dude name? John the Conqueror. All that. These cats would jump straight over that, and they'd be into some alien. What's them damn aliens from the middle? From Assyrian aliens. What are them things called?
Anunnaki.
Yeah, they be running with Inky and Enlil.
Yeah, Inky, Enlil, Anu,
Enlil, Enki.
And it's fun. That's just fun, man. But nah.
They be trying to come over. They be trying to come over and like get off the Orisha thing or the Congo shit, but they get ran up out of there because they like, well, you can't bring that Aboriginal pseudo shit over here. You know what I'm saying? And they go running. They're like, fuck it. Well, we gonna go over here and say we aliens and y'all niggas is gatekeepers, blah blah blah. Because that's the thing about sacred traditions. Like when it's somebody's tradition, whether it's Navajo, whether it's Yoruba, whether it's Congo, you know what I'm saying? You go through a whole process, and that's the thing. Like, yo, I went through this process. It's sacred to me. I ain't just telling all these outsiders and stuff like that. That's why I'm saying it's like with African culture, it's multi-layered. It ain't just a Native American culture too. It's a multi-layered thing. It's some shit that you're gonna get in books, and this culture you're not gonna get in books. They just not gonna tell you about that if you haven't read through that rites of passage. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So it's things I would talk about where you would know stuff about Universal Congo shit. Like we'd talk about the Simbi spirits in South Carolina, right? Or Haint spirits or whatever, and all that stuff. And we talk about the coptogram. But being a palero, you know what I'm saying? The stuff that's within my munanto or my house or my lodge or whatever you want to call it, that's something that we discuss amongst us. So even with Africa or even with any of these ancient civilizations where they talk about Enlil or whatnot, they had rites of passage ceremonies and different things that a lot of them folks not gonna know about because it's multi-layered underneath, and that's what a lot of these wabos not getting. When I ask them, okay, what's your culture? What's your rites of passage? What's this? What's that? With your tradition, whatever tribe you from, they can't give you that. They go straight to the pyramids. That's it.
I hate it when they claim the pyramids, man. I really hate that, honestly.
It's the same thing as white people. Like if you really look at it, get into these white people shit with the Madame Blavatsky and all these what was the sleeping prophet, the white dude, Edgar Casey, and all that shit. You get into that shit, they're saying the same thing. They just put a blonde haired, blue eyed person face on it. It's the same shit. It's the same old bullshit. And what white people are trying to do, What white people are trying to do, they're trying to fix themselves to things in history because, to be quite honest, until the fall of the Roman Empire, they didn't fucking exist. And I'm talking about the Roman Empire in the West. They didn't exist. What we call the Dark Ages wasn't no Dark Age. Europe won't shit. Western Europe won't shit without the Romans. So when Rome fell, it fell with it. But in modern times, it's called a Dark Age because it's like these Europeans, they weren't doing anything anymore. But the bottom line, they weren't doing anything before that. It was the Romans. That shit came from the East. Constantinople was the capital of Rome longer than Rome was. But we're not taught that in school. We're taught to call that Byzantine, the Byzantium Empire. There was no such thing as no fucking Byzantium Empire. That's Rome. Constantinople is Rome. When the Turks took over Constantinople, they became the heirs to the Roman Empire. Rome fell in 1917. That's when Rome fell, when the Ottoman Empire fell after World War I. That's the truth. But we don't learn that in school because we're given this Western narrative. And all these motherfuckers do is to try to conflict themselves onto that narrative to make themselves legitimate. It's nothing but the juxtaposition of white supremacy, man. Fuck them and everything they stand for.
White supremacy is pseudo as shit, and that's why these niggas is going through a pseudo tantrum because all they doing is picking up the white man's old white supremacy talking points. Oh, that's all you doing. That shit is outdated. So you talk about you an aboriginal and all this black supremacy shit. That's old school white supremacy talking points that they got passed, right?
That's all it is.
Absolutely.
That's all it is. I seen that shit. You know what I'm saying? I grew up in that shit. I grew up in the Moorish Science Temple. I grew up amongst the Nation of Islam. You know what I'm saying? I grew up in that shit. You know, and that is again merely a juxtaposition of white supremacy. All of that shit.
Yeah.
All of that shit. I stand by that.
Yeah, I grew up. My uncle was a part of a Moorish Science Temple in Asbury Park, New Jersey. And we grew up watching this man get drugged out of his car, beat up in the street, skin stripped off his back, because he out here trying to demonstrate for these Moors. And all it did, like, literally my uncle lost his family. You know what I mean? On this Moorish shit.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And that's what we watched.
I seen it happen. Like straight up, I seen it happen.
Whole family. You know, he got 6 kids plus me. I'm the cousin. Whole family in the car. We get pulled over, and he ain't got no license, and he demonstrating. You know what I'm saying?
Want to prove a fucking
in the car.
Yeah.
We in the newspaper fucking with this nigga.
Man, the time and place for everything, man. My grandfather called out Elijah Muhammad. Like straight up, he called him out. Like, ain't no way you lead your people with diamond rings, bro. You know what I'm saying? Ain't no way you lead your people with diamond rings. I feel that. You know what I'm saying? I ain't get it when I was young, but I understand it totally now.
Yeah, my thing is like you trying to beat white supremacy by being a white supremacist, and that's not how you defeat white supremacy.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's the same thing. We critique ourselves because you'll hear people say like a black man to be a better Christian than a white man, a black man to be a better Christian, a better Muslim than a Muslim. You know what I'm saying? But it's still the same thing. We can also be better white supremacists than white supremacists. You know what I'm saying? Because that's the goal. The goal, you know, like we want to take their place. That's why when somebody asks me what they should read, I would like read Animal Farm. And I'm not saying read it from a political standpoint. I'm just saying read the book to see what happens when the poor take over. You know what I'm saying? If all your aim is to take the place of the rich, nigga, it's the same thing. You ain't gonna do nothing but do the same thing. It don't matter. Obama, it doesn't matter you have a black president. He's still an inherent of white standardization. He adheres to that. And we all do to a certain extent, but he definitely does. You know, if in the realm of politics, you're going to adhere to this Western way of looking at the world. You know what I mean? So it is what it is. You know, we can't goddamn ignore why he thinks like he thinks. You know, that doesn't make it any different. Just because it's a black man, it doesn't make it any different. It doesn't make it any better. It's the same shit. And that's why they killed Martin Luther King. And big up to Martin Luther King, because I was a child. And I used to be like, Martin Luther King did all this. No, Martin
Me too.
Peace. And he should be respected. Can you please?
I got nothing but respect for him. Like, people locked up. He been locked up, I think, 30-something times. He was
Come on,
stabbed.
man.
He got killed, all for us. All for us. To be able to do the things we're
And
doing
we gonna
right
sit around
now.
and talk shit about him and say he
Talk
led
about
us
he
to
was
the building. Man,
Them Hebrews really be going in on him, man.
a Hebrew nigga killed his mother. Y'all know that? A Hebrew Israelite killed Martin Luther King's mother.
All them niggas is Hebrew Israelite did this somebody else too though. Not just that.
Straight the fuck up, yo. Straight up, man.
Yeah, them niggas ain't trustworthy.
You know what I'm saying? Like we protect those legacies. We can't let them white folks take that one from us, man. Martin Luther King, and I ain't taking shit from Malcolm X. Malcolm X was an absolute beast. Cause Malcolm X brought that shit up on a international level. Like we talk shit about niggas marching in the streets and like they marching. Nah, motherfucker, what that marching brought attention to the issue.
Yep, exactly.
So the United States couldn't talk all this like democracy. You know what I'm saying? They couldn't talk that shit when you're doing your own citizens a certain way.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying?
It's bad. What's the word? It's bad.
PR.
It's bad for business. Yeah.
Yep. Exactly. That. Yep. Especially to the world when you're trying to be the greatest country.
Yeah.
Democracy,
how you fucking
land
up
of the
your own
free, home of the brave shit. Nah. Over here treating them like this.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And that was perfect.
We down that shit, talking about them niggas marching.
Nah,
We're ashamed of that shit. When we look at Eyes on the Prize, we're ashamed of it.
Cujo, you see how you supplied the context to what they was doing and why? That's what always is missing with them. They just say, "Oh, he was protesting."
I hope I can be an asset.
You are, brother.
Real. I hope I can be an asset.
Trust me, when it comes to history, I love how you get
these
into
niggas call me drunk and shit. And yeah, I drink. You goddamn right. I gotta drink to deal with these stupid ass motherfuckers. But I don't drink when I'm going to work. You know what I'm saying? I gotta go to work.
We need our brothers in their natural habitat. You see
Hell yeah, nigga. I can get down
I want you, get comfortable, man.
Yeah, that's damn right, man.
But I just want to point out, we got to take everything in context.
Yeah, we have to understand it. We have to understand things contextually. You draw out these bullet ass points. Like you remember I saying shit all the time, bullet point after bullet point after bullet point. But tell me what was going on at that time. Let's try to understand what was going on at that time. You know what I'm saying? The idea that 9 different European nations would lie and could conflate a story that we're not African. You know, they could do that. That's inconceivable. It's not even possible.
Exactly.
It's not even possible.
Especially if we understand the climate. You know what I'm saying? China and Russia would love to put that secret out there. They would love to.
They would have been done it. They would have been done it. When before World War II, you had a lot of. That's how come like the nation is. That's one reason the Moorish Science Temple started calling themselves Moorish Americans, because they were attacked by the American government because they were thought to be a Japanese agents. You know, because Moorish American in order to be like, no, we're American. You know what I'm saying? To put that fact over there, like to separate themselves from these other divergent.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, the FBI was on their trail.
They was on them. They was on them. That's how come this whole American thing. That's how come, like, I grew up in the temple, nigga. We had a Moroccan flag and an American flag in that motherfucker. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
that's why.
You know, I think a lot of people are confused about what the more like Noble Drew Ali and the temple taught. They taught that they were Americans. Your nationality is American, but you're of Moorish descent. And Moorish just meant of one of the West African nations. People that came here via the slave trade.
It's a book.
Yeah.
A book in the temple is called a questionnaire, and that's one of the questions. And everybody has the answer. What is a Moorish American? A descendant of Morocco, born in America. And and if you look at it on the Morocco would mean the west coast of Africa. That's how you can interpret it. But the way they started to interpret it,
they changed it.
It's this nonsense of this Amexem thing, meaning that it's.
I'm glad y'all pointed that out.
Of Africa, being part of the United States as well. Then they tie in that bullshit ass treaty. You know what I'm saying, with the Sultan and
hold on, Julio, you going too far. You're going too fast. You're going too fast.
Yeah, and that treaty
Go back to
has
that
nothing to do
West
with.
Africa story.
Yeah, Morocco.
Go back to that because I ain't.
Morocco was West Africa.
Because you know it's been manipulated today. You know what I'm saying?
Because
Well,
they
let me say
don't
this.
know. They
Can we
weren't
say
all that
this?
clean, and then it wasn't that many nations over there at the time in
Yeah.
1913. Real quick, it wasn't that
Cujo.
these nations didn't exist that exist now in Africa and West Africa. They didn't exist.
Cujo, real quick, can you expound on Al-Maghrib, what that term actually means, furthest west?
Yeah, Al-Maghrib means the farthest west.
And that's in
West.
relation to what?
Means the farthest west. It's the farthest west that they thought that it could go at that time when you had the Arabs.
But
it said the story. He went into the waters of the Atlantic Ocean and said, if we could only conquer further, we would. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So it's called as Maghrib. And that's the same way when you say Maghrib, it means where the sun sets. So yeah, it means
and they're talking about, in reference from Arabia, they're talking about West Africa. They're not talking about
West Africa, Morocco, especially Morocco and Andalus.
Yeah. Morocco, they got
Morocco.
What we call
You
Mauritania.
see Abos trying to use that and to say America. Absolutely.
That's where it comes from.
Yeah, it means Morocco. It means El Maghrib is the west coast of Africa. That's as far as they thought it went. I mean, they didn't know. I mean, that's a large expanse of water to cross, to be honest. And you could have people and it never came back. That could have happened. I'm not going to deny that. It's fun to think about it, and I would love to look for artifacts of people, Phoenicians, Moors, black people from Mali. That's fun to think about.
I don't doubt that it could have happened.
Yeah, I don't doubt the possibility.
Yeah, but it's not big enough impact for a billion niggas to be over here, right?
All coming from the same clan and shit.
In context, we ain't talking about exactly. It's not enough people to actually affect the population over here.
Yeah, look at it. If they would have made it over here, in the 13th century, like they claim, and if they'd have made it, they would have infected the natives in that area with whole world disease. Look at this. But they could have developed a tolerance for it by the time the Europeans came, and that wouldn't even happen to them then. You see what I'm saying?
And Cujo, check it out, Cujo.
I'm gonna write a story about that.
Check it out, Cujo. If it did happen, did they leave at a time when West Africans already developed inoculation? So the Americans should have some type of inoculation.
Yeah, they would have learned that. They would have brought animals.
And they didn't. They didn't though.
Do you know where viruses come from? Viruses come from animal husbandry. When you keep animals like in close proximity to unnatural environment, right? They develop these things. They develop these viruses living in an unnatural situation. Those viruses jump and become pathogens that can affect human beings. That's where it comes from. That's how come we had it in Africa, and that's how come
like and share the video, y'all. Subscribe, man. Like, share, subscribe.
Because both groups engage in animal husbandry, and that's what you don't see in America. You don't see that type of animal husbandry in America. You had dogs and you had llamas, but beyond that, it wasn't much for animal husbandry. So they didn't develop these diseases like what happened in the old world. It's not a bad thing. It's not like the Europeans were dirty or nasty. I mean, we can think that, but no, it's because they had developed these diseases all throughout the Mediterranean. The Black Plague could have even came from Africa, to be honest. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's about the Black Plague when Ibn Battuta when he went over back to Morocco, like after coming from India and all these places, he like shit. All the cities I was in, where the Genghis Khan family at and all that, them niggas was dead by the time I came back. I came back. By the time he was in India, people were still living. Right? He didn't. The Black Plague when he started experiencing when he went back to the Middle East and North Africa, Morocco. He was like, man, there was towns depleted, bro.
And this shit really ate up Europe because Europe had this goddamn Europe, they lived in more condensed areas. People on the farm, in the farmlands, they, farther out, they weren't as affected by it. But you have more people that lived along this feudal system, so you live around like fiefdoms, they call it. You know what I'm saying? With the whole the castle and all that shit. People live around those particular fiefdoms. So it's a city. These things develop in the cities. So that's how come it affected Europe differently than it did Africa, because Africa was like more spread out. You know, you didn't have this need to live in the city like you did in Europe. And what it did in Europe actually is it created a homogeny that led to them ruling the world. To be honest, we could argue that point, but it did because it made them a much smaller unit, and they all believed in the same thing. You know,
Are you talking about in Europe with smaller families and all that stuff? Like,
yeah, Europe is a much smaller place, period. But you got
yeah,
to think
just in general.
up to 1/3 of the population was half of the population was died during the goddamn plague.
I mean, and plus you got to think about winter there too. Like you look at winter, like with crops and all that. Like you notice all the holidays are centered right around that time because this is when the temperature is dropping, everything getting cold. They don't got food just growing like that, like how you go to the tropical place in Africa. You know what I'm saying?
It's a harvest time. You know what I'm saying?
It's a harvest time.
It's a harvest time. Like all the holidays, like Thanksgiving is a harvest holiday, Halloween is a harvest holiday, and so is Christmas. To be honest, Christmas also celebrates the winter solstice.
But that made me think about the families, though, like what you said with the families and stuff like that. By being colder and it's bleak and dark at the time, you can't grow shit. You know what I'm saying? It's having a big family. It's hard amongst that time. Suppose you in Africa, you in the tropics, unless you like in parts where the desertification is happening and whatnot. They still got big families there.
But
you know,
and also you didn't have fewer people controlling more land. That's what you had in Europe. You had fewer people controlling more land. You know what I'm saying? So these fewer people, you had more of these landlords and all that. Like if you look at like say a 16th century, better yet, a 17th century picture of Germany, right? And you look at all these little fiefdoms, all these little kingdoms and shit that existed. That's a small amount of people controlling the resources. You know what I'm saying? And they controlling the resources not just by force, but they controlling the resources with the Christian epithet. They controlling it because it's like it's ordained by God, so to speak. Because you got this little weak ass papal agency that exists in the Vatican in Rome, which wasn't shit until the New World. The power of the Christianity, nigga, was in fucking Constantinople. That's what the power of Christianity was. Like we call people in Rome, we call them the Roman Catholics. We call the people in the East, we call them Eastern Orthodox. But the people in the East, they refer to themselves as Catholic as well. Because they look at themselves as the real Catholic Church. Catholic just means universal. And that's one thing about Christianity, which made Christianity different from any other religion that we had ever come across, because it embedded everybody. Like
you talking about them Russian Christians?
Could be a part of it. And the Russian Christians, yeah, they are the real heirs, I think, of the Roman Empire.
Yeah, they don't want.
You look at the Kremlin now. You look at the Kremlin. Look at all that shit over in Russia. That shit built like it's something in the Middle East. Why? Because Eastern Rome was where we get Middle Eastern culture from, and the Arabs ain't nothing, man. Arabs ain't nothing but a bunch of fucking Bedouins that brought into this Roman goddamn idea.
That's what I'm about to say. They adopted Roman. Matter of fact, the whole premise of like when you study Islam or whatnot, they study ancient Greece and ancient Rome. They came up with the whole oneness of God thing. It was Platonism, right? They were studying Platonism. And they brought a lot from Platonism to like, well, this is why we, the ones of God makes sense, because they were studying Greek philosophy heavy, bro.
Islam is merely the Arabicized version of Christianity where Jesus is not the Lord. That's it. That's all Islam is.
Hey, Cujo. So, because we're talking about Rome being so important. So, yeah, what is your the origins of the Etruscans? Where do you have them coming from?
Tuscany, which is northwestern Italy. You know what I'm saying? What I say, what they were like black. Nah, they definitely weren't the Indo-European people, though. They didn't even speak an Indo-European language.
And it's important for people to know that. I mean, I feel like
Rome. Right, but see, the idea of this whiteness, we got to get out of this modern way of looking at it.
Absolutely,
because the Romans didn't view themselves like that. You know what I'm saying? They didn't. Yeah, but the Etruscans did exist. Yeah, they did exist. They did exist, and they were fairly fucking vibrant in the area. And some historians would surmise that they were the people who were the what's called the sea people who destroyed the Bronze Age. You know what I'm saying? Destroy everywhere but Egypt. That's why Egypt is such a big deal. Egypt was able to maintain when other people fell down. Egypt existed before those places and after those places. That's the big deal.
Yeah, they
about
destroyed the Assyrian. Because remember, the Assyrians invaded Egypt, but then the sea people came and they went over there and
fucked up
whooped the Assyrians'
everybody.
ass.
Yeah, they fucked up everybody.
But
Because
who
they
were the
came
sea
with a
people?
type.
Because they still trying to figure that out.
Right.
Like, who were the sea
Yeah,
people?
right. And more than likely, what it looked like right now is they weren't a distinct people. Rather, they were roving bands of people who had this guy who were skilled on the ships. You know what I'm saying? They were skilled on this amphibious attack, and that's why to this day in the United States we still hold the Marines to a higher standard than say the Army. When the Army is the real bulk, but the Marines, because the Marines are amphibious attack. You see what I'm saying? That's what the Marines are. That they attack off of boats. That's why it's a big deal.
The sea people, that's smart.
The sea people. You know what I'm saying? That's what it. That's the big deal about them, because this type of warfare was something that the world hadn't seen at the time. Like the way that Alexander conquered, Persia and all that shit. It was because they brought a different type of warfare to the scene. That phalanx was a beast until the Romans. The Romans goddamn usurped that phalanx with their legions. The Roman legions destroyed the phalanx. But at the time when the phalanx came out, we're dealing with a tank that couldn't be stopped because nobody could deal with it. But the Persians did bounce back. You know what I'm saying? When we learn Western history, it's like the Persians just disappeared after Alexander. Oh, hell no. They bounced back. They bounced the fuck back. The Parthians were Persian. You know what I'm saying? Then later you had the Achaemenid dynasty who were Persian. You know what I'm saying? It's a reason that Rome wasn't able to go into the Middle East. It's a reason that Rome never passed the Euphrates. You know what I'm saying? And in that area, Euphrates River in Syria, like modern day Syria, this is where you have cities like Petra. And this is where Islam comes from. That's where Islam comes from. Mecca's not a real place, bro. I mean, we're looking at it historically. I ain't trying to offend no Muslim, because I know how people feel about their religion. But now Rome is essential. Like, there's no way you can talk about history and not mention Rome, because right now we're living in an era created by Rome, beyond a doubt.
Yeah,
this is modern Rome. Absolutely.
This is modern Rome. I mean, even when you look at all our court buildings, our old court buildings, all that.
I mean, look at it. We say July and August, nigga. We have a Gregorian calendar, which is really just a goddamn jump up from the Julian calendar. The Julian calendar was created by Julius Caesar, and that shit was done so they could fucking attack at the right time. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't. That's why it was done, so they can attack at the right time, because the way they had their calendar set up, it didn't match when the Mediterranean, as far as sailing in the Mediterranean. You know what I'm saying? You can only sail at certain times. So they had to fix it up in order for it to work for their attacking the fucking East, man.
So that's why they moved it to January, like the beginning of the year, because...
Okay, well, insofar as it being the beginning of the year and all that shit, why the beginning of the year is in the winter instead of the spring like it was in most places, I mean, that's debatable. I mean, that's a longer conversation. I don't really want to get into it. But the reason they changed it was for their attacking and farming. It had nothing to do with anything else. It wasn't some conspiracy. It was more for farming and more for attacking. Gargolian calendar.
And every culture would have.
We need root words up here. Yeah.
Every culture would have their own start date and their own holidays that would signify the beginning. Like for us, the spotting, like when we see strawberries come up, that signifies the beginning of the year for us. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like in Western Europe, the beginning of the year was normally in April. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's rumored that's why we say April Fools. You know what I'm saying? Because you still have people who didn't follow the Gregorian or the Julian calendar, and they would still celebrate April as being the beginning of the year. But I mean, you can say the year starts any fucking day you want to be.
Yeah, whatever is applicable for you.
Yeah, it doesn't really make a difference. You can
strawberries
start
are the first crops that come up for us out here on the east.
Yeah, strawberries are fake. Like somebody made strawberries not even real. Oh, it ain't real, but I'm saying strawberries are manufactured. Strawberries are what's the word I'm looking for? Genetically developed. That's what I'm trying to say. Yeah, I got strawberries in my garden now. You know what I'm saying? They sweet too. They grow better when you want them.
Hey, yo, I never mentioned this, right? So I remember I came across this book years ago. Cherokee. It was a Cherokee. It's a book on Cherokee legends. And one of my mentors had it. He Pan African though. He ain't no Wabo at all. But in the book, it was a lighter skinned Cherokee person, and they was talking about the medicine wheel, and then they was talking about it was like before they. I don't mention this on Abo channel, and I'm not saying the story is true. I'm not saying it at all. But one of the things in their mythos was talking about how they did encounter black people before, not like a bunch of them. They said the men that they encountered was violent and they went to war with them and the great drag and beef with them. But it's a myth, right? But it was in their mythos. I cannot think of the book. I wish I can think of this book so I can find it, so I can show y'all. But I never bring this up and mention this on the Wabo channel because these niggas will go crazy. But the thing in the book, right? It didn't say like it was a bunch of black people. Like, oh, it was a civilization of black people. It was like, no, we seen a few niggas and we went to war with the Great Dragon or whatever the hell it was with them, and that was about it. They said it was hostile. Maybe it could have been the so-called. You talk about the couple of ships that may have made it across the Atlantic from Maximus. I don't know, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's fun to speculate. And, these things that we can look into, and we can look into this shit without the gaze of some pseudo ass bullshit. We can look into this shit for real and try to understand it. And we can even create goddamn stories about it that's not real. That's what white people did with their history. There was no fucking King Arthur. There's no King Arthur. There was no King Arthur ever.
We're gonna take the rose-colored glasses off when we're looking at this.
Yeah, there was no King Arthur. They created these myths.
Yeah.
They created these myths to fortify themselves. There was no King Arthur at all, bruh. At all. You know what I'm saying? King Arthur would be the opponent to the goddamn Norman conquest of fucking of the British Isles. King Arthur would be the opponent, and he failed. He fell because the Normans took over England. The royal family in England now descend from these goddamn Danish/Scandinavians who were gifted what we call Normandy, which is northwestern part of France. It's still called Brittany. It's called Brittany, which means Little Britain. You know what I'm saying? And these people, that's where William the Conqueror came from in 1066 in the Battle of Hastings when they took over Hardrada and all that shit, attacked from the west, or attacked from the northwest. Yeah, that's when they took over. That's where the royal family of England comes from. That's
hey. No, go ahead, Cujo.
No, I don't know what that is. You ask me a question.
Don't tell no Wabos. Don't tell no Wabos I said that, man. This is gonna be all over. King Cass.
Yeah, look, it could have been because like it is a possibility that you had people sailing from the Pacific Islands to South America. That is possible. It's definitely possible, and they could have looked black. That's definitely possible. But those people aren't us.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying.
And my thing is, like, even when like people talk about the Phoenicians possibly selling over here, but one thing I will say about the Phoenicians, I'm like, look, when the Phoenicians found new land, they settled in that motherfucker. They did that in Carthage, they did that in Spain. If that's the case, I'm pretty sure the Phoenicians would have had a settlement over in this motherfucker if they sailed over here. If they sailed,
this is the thing, like the Lenape migration story says, when the Lenape arrived in the Americas, they encountered people. They didn't say it wasn't people here. It was people here. All right. Yeah. But for you to be a descendant of those goddamn people, like, first you'd have to prove that. You know what I'm saying? And how do you go about proving that you descend from a people who existed 13,000 years ago, 14,000 years ago, and you don't even know who they were? See what I'm saying? Like, even if there were people that were here before the modern natives, how do these people tie themselves to them?
And see, that's the way I used to take the argument, because I used to believe the Adam Ron Certain shit. You know what I'm saying? I read that goddamn they came before Columbus in like 1989. You know what I'm saying? I used to believe that shit. I really did. You know what I'm saying? But then I came to the point that I was like, okay, say that black people did come here. We don't descend from them, even if there were black people here. We don't descend from them. We descend from niggas who were enslaved in Maryland, Virginia, North and South Carolina. That's who we descend from.
Yeah, that's my thing.
Regardless of what happened in fucking, like, you could have them niggas could have came here. They don't have shit to do with us.
Shit to do with you. And if it did, you'll probably know it because it'd be some type of cultural tradition that would have stayed with you. Like when people say they're related to the Olmec disappeared 1,000 years before the Aztec came into Mexico. So how does somebody claim to be related to the Olmec?
Yeah, the Aztec wouldn't even have that much knowledge on who the Olmec.
Yeah, they never encountered Olmec.
They probably wouldn't even known the term Olmec. They probably wouldn't even known that these people ever existed. The Aztec, the Mexicans rather, is what they call themselves. You know what I'm saying? We get Aztec because that's the way the Spanish describes it. But they call themselves Mexicans. You know what I'm
saying?
And
we also got to really pay attention to the myths. Because one thing Europeans would do is gloss over the stories of the local people. Like he's telling a Lenape story, right? So I was listening to this Navajo elder that comes on YouTube, and he was saying, he was like, look, the Anasazi, we had beef with them because them niggas was enslaving people. And he said they not the original, but he said one of these things too. Yeah, there's eating people too, right? Yeah. And he said, look, he was like, they not the original builders. Y'all keep trying to put them saying they're the original builders of those, the what they call like the adobe houses and apartment complexes and all that. He said, no, the Pueblo people and all that was already here. He said the Anasazi came up from the south and came there and then inhabited them places and then doing the human sacrifice and all that. He said we had beef with them, and eventually after 300 years. The elders say we got them out of here or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Now Europeans will be like, well, the evidence and da 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 da. But who is we to say that these people, the Navajo, not telling the truth about that story? You know what I'm saying? Or the name, the proper name.
Yeah. I mean, I think it should be taken into consideration when trying to understand the whole story, instead of just taking the European way of looking at it. You know, I mean, that's dangerous in and of itself. You know what I'm saying? Just to take one perspective, because we're just looking at it like how they saw it, as opposed to how it may have looked to someone who was a Navajo. The Navajo existed at the time of the Mexica. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of is rumored. It's a good book. It's a book called Aztec. Actually, it's a fictional book, but I will get a guy who wrote the book. He did a lot of research with the Nahuatl people in the area. You know what I'm saying? In Belize and Mexico, he did a lot of research with these people and took a lot of their cultural memories and put it in the book. You know what I'm saying? And it kind of challenges the Spanish outlook on the Mexican people themselves. You know what I'm saying? And like they were aware of the Navajo. They were aware. Those people were aware of certain people in the southeastern United States, because it's rumored that the Aztec themselves had come down from that area. With the whole snake and all that shit, the snake landing on the cactus bush and with the eagle eating it. Yeah, they were traveling when they built Tenochtitlan. When they built Tenochtitlan, Tenochtitlan, like Mexico City. That's what Tenochtitlan is now. That is remarkable what they did. You know what I'm saying? They actually created fucking islands, dude. They created islands. They put stakes down in the ground and stakes in a fucking lake and put sand in it and created islands. You can't take anything away from them. You can't take anything away from them, despite the fact that they also cut people's hearts out while they were beating and shit.
Yeah. And the thing about the Aztecs came into, they call it Anahuac Valley, 1109, like AD, right? The interesting thing about them is that, they went into the swamps and built, but at that point in time, Mesoamerica was suffering from a famine, and they were still able to produce enough food and supplies for themselves to have what we would call a dynasty of 14 kings. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it was quite a remarkable civilization when you consider what was going on in Mesoamerica.
Hella remarkable. That's corn. I mean, corn is a fucking miracle. Corn is America. Corn ain't nothing but some fucking grass. That's all corn is. Corn is grass. That's it. It's grass. You know what I'm saying? It's grass. And they manipulated this crop to the point where you could eat it. You can't live off corn. If you eat corn, period, you'll die. It'll kill you. You know what I'm saying? Because I forget the chemical component, but you can't, it's not sustainable to eat it alone. But it does help with your, overall survival. And that's one thing they had. They had this corn. They had squash. You know what I'm saying? They had things that were easily grown and they could survive. You know what I'm saying? And then they pretty much ate anything. You know what I'm saying? They ate anything, just like most people ate anything. We got to do what you got to do to live. Like when the dude was saying, yeah, they eat rats in Africa. So what? So what you eat rats? What the fuck is a rat? You know what I'm saying? I don't like rats, but if I kill one, I'm going to throw it right in my compost pile and turn that motherfucker into some goddamn soil that I can put on my land next year and grow some more shit. Fuck them. You know what I'm saying? Like, you eat what you can. You do what you do. You know what I'm saying? It's about survival. It's not about how cute shit is. And you can, and it's disingenuous when we take the way we look at the world, the way we see the world, and think that that's correct. You know what I'm saying? Like, we eat whatever's at the goddamn grocery store. We ain't killing shit. That's why I gotta kill something and eat it. I've yet to do that. That's one thing I'm going to do. I'm gonna do it this year. I'm gonna go deer season. I'm going fucking hunting. See, y'all New York niggas ain't used to that shit because we got land in the South. We can still move around.
I don't know. You step out the city, ain't nothing but mountains, bro. We be hunting out here, bro. You don't like y'all got the wrong.
Nigga, y'all got a lot of ways. Y'all got to step really far though. Come on.
Nah, bro. Right outside the city, bro.
That's a good little way. Oh yeah.
You can come out here.
Y'all got it because y'all got Pennsylvania and everything. Yeah, I know.
You ain't got to go to Pennsylvania, Jersey, New York. As soon as you come out the city, bro, it's the woodlands over here. We call it the woodlands, bro.
Yeah, I know. I refer to all that shit as the same, like northern New Jersey, northern Pennsylvania, and New Jersey. I look at that as the exact same area. But yeah, I feel you. I know it's there. I mean, New Jersey is the Garden State.
Yeah, hold on. Yeah, y'all see true story in question.
Yeah,
Let's do Zio.
Luzio Olmec.
You know he fucking around.
Hell nah.
Yo, who that?
Y'all niggas don't go
hold
fishing.
on, we got. Hold on, real quick. Who don't go fishing?
Y'all niggas
about
don't
to
go
fishing like a week.
Anything out here.
But hold on, we got
what type of bait y'all use?
Hey, my family do got moonshine. He not lying. A true story, you are not lying, brother.
Last year
I went
out on an open water. I was out there by what's that shit called? Block Island. We was using octopus. We was catching
Oh, that's good bait right there. That squid.
The squid. Yeah, we was using what we catch?
Hey, Sutek said y'all can't eat the fish y'all catch up there though.
Sea bass and I forget the other shit. That sea bass was good though.
Yeah,
what about y'all? Who said trout?
Trout, croaker, and spot. That's what's like real big in the James roll. Yeah, trout bomb.
But Choctaw Mac, what's good, bro? What's going on, man?
Oh, not this dude.
Nothing much. What's happening? How you feeling?
I'm always good. How you, man? I know you be on.
Oh, well, nigga, I'm on cloud 9, nigga, after that fight. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I'm on cloud 9. Made a lot of money off that, but yeah. Anyways, my Pan-African brothers, what's going on?
Choctaw Mac from the tribe of Paru, wherever you from, man.
Big up,
Ease up. You already know. I guess you the tribe of Crips
he
too.
Dropped off. Oh,
hey,
shit.
Hey, throw your seeds up. I guess you from the tribe of Crips. What's happening? Throw your seeds up. Yeah.
We're not doing none of that shit. We're not doing that.
Nah, hey, we cool. Not a coincidence, nigga. Damn, you act like you spook, nigga. This how we, this how we politic on the West. Don't get afraid. Let niggas politic.
Hey, man. Look, I didn't know it was that serious out there, bro. Until I almost got to a fight at the corner store with one of them niggas out there. I was like, oh, hell nah, bro.
Well, you better know it's that serious.
Yeah, it's real.
Dog, I didn't know the niggas.
I know.
Yo, I was in Inglewood. It was just, we say cuz like naturally, right? And I'm in Inglewood and shit. And me and dude just having a conversation. I'm like, all right, cuz, take it easy. That nigga say, what, nigga? Nigga, this bubble gum killer. I say, what the fuck is nigga? What's a bubble gum, nigga? And I want to stab him.
But
he's talking about the big homies. He was talking about the big homies.
For 3 years.
He said what?
I said I got a few stories. I lived on the West Coast for 3 years. I called a nigga dog. He pulled a pistol on me. I'll never forget that shit.
You can't say dog out there. You can't say dog.
So they was
No, because dog is associated with blood. You know what I'm saying?
They were crip.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Not like dog like that.
Everybody, yo, listen. I need y'all to like the video, share the video, share it to your favorite Aboriginal, your favorite pantsuito. Put the video out there, man.
Yeah, I gotta share the video too. I'm slacking on my back.
Yo, listen. So Tyron is back. I'm contemplating on bringing him. I don't know if I want to bring him back because he has no decorum, and I don't got no patience.
Hey, not a coincidence.
Talk, Mac. Did you have something you wanted to address before I let Tyron?
You breaking up?
I said you have something you wanted to address.
I mean, it don't matter. I could jump in a conversation with niggas.
All right, you just chilling right now. All right.
Hey, no, not a coincidence, bro. I gotta check real rap. You remember when I went on the panel to defend him?
I'm not talking to real rap right now, man.
No, you remember not a coincidence. You remember I went on the panel to defend this nigga, and then this nigga came on talking about he a Pan-African killer. And I'm like, bro, what the fuck?
Wait. What happened?
I went to defend him on Aboriginal Power Channel, right? So this nigga comes up there and has a sign that says Pan-African killer and was talking about not a coincidence. I'm like, nigga, I'm up here to defend your punk ass. What is you doing, bro?
He was defending him.
Right. And he switched up on us.
Well, I don't think rap changed up on you niggas. I don't think y'all know his personality. You know what I'm saying? He ain't switch. Look, bro, look, it's me, Talk Max. So I know for a fact, rap ain't switch up on you niggas. Rap, he doing what he doing right now to handle some other shit. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, he ain't switch up on you niggas.
He get real crazy with his mouth though.
So I heard you was talking grimy, turtle boy. Tell us how you're an abo.
No, listen. We not
because don't the Native Americans have your information?
Yo, chill out, bro.
Oh shit!
You're not doing
that nigga couldn't even say that with a straight face. What the hell?
Yo, bro, got a real problem. Like literally, I don't know, bro. I don't know him like that. We had a few conversations. I don't agree with what they stand for. They want to turn it into personal shit and want to make stuff up about me. I don't know what for. Like, they not even my peers. They not even my peers in real life. Like, he probably my son's age. So I don't understand why he
now go ahead, my bad.
You know what I'm saying?
Go ahead.
I look at it the same way. I look at
really
him like he's my son age. Yeah.
Yeah. And the thing is, like, it's all cool. The thing is, though, like, niggas be really taking the high road, right? And the reason why I love what the conscious community used to be is because at some point in time, right, everybody would get to come together, right? So people that you encounter online, it's a debate, it's a lecture, and everybody get to come together, and you get to really see people's energies. You know what I'm saying? So my thing is, it's unfair for people to get up here and act like they something they not when you know you ain't never gonna have to stand on that square. Right now, Tyrone be acting like he really on some gangster shit, and he know he not. He don't even got the larynx of a man. You know what I'm saying? You speak like you ain't even went through puberty, bro. I'm prejudiced against your voice. I don't even want to hear your voice, let alone what's coming out your mind.
I feel the same way.
Real the whole conscious community, my nigga, it ain't what, like you said, it ain't what it used to be.
It ain't what it used to be. I know it ain't, and it's the thing, bro. But I'm still who I used to be. See what I'm saying? So at some point in time, like people like Tyrone need to understand, like you need to stop, bro. Like, cause I don't know where you from, how you be talking reckless, but the universe has a way of catching up to people. You know what I'm saying? And you just should be aware of that. Take it from somebody who has lived long enough to appreciate what it means.
And seeing shit come back. You see
Turtle
shit come
Gang,
back.
that nigga Stephen Green Stephen Green ass, bro. Like I know him from that page that me and Cujo on and stuff. Stephen Green ain't like I'm like, bro, all your information. He tried to check me on that, right? I'm like, yo, this really sound like Tyron. And I sent it to not a coincidence. Yeah, Stephen Green. He got me blessed white black.
Oh, I didn't know that. Oh,
yeah, he like a fat mixed Chinese black dude. Like be wearing these glasses, like he play instruments and shit, and be drawing and stuff. He talented at drawing. He just be drawing us, like he get mad at us.
You know, he like I love McConan in the face.
Yeah.
Yeah, he thought I was his boy. He thought I was his boy because my last name Bay. You know what I'm saying? He like, let's get him, Bay. Like, nah, nigga. Nah.
He said, do I have evidence? Yeah, I got evidence. You wouldn't have blocked me. You blocked me just like you blocked me on your Instagram page, bro.
Nigga, the evidence was when you said the word Mongo-centric. Fuck wrong with you?
Right. The nigga said Mongo-centric. And Bantu. You said Bantu. This is
So I got a quick question. How do we get this so-called conscious community back to how it was, where motherfuckers was coming together and hearing each other out and respecting each other versus now it's a whole lot of lying, perpetrating, a lot of tough talk because, you know, like the shit is weak, bro. I don't like
money.
I'd be so ready to like. I wish a nigga would think he finna walk up on me, like, you know what I'm saying? I don't know, man. Like that shit is weird. It's weirdo shit.
Man, it's money. Money came into it, and you know, people started making money.
But they not touching it like that though, bro. Like you got a wonderful point. The money, but niggas ain't touching money, my nigga. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, Matt, you remember when they told niggas like, hey, you put a nigga in front of the camera? You remember that saying back in the day? Yeah. Everybody movie stars now. Everybody on YouTube. Everybody can speak. So they got this inflated sense of power now, bro. You know what I'm saying? This to put it on a whole nother level.
Who
you know
got that old ass phone in the background?
Oh, that's I got that whole ring. This is the iPhone, the whole ring.
Your ass FBI now. You got that damn circle back ring.
Yeah. Damn.
Yeah, but
you said that nigga house phone look like a piano. You a cold nigga.
No, YouTube gave niggas inflated. It gave niggas inflated egos, man.
Yeah, it did.
Like you on camera now, nigga. Remember, this shit used to be gate kept. Like this is all gate shit.
I think that's how come like a lot of these young boys and shit be dying now, because you can't live what you said down. Like when I was coming up, I could talk shit about a nigga, and I might never see him. Somebody would have had to go and say that I said it. You see what I'm saying? Then I had plausible deniability to say I didn't say it, even if I did. But you know, when you put that shit on camera, you know, and you get to talking, and you take that gravitas that comes from being young and stupid, and you fuck around and get shot in the head on some bullshit because you can't live it down.
If you're a righteous person on my nigga, and you really be moving through your city and people fuck with you, you ain't got to really worry about shit like that. But see, a lot of these niggas, they not good in their city, they not good in their hood. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean.
Yeah, I heard, man. I'm extra good. I'm extra good, nigga. I'm extra good, and that ain't something that's something that you earn through living. You know what I'm saying? Like I done got my ass whooped. You know what I'm saying? I done whooped ass. I done, you know, it's life. You know what I'm saying? But I can walk with my head up everywhere I go because I earned it. But when you take somebody that's 22, nigga, you didn't walk the path I walked. It's not the same. You're an adult, yeah, and I can respect you as an adult. But when you're 22 years old, 20 years from that day, when you're 42, you'll see the difference. You know what I'm saying? But it's hard for me being 47 to explain to you the difference now because you know everything. You know what I'm saying? Because we live in a society that's totally enthralled with youth. You know what I'm saying? We live in a society that's totally enthralled with you. You know, that should be expected to a certain extent. Go ahead.
To piggyback off of what you said, bro, a motherfucker that's 22 was just 21. 21 was just 20. 20 was just 19.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah, child.
When you at them ages, you're just trying to find out who you are and what you want to do in life. Motherfuckers really don't understand or find out who they are until they motherfucking between 26 and 30. Really, to be honest with you.
To be honest, I agree.
Yeah.
I agree.
So I mean,
but when you grow up, when you grow up outside, right? It's people that's gonna regulate your behavior. See what I'm saying? And that's what they missing. They're not growing up outside around motherfuckers
Right.
that check.
They're not by somebody that'll check them, exactly.
See,
right.
we all had that, but you had checks and balances in your community if you really was a part of a community. Wherever
and
it
niggas
was,
will put me in my
whatever
place. When I was young, niggas will put me in my place.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
See,
Like
they
straight
at
up,
that
it was
age
only
now.
so far I could go.
Yeah, he at the age now where some OG in his community need to be fucking straightening his ass out. You know what I
But
mean?
see, that's what happened to us as a community. I don't like to use that word, but that's what kind of happened to us with black people is we had a fall off in the 80s and the 90s with the crack era because there was no need to respect your elders anymore because your elder became your customer. You know what I'm saying? Your elder became your customer, and it's sad, man. Like I remember when I was young, a nigga pulled a pistol on the playground, right? Nigga pulled a pistol on a dude, just a regular argument. And like my dad, who was a young nigga, my dad was like, 20 when I was born. You know what I'm saying? My dad was like, like, nah, he made the nigga put the pistol down. Not made him, but like talked him out of, shoot the nigga and all that shit. And that was cool shit. Everything ended, But like there came a time where you didn't have a figure like my dad who would have been like, put the pistol down. You see what I'm saying? And that's what broke up amongst all of us because we lost that respect for our elders. You know what I'm saying? And we see it now. Like the older you get, you'll see it when you hear somebody that's like 20 years your junior and they're telling you about life. Like, nigga, shut the fuck up, nigga. You don't know shit about life. I mean, you can learn a lot from a dummy. That's the truth. I can learn them from a baby. But you're not gonna tell me nothing on no fucking life skills, dude. You're not. You're not. Cause you don't know. You just heard it. You don't know, nigga. I lived it. It's different. You know what I'm saying? And we don't respect that. We don't have that respect for our elders. And we have to change that now. That's something that we can do now. That's like I'm gonna stop going on Clubhouse because it's like I'm on Clubhouse. I'm talking to these niggas that's fucking born when God damn, man, come on.
Don't forget, Cujo. They homeless on there, Cujo. Nigga, talk. Hey, don't forget, a lot of motherfuckers on Clubhouse homeless. Nigga, it was a lot of bad bad women. My bad, not a coincidence. It's a gang of women that's cute as a motherfucker on there homeless. It's a gang of niggas homeless on Clubhouse. So yeah, don't forget that, homie. It'll be a waste of your time arguing with homeless niggas.
Yeah, man, I can't fucking.
Damn, it's homeless niggas on homeless chicks on Clubhouse.
Some baddies too, bro. Some
Hey, you need a night? You need to stay at night somewhere?
Hey, them bitches set you up, nigga. Hey, you better keep them hoes away from you.
Yeah, that's
But I'm about to get up out of here, man. It's a pleasure talking. I'm saying, continue to take care of y'all families, and if y'all banging on some elbows, let me know. Remember, stay on niggas' necks. Make sure niggas show proof that they from the Americas, as well as niggas, niggas who claim they from Africa. Niggas got to do that too. But keep banging on niggas.
I'm confused on where you stand at though. Like, are you like my brother Turtle Gang that say, look, I got blood, I got this blood in me, you know what I'm saying? I can trace this back. Or you like, hey, look, I'm just from over here. I ain't got no dealings with Africa.
Nah, man. I could go back to the 1700s with the rose. The Dawes Rose once again was created by the United States. So I'm like this. I'm for every original people of the earth, and what I mean by that, the people who dealing with tribes and nations, I fuck with people like that. The people who not on that type of time is the motherfuckers that's arguing all the time and not figuring out ways to get some money. You know what I'm saying? That's why I try to tell niggas. Like what tribe you from?
So you say you're not from Africa? He said he's not African. You're not connected to Africa at all, like ancestry wise, then, right?
Shit, I can show my genealogy. On my father's side, they from Mexico. My mama's side, they Choctaw. So you know what I'm saying? Like,
so you from Mississippi?
So you pseudo, nigga.
Hold on, no, stop. You said. Hold on, Mac. You said they from Mexico.
You was breaking up. What you say?
You said Mexico and Choctaw. So is your people list? So can I just ask you a question? Is your people listed as Choctaw freedmen, or are they ever listed as Black or Negro?
Look, I could talk to Freedman shit because I have records of the full bloods being transferred over to Freedman records. I could talk shit when they transferred when they put the classifications as Black and Negro on Choctaw. I could talk to Black and Negro shit. So when I talk to Black, Negro, and the Freedman shit, it's not to knock people who think that they from Africa. No, I'm telling my story, and I got records and tribal records to prove it.
Do you have any records saying that your family came from Virginia?
No, I got records. I got Mississippi. I got Mexico.
Wait,
I got Mexico records.
Okay.
Mississippi.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wait, you from Mississippi, right? That's where you from?
Yeah.
So if you don't have records from Virginia or South Carolina, you need to go and do it again, because that's where your people are from. Beyond a doubt. I'm not trying to insult you. I'm not trying to down you.
I'm not taking it as that. Yeah, we chopping it up, bro.
Go and do it again. You need to go and research it again, because
look,
you have roots there as well.
Look. Let me say this too. I have Mississippi Choctaw records. So if anybody claiming that they Choctaw and they in Mississippi and they didn't leave Mississippi, I got records for them. If niggas claiming that they in Indian Territory, which is Oklahoma,
how did these Choctaw, how is it that they stayed and as Choctaw in that area after the Indian Removal Act of 1830?
That's because the story that they've been telling us, bro, is not the correct story. A lot of people don't know Choctaws had went to what is called Texas and helped take over Texas. We have Choctaws out here in California too as well. So motherfuckers only know the surface level. Motherfuckers not in detail.
They're not out there.
Hold on. Let me finish real quick. Okay. Motherfuckers can't tell me the surface. I mean, motherfuckers can only tell me surface shit that they learn from institutions. I've been down at the Indian Territory, the Heritage Room, got the records, and it's a lot of white people who help niggas down there. So, I'm not no racist nigga, my nigga. You know what I'm saying? I don't, my eyes is open. I see differently.
That if you did your genealogy and you say you have family in Mississippi, if you have family in Mississippi, I would say this: it's impossible that you don't have family in North Carolina, South Carolina, Maryland.
It could be possible, but what if they got to Mississippi through another route? Somewhere else?
What other route?
So you saying that everybody that's in Mississippi came from?
Yes, Black people.
Nah, bro.
Yep.
With all due respect to you,
I mean,
that's not necessarily true, bro.
Where did the white people come from?
I don't know where they came from. You got to talk to them.
They came from the Old South. Where did the Black people came from? The Old South is Maryland, Virginia, North and South Carolina.
Hold on, hit that like button, y'all. Hit the like button.
Originate from?
Where did they come from? Like the white people.
You got to talk to them. All white people not the same.
Oh no, they pretty much are.
No. In the North, there's a lot of white people who got different tribal stories, bro. All white people not the same, like all niggas not the same.
So Matt.
Okay. Yeah.
Matt.
Yeah, talk to me.
You saying these records, what records are you talking about? Like
tribal record, every records was destroyed and burned. That's not true, my nigga. Niggas could go to, hold on, let me say this real quick. Niggas could go to Texas, because Texas is one of the headquarters where they have a lot of the Indian records. And once again, just like all niggas not the same, all white people not the same either.
All niggas are the same. All niggas are.
That's your personal opinion.
That's not my opinion. That's
hey, well, look, if you keep believing every nigga, let me say this. Not a question. Hold on. Let me say this. This is where when you keep trying to force people to be on the same side as yours, people gonna betray you. You know what I'm saying? You can't force people to be what you are, or what you think you are, or what you think they are. Because you could think you something, that don't mean that next color person is something.
It ain't about what I think, and it's not about
okay. Well, you keep playing We the World. Then you do that.
1 second, Cujo. 1 second, because he keep talking about these Choctaw records. He said they was freedmen, right? We understand. I mean, I have an understanding of the freedmen are, but you try to say that they went from full blood to freedmen. That's what you're saying.
Yep, with the records, and I can show proof of Indian slavery. So the only slavery. See, hold on, because niggas try to say, oh, it was only African. No, a lot of people been slaves here, bro. So I can show proof Indian slavery. This is what separates me from the pack, and I crush any nigga in a debate, any nigga, because I deal with tribal records, government records. I can go back. All the nigga can do is just talk to me about 1900s and what a nigga that was born in the mid 1800s wrote. You know what I'm saying? Trying to predate some like nigga. I kill niggas on whatever level, bro. I'm just a different breed.
Well, that's the right attitude. But what I want to know is, if you did your genealogy, how is it that you didn't find anyone from Georgia, South Carolina,
No, wait, hold on. You said how did I not find people from Georgia?
Sit here and lie to y'all.
Yeah, I want to know how is
I'm
that
just trying
possible?
to figure out how
If
long
you
y'all
did
gonna
your
go along with this shit.
genealogy, how is that possible?
I was trying to get down.
So look, we can easily shut this down by I can just show a couple records and you
Choctaw,
show me.
are you a nigga?
Hold on. You show me records. You show me
Choctaw, are you a
records
Negro?
of your people, and I show
you a
records of my
Negro?
people.
And
Are you a
Mississippi is
Negro?
fairly new, bro.
No, I'm not a
Mississippi like
Negro.
1820.
What are you?
I have
So
an
why you
identity.
saying nigga then? You ain't no Negro. What you saying Negro then?
So who coined Negro?
It don't matter. It don't matter.
Who
It don't
coined
matter.
Negro with a capital N?
It don't matter. Why are you saying
Who
nigga?
coined? That's
Why you
what. So
calling
if
people
it don't matter,
niggas?
what are
Why
you talking
calling
to me
people
for,
niggas
nigga?
if you ain't no Negro?
If you're not even
Why
smart
you
enough to know
calling
who
people's niggas if
coined
you ain't no
Negro
Negro?
with the capital N? Who
Why you
coined
calling
Negro with the
people
capital
niggas?
N?
Why you calling
Who
people
coined
niggas if you ain't no
Negro with the
Negro?
capital N, nigga?
Why is
That's
you
what I
calling
thought.
people
Crickets,
niggas if you ain't
nigga.
no
You can't talk
Negro?
this shit with me, nigga. Who
Why is
coined
you
Negro with a
calling
capital
people
N?
niggas if you ain't no
Who
Negro?
coined Negro with a capital N?
Who
That's
the
what I thought.
fuck
Shut the fuck up.
is
I do this in
allowing
real life,
you
nigga.
to call
Anyways,
people
you
niggas and
peace.
you ain't no
I
Negro?
cut this nigga up again because he don't know who coined Negro with a capital N.
You a
Cut him up
motherfucking lie.
again.
You don't know what I know,
Peace,
nigga.
love, and
Just like
happiness.
you
I'm
said you
gone,
was
nigga.
gonna refute my primary. You still ain't done that, nigga. Fuck you talking about? Coming on here trying to act like you a motherfucking Indian. You ain't no Choctaw. Fuck out of here making up shit, bro.
That's amazing. He talking about he Mexican.
No, I came on here to run that nigga off because he on some bullshit. Coming around, he keep calling people niggas all day long because he know he Negro, yeah. They want to claim that identity. Yeah, all right, okay. We know in America what Negro mean.
Mm-hmm.
They can't use black or Negro. Not around me.
Peace, Sean. So can I just real quick, just because I
What up,
don't
Turtle Gang?
want peace. How you doing, bro? I don't want to be confused with none of these people who make claims. So
No. You good.
No. But just for anybody, because brother, just I want you to know that. Listen, like I am a member of a actual tribe. We are the Sandhill Band Lenape Cherokee. All right, out of New York, New Jersey. Not only am I a member of the tribe, but I sit on the council. Right? I'm a part of the media department. Right? We attend UN events. We attend international events. Right? We're really doing actual work. Now, my ancestry, right? My 7th great grandfather, Abraham, came from Africa. He arrived in this is before New Jersey existed. He arrived in Perth Amboy, which was the port in the 1660s. All right. So this man intermarried with a Lenape woman, and then successfully, whatever the word is, but we just continue to marry within ourselves. You can look up Reevytown, New Jersey. It's going to tell us all our history. All our history is laid out. Like we're not what I'm saying? Like I'm literally a part of a tribe. We have our culture. We're a part of an organization. I just put the link in here. We just signed a agreement deal with SOAD, which is the State of the African Diaspora. Why? Because we know that our tribe is primarily mixed with West African nations. So what we're doing is entering into agreements with them to create trade and all different types of things. I can speak my language. I spoke my language before. What I'm not going to do is play monkey for you and speak it for you, like jumping through a hoop, like I'm a lion at the circus. I'm not going to do that. But what you can do, right, is August 18th, 19th, and 20th, you can come to Rhode Island and you can come to this festival we're having. We're having delegates from Africa, from West Africa, come over to Providence, Rhode Island, and we're having a 3-day festival to celebrate the union that we just entered into, right? Because we're really concerned with nation building, and the communities we build for aren't just our indigenous communities. Anybody that knows me know I'm heavily involved in what goes on in Newark. I'm involved in a lot of things out there in terms of helping to organize. You understand? I've been at multiple events, 10 years running out there. So we put our work in both our traditional communities as well as our urban communities. You know what I'm saying? So don't confuse me with none of the rest of these people. We ain't about that shit. We really do work. You know what I mean? And it is what it is. You can Google anything about my family. Our history is not hidden. You know what I'm saying? It ain't none of that shit. I didn't find out I'm an Indian because I Googled something. It's been a part of our family tradition forever. You know what I mean? And we have African origins, and we're very proud of that. So that's just all I wanted to say for anybody who hasn't.
That sounded totally different than what we just heard.
Of course, because they can't give it to you for real. Like I can take you to the plantations. In 2 weeks, we're also having a family gathering. We have it at Thompson Park, which is located at Brookdale University. Thompson Park was once a Thompson plantation. My 4th great grandmother was enslaved on that plantation. That's why we have the gathering there. You understand? Like we tied in with our stuff. We know who our African ancestors are. We know who our Native ancestors are. We know the communities we come from. A lot of these people claim to be Indian. Yeah, you probably do got some Indian in your ancestry, but what community do you come from? Because guess what? We went through something called colonization and Indian removal. So people that are a part of communities are going to know what community they come from. It ain't a matter of playing both sides. It's a matter of I have a mother and a father and they come from different families. I don't have to choose between the both. I got to honor both. So to create an idea like I'm choosing either sides because I come from 2 different ethnicities, 2 different nations is ridiculous. I'm honoring both of them. And that's how we move. You know what I mean? And you'll see I ain't said nothing about no religion. I ain't attacked nobody else's history or culture or who they are personally. See what I'm saying? Peace. I'm done, bro. Sonetta is in control of me.
What Aboriginal met with that?
Yeah, Aboriginal Mac used to take shots too. So I ain't really had nothing to say when he was on. But it is what it is.
Yeah, I thought he used to fuck with you, Turtle.
Nah, this nigga called me out. Yo, listen, when all these niggas started coming across my page, I was telling them Aboriginal, Indigenous, it's just a label. You need to find out who you are. And they took it as me saying they're not Indians. I said, nah, that's just not. You need to find out what nation you come from. So from that point, they all had issues with me. And then when I admitted that we got African in us, like why y'all acting like that ain't the case? That's when all these motherfuckers launched their little slander campaign on Turtle Gang. You know what I'm saying? So all these little people like Tyron and all these believers, like I don't believe shit. Either I know it or I don't know it. You know what I'm saying? So niggas like that, all these motherfuckers started taking shots at Turtle Gang, trying to slander us, trying to remove what we was doing from the from the public's eye. And you know, it is what it is. This is what we've been dealing with for 5-10 years now. Like we was fighting this fight against Abos long before motherfuckers knew it was a problem.
Yeah, because I ain't gonna lie. Like the first time I seen you was on like that. I don't know if it was Brother Rich or it was Sinetta, but it was back in the day, and you was definitely letting niggas know about the African and the Indian side. So I don't know how they missed that part. I don't know where they lost that lesson. Or what they got
They
going.
wanted me to co-sign their shit, and I wouldn't co-sign their shit.
Oh,
and this shit happened like around 2018.
Yeah, that sound about right. Because like I said, I thought Choctaw Mac. I mean, he seemed like he got good intentions, but every time he come up here, he turn up and then he loses his battery go dead or something like that. So I don't know what to say about the guy.
Yo, is that what happened? Because I had to step away for a second.
You know, that's what every time he hit the live, he be here for like 3 minutes.
Yeah, they just want to tear it down. They don't want to build up. You know what I mean? I don't have to talk about nobody else's family. Talk about who my ancestors are. You know what I'm saying? I don't gotta deny nobody else of their history, nothing. I can speak strictly on who my people are and stay right there. I don't have to talk about Omex. I don't have to talk about all this other crazy shit. You know what I mean? And if you want more proof, boom, we can go to the burial ground. You know
They trying to come at the Lenape too. I don't know if you've been peeping the elbows. They've been taking little shots.
Nah, this is the thing. No, this is the thing. For so long, they've been saying, because I say we migrated here, they're saying that we Siberians, right? But the thing is, when it comes down to them proving their points, they have to come to Lenape talking points. Ain't no way around it. You know what I mean? Because they have to use the pictures of the mixed Indians on the east. That's why Dane Calloway is in court now, because he got a picture of a Shinnecock woman on his book. And she's like, nah, the information in that book don't represent who I am. See what I'm saying? So all these people got issues with us up north because when it comes time for them to prove who they are, they got to talk about the African burial ground in New York. They got to talk about the supposed Delaware Moors. They got to start talking about all these things that tie into Lenape culture.
Yeah, that Delaware Moors
tie into Lenape history because they can't prove it on their own.
So wasn't it called the Seneca burial ground?
No.
No,
it's called the Negro Burial Ground, and it was located at the site of what was once a Lenape village of the Moreau. These are annexed villages that were in Manhattan.
I've been there.
Yeah. So, but if you know the history that predates what was going on, you'll know that different locations in Manhattan were annexed villages for the different Lenape that lived in the Bronx and on Long Island, and they would come to the island to do trade. Right?
Well, you said
so.
What would you?
So you think
said
those
the
people
Negro
were black
burial
people?
ground? Where?
It's by it was called the where the little
I'm talking
lake
about
was
the one in New York.
Yeah, in Lower Manhattan. It's right by what was called Black Lake.
Those were black people.
I went there.
Yeah, those were African people.
Okay.
Those were African people there. Those were African people there because Lenape don't bury their dead in plots next to each other in that manner. You understand? And the few that they would have found there would have been just a few because those were just annexed villages. Those weren't villages that people stayed in all year round. They were trade villages.
So you descend from those people you don't descend from the South like the rest of us?
Huh?
You don't have relatives in the South like the rest of us?
So I'm gonna tell you, my relatives from the South are the Kituwa Cherokee that migrated here in the 1700s and came to Monmouth County and intermixed with my Reeve relatives and created.
So
Reeve
what about
territory.
all the niggas that moved up there?
Listen, I can't speak for all the niggas, and why would you want me to?
Because that's who you are.
No, I'm not here to speak for all the niggas. I'm here to speak for my family and my nation.
So,
That's
I mean,
all I
no,
can do.
For my people, they were buried in a Seneca burial ground.
No, you're saying
I didn't say nothing about a Seneca burial ground. You did.
That's what it was called. It was called the Seneca burial ground. Then they changed it to Negro burial ground.
Listen, I didn't say
hold on. Lotus. When was it called Seneca?
Seneca
Before it was called
is
Negro burial ground, Pop.
No.
It's posted in the back. You don't got to listen to me. Just read it.
Seneca Village was in Central Park. That's not Lower Manhattan. Whatever, it's not Lower Manhattan, bro.
Okay, well that's the one I went to. Okay, you talking about this one.
Collect Pond was not in Central Park.
So you're saying you descend from
talking
Cherokee people that moved up there, but you don't descend from the black people that moved up there during the Great Migration.
Listen to me. I'm telling you who my ancestors were.
Don't say that. Y'all got to stop doing that because y'all need to bow down from Inkunabula. God has killed y'all off.
You don't know what you're talking about. No, you shouldn't.
West killed y'all off.
First of all, listen. Cujo's still up here. You shouldn't even be up here. Because Cujo's still here. You shouldn't even be allowed to come back till Cujo leaves.
Yeah, I'm about to go, so you can come back in a minute.
Nah. You ain't gotta go nowhere, Cujo.
I'm about to go to work. I'm gonna come back on to y'all.
Because you already bodied him. You bodied him.
No, I bodied him. He didn't know that Inkunabula has 18 different languages. This stuff was being printed. You guys don't know about data and documenting history.
Yo, like the video, y'all. Like the video.
I mean, again, bro, you just want to be right.
Share the video.
No, I don't want to be right. I am correct. Because I have elders like Arthur Williams who talk.
Hold on, y'all don't. I know y'all hear me talking. I can't get my like and share.
Yeah, man, I be killing y'all, bro.
Shout out to man. Drop them fire emojis.
Man, like I can't. Yo, like the video, man. Share the video, man. Come on. Man. Lotus, let me ask you a question, Lotus. Lotus, hold on. You can say whatever. Yeah, it's a different one, but you try to tell me it was the same. But did you like the video? Yes or no?
Hell no, I dislike the video.
All right, you gotta go. Well, nah, you disliked it. You good as long as you did something. As long as you did something. Now let me stop. But all right, Lotus, you was wrong. It's a different burial ground. It's not even the same place. You was wrong.
Right, that's what I said. I said, you know what? That's a different burial ground that I went to.
Yeah. So what was the real intent? Like,
hold on, what Raborn talking about in my blood?
My Seneca ancestors were buried there.
I know, so but what I'm trying to speak to is if you'd have heard me out without looking for contention, we never would have had to go through that. And that'd be the problem with people. They'd be looking for contention rather than just trying to hear people out. Now, I don't know if you're going to bear witness to that and move forward with it, but that's just what happened.
I mean, that's kind of what happens on this panel all the time. So
nah, just with you.
Right. I have real connections to people around the world, and I've gathered knowledge and information in different languages, and I sit on it, and I share very little of it. And then when I do start sharing some, y'all are all shocked and trying to reach for ways to do exactly what Turtle Gang just said that I did to him. Y'all do that shit to me all day.
We shocked by the pseudo-linguistics that you perform on a daily basis?
You're shocked by not having knowledge of words like De Re Rum Natura, just like Inkunabulum. Just like
brother, we knew what Inkunabulum was, which is why a nigga put it in the chat and was like, is this what he talking about? Brother, we knew what you was saying, but you was just you was mispronunciating this. So nigga didn't know what your black ass was saying. I was like, what the fuck this nigga saying?
See, Turtle Gang, they're doing it right now. You don't know about the word. You didn't know about the word till I said the word. I've been talking
about I put the word in the chat even before Cujo went back and forth because I heard your black ass say that shit.
It means swaddling cloth.
Brother, it don't matter what the word means. You can name drop all you want to sound smart, brother. It don't matter how many syllables that you use in your word, brother. You use it incorrectly and you make no point. What's the point of using big words if you use them incorrectly and you don't make points?
No, I didn't use the word
premise to your sentences, but you be speaking sentences.
Oh, y'all pseudo as hell, man.
No, I'm being dead ass, bro. Look, you spend the most time out of all the apples on the mic, brother, and we get no information.
In 2 ears. I'm talking about words you never heard of.
This
you
don't
know anything about it. You don't know anything about it. And that's the only way you can really become a good student is to realize you don't know shit. And then let the person who has the knowledge teach you. You don't know about Inkunabula. You don't even know that's not even the original source of where the word comes from. You don't know these things because you guys are Google. You guys are not doing real research. You guys search. You guys are doing nothing but searching. You're not investigating research and you're not researching. So you guys have a major problem in the accuracy of all y'all information. Y'all give these words to these French and Latin and German and shit, And you, if you did any real research in what you call Africa, you would know that those words originally come from languages over there. But y'all don't do any real research. You guys are Google Jewish-loving researchers. Oh, I'm sorry, searchers. You guys do no real research.
All right, we got you, Jerry Curl. Listen to me, bro. Everything that you say is a Greek or a Roman reference.
Okay.
And you just really be doing a bunch of game word dropping. You don't say nothing of substance, bro. That's what I said to you 5 minutes ago. I just let you go on. You just had the floor unadulterated, and you wasted time saying nothing, brother. This is what I be saying with you, bro. You have a lot of potential, but you wasted away saying nothing, bro. You might be really bright, but we can't tell, brother, because you wasted on pseudo historian and fucking pseudo linguistic argument.
Is pseudo.
So if you find a way to tie it in to some real history, maybe we could put some respect on your Black Lotus civilization. But as of right now, brother, you are just a pseudo linguistic, and you are at a low level.
Now you're just doing slander.
You're not better than Dane. You're not better than Ali Muhammad. You're not better than AP. You're not better than Chief. You gotta work the Aboriginal game. You gotta work it a little bit harder.
You have not contributed.
You're only going with your left hand. You gotta work on the right hand.
You have no linguistic knowledge, and you're not even good at computer shit. You're not even good at fucking websites and shit, bro. You're not even good at the main thing that you fucking claim to be. You calling a pseudo-linguist who's been studying languages.
You are a pseudo-linguist, brother. You're a pseudo-linguist. You're getting offended.
You don't know anything.
There's no need to get offended, brother. Just step your game up. That's all, beloved. Just step your game up.
Y'all don't know how to do
pretty low level on the spectrum.
You don't know. You're a low level.
Or world Florida, them niggas that pass you up.
Bro.
You've already been taking a place. You've already been taking place as a pseudo historian.
Y'all up, man. I've been beating y'all up for months.
Brother, you got put out of the Aboriginal community. You was a bad secretary. What are you talking about? You wasn't even keeping the books up. They had to go replace you with Cut. Fuck is you talking about? We dealing with replacement Aboriginal. You know replacement Abo. We dealing with JV right now, brother. You're not even on a big roster.
You're a fake ass African.
You a JV Abo, brother.
You guys have no connection
to anybody. On the freshman team. That boy on the freshman team.
You have no foundation. Hey, you have no foundation. Like
you bang on your native ancestry. Your ancestors will be pissing on you right now, brother. Bang on your Native American ancestors.
Tell these people on this channel that I'm a pseudo-linguist.
You are a pseudo-linguist, brother. You are a pseudo-linguist. You want me to say it again? You are a pseudo-linguist, nigga. You are a pseudo-historian.
Show me.
You have. Oh, I'm sorry. You have ahistorical information.
So.
My fault.
No.
Ahistorical information.
Don't say nothing. See, I'm gonna relax now. Sean P came in with that bullshit because he doesn't know that
Cujo showed you already, brother.
In the 20th century.
Cujo showed you already.
Cujo didn't know what the word meant because he never heard about it until I said
You like it, Cujo.
He lied and said the word means cradle when it means swaddling cloth.
Oh my God. He said it meant from the birth. He said it meant from the cradle, from like the birth, bro. What are you talking about?
Get your fucking website shit together, bro, because you don't want none of this.
I don't even make websites. What are you talking about?
I know, like when you were saying Inca I didn't know what that meant. But when it's Inca I did.
Yeah, bro, no information. You guys have not done anything, bro.
What community are you a part of? Black Lotus Civilization? Are you talking about your blog talk radio? What are you talking about? Black Lotus Civilization?
Go travel around.
Are you talking about some shit that we can't find? What are you talking about, Lotus?
You don't have no interviews.
Are you talking about some shit that can't nobody verify? Black Lotus Civilization? What are you talking about?
I got notepads of languages and shit right here. Y'all don't have.
You got notepads that you wrote in that chicken scratch that can't nobody read. Nigga, we don't want to see them hieroglyphs. We don't want to see them upside down. What them bitches is? Them she letters.
Work for a processing facility in Oakland. What the fuck have y'all done? Y'all ain't done shit, man. Get y'all shit together. Lotus out. Eat ass.
All right, Lotus out. This nigga got so turned up because I called him a pseudo-linguistic. I'm sorry that was I touched a nerve. I'm sorry, brother. I didn't mean to. You know I just be fucking with you, Lotus. Chill out with that light skin shit, man. All that crying.
You done had that nigga sweat his Jerry curl out.
Right, that nigga up, man.
He going to get the goddamn wet cap going on that bitch.
Then my fish talk Mac.
He finna drop some quesadillas off right now.
Right.
They really is.
Don't know me, nigga.
I wouldn't even call him a pseudo-linguist. He's just not a linguist at all. He's not. I mean, seriously, you don't. Yeah, I mean, you're making these grand claims that Latin comes from a Berber language. What, Amazigh? I mean, you would have said Amazigh instead of saying a Berber language if you were a linguist. You know what I'm saying? What do the Bejas speak? I don't know what the Bejas speak, to be honest. But I know they speak a Nilo Saran dialect. I don't know what language it is, though, but I know they speak a Nilo Saran dialect. More than likely, they speak Arabic now.
He's a contrarian. He just want to be like different. Like whatever you say, he want to say the opposite. So if you say something green, you're like, no, that's really red because in this, and he does it with everything. Yeah. It's like he doesn't have a point that he's going to land. He just wants to be contrary with everything, bro. Like he all over the damn place.
Yeah, it's not like a petulant child. Like you just want to be right. That's all they, just want to be right. It's not about being right. It's about us understanding the world around us. It's not about me proving you wrong. If you say something I disagree with that I think you wrong, I challenge you, then we can talk about it. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. But nah, it's not about, I'm not trying to win. You know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to win. It's not about me winning. It's about me facing that bullshit that you bringing on the table and you putting this in my people's head. So it needs to be squashed. It's just that simple. Fuck that.
My thing is, I wouldn't fuck with the Abos if I didn't see them niggas. I log in on Facebook and Instagram. I see something about Africa or I see some kids dancing and the Abos come out of nowhere. Oh, nigga, that's Aboriginal. We ain't no damn Africans. And I'm like, what the fuck? Where's these niggas coming from? And it's spread. It's like, this is not a small thing, bro. This is not like some shit. You can go on a platform about breakdancing on fucking YouTube or Instagram. And the Abos are right there talking about this is an Aboriginal dance, man. It's fucking nuts.
Yeah. Now you can go on anything. You can go on I go on on the white people shit. And I could be arguing with white people. And it'll be some dude in there be like, well, really, black people in America are from America, not Africa. And I hate to confront him around white people, but I have to.
Right.
Like, no, we're not. No, we are not.
Yeah, I get in the debates on them groups
all the time.
I get in debates in them groups and some of them racist Egyptians or racist white boys, whoever behind those chats, they start lumping everybody up. I'm like, nah, I'm not going to agree with your shit. And I most definitely ain't agreeing with his shit, but nigga, I'm not about to, you say some racist shit, I ain't about to agree with your punk ass.
Yeah. No.
Either.
No, I don't like that shit. I don't like how they do that shit. It could be on anything. Like any site I go on, it's gonna be at least one person that say like, well, really, we from the America. That's what y'all don't know. Jesse Jackson told you was an African American. You telling this to a nigga who actually remember when African American became popular. I remember when that shit became popular. I remember people not liking it. I do. I remember people not liking it.
Right. But niggas wasn't Abos then, though. Niggas was something else. Niggas was just.
No, I don't know about saying that bullshit. You had a few Morristown Temple-esque people and Nation of Islam type people, that would say that silly ass shit, but not really that I can remember. You know what I'm saying? But everybody claimed they had
I just came back. What's up, Cujo? I just came back. I just ate some Popeye's chicken though.
Andy about to have itis.
Bro, Aaron was nuts.
Dude told me like, your granny ain't never tell you was no Indian. I was like, nah, my Indian granny never told me I was no Indian. That's how real it is. You know what I'm saying? We weren't supposed to talk that bullshit because they were totally against us trying to separate ourselves from everybody else on some real shit. They were totally against that shit. I grew up in a house that was totally against that. You ain't no different from none of these. You're not.
Hey, Cujo, can I ask you a question?
Sure, Andy.
Have you tried In-N-Out before?
In-N-Out? What's that? A store?
The In-N-Out burger.
Oh, nah, that's some West Coast shit. Nah, I won't. When I was over there, it was Jack and the Crack and Whataburger.
Yeah, that's a West Coast spot right there.
Yeah, that's some West Coast shit. I heard people say it, but now when I used to live in Washington State. I lived in Tacoma.
So Lotus, Lucky, you pissed Lotus off, huh?
I told you it's that he don't like that. He really feel like he a linguist. So any nigga who come at his linguistic skills or the way that he write letters, he don't like that shit.
Yeah.
Don't be mad because you write like a fucking Indian doctor, nigga. That ain't got nothing to do with me. You write like a motherfucking Punjabi doctor.
No fucking linguist. He shouldn't even insult linguists by calling himself one. He
He's
just said
back.
he was a novel.
Sutek, how is In-N-Out
He's back.
overrated? What's the most how is it
In
overrated?
and Out is definitely mid, bro. In and Out and Jack in the Box was a waste of time when I went to Cali, bro. I was pissed off, bro. I thought Jack in the Box was gonna be fire, bro. That shit was whack as hell.
It's just convenient as a bitch. Like when you get
Yeah,
out
that
the
shit like Taco Bell, Cujo. I don't want that shit.
Yeah. When you get out the club, that shit hit hard, bro. When it ain't nowhere else to go,
Depending on the time of the night.
Yeah, you can get energy.
That's a different story.
Cujo, what
Yeah.
language?
Listen, 2 in the morning, Taco Bell slap.
What?
Hey,
That's a fact.
Hey, Lucky, can you present your case that I'm a pseudo-linguist? Can you
What
show
you
like
say? What you ask me about the language though? What you ask me about the language? Let's go.
Yeah, brother, you represented yourself. It's case closed.
Tear your ass up.
You said language. Ask me the language thing. Ask me the language thing.
You represented yourself. Put some. Hey, pull up another.
I killed y'all.
Drop a video. We'll just
tons
pull
of
your
videos
video
on
up.
linguistics already.
Yeah, just
so
drop
what
one
else
of. Just put one of them. Just put one of them. Your best work. Put your best work.
I question your linguistic credibility.
I question you on linguistic credibility. You know what the fuck Inkunabula was?
What does that have to do with my linguistic?
You don't know what
Just show me your best work. Don't even go to yelling at Cujo. Just show me your best work.
Natura.
Because you said I didn't know a word. Because you said I didn't know a word.
Natura. What does that mean?
Say it again.
He's speaking. You think he's speaking Latin? What is wrong with this?
What does that mean?
Can you spell it? It's day of.
D-E space R-E-R-U-N-O-N-A.
No, hit that like button, y'all. Hold on. Hit that like button.
I got all my books right here.
Yo, Lotus. I know you hear me. When I say hit the like button, come on, y'all gotta at least give me a second. Hit the like button, y'all. You can't be that petty. You know what I'm saying? Share the video. All right? Subscribe if you like the conversation. We do this shit all the time. But now, what pseudo shit was you saying, Lucky?
Yeah, that y'all from Africa.
That's pseudo?
That's the pseudo shit. Yeah, that's the pseudo shit ever.
Okay, now.
Y'all some French
Okay, you made the
Americans.
claim. Nah, chill out. Hold on, let's break this down. You made the claim. You're saying it's pseudo that we're from Africa. Now, can you supply us with the evidence to support your claim? Let's go.
Okay. Is anybody here that was born in Africa?
No.
Oh, claim solved. Thank you. Case closed. That's the gavel right there. Y'all are American. Just like the Nigerian said in the video, stop saying that. You are American. Stop calling yourself.
So hold on. Can I ask you a question? Does our family lineage start with us?
Yep. Yes, it does.
All right, now you have it. So now nobody has a father, nobody has grandparents, a great grandparents. Only in Lotus's paradigm do we exclude our grandparents and great grandparents and shit like that. You're done, Lotus. You're done.
Right.
So Europeans are white people. Are you Americans as well?
Nope. Let's take everything away. Let's start from scratch.
Wow,
Lord.
Let's start from
Lotus. You're done. You just said that our family lineage starts with us.
Yep.
Why should we?
Lotus, can I talk to you, man?
You, like Walter Williams told me, you cannot tell me what happened from 0 to 2. You don't know a damn thing. You don't even know if that's really your father. So that means if you go down the line, you don't know if any of your great grandfathers are even really your father. You don't even know that. But that's what happens when you deal and interview with people from all around the world. People are elders really about that life. You don't know that. You don't know if that's your dad.
John, back on
So you can only go by what you came out of, and somebody has to tell you what you came out of. So you don't know what the hell your grandparents or great-grandparents, great-great-great-grandparents are doing. You don't know where they come from.
So hold on.
Because
how do you know?
Do you have a DeLorean? You can't time travel. Y'all don't know where the hell. Y'all don't know.
No, all right. Don't tell us what we can do.
I know y'all don't.
No, look, no. So you keep raising the question. That's all you're doing is raising the question. So we can easily break this down. Some of us might have had a DNA test for our father. Some might not. So what we know is mama's baby daddy's name. Cool. So what about the people who identify as African on their mom's side? What about that?
Have you ever seen a DNA test in real life? Have you ever looked in a microscope and observed what they're cataloging?
When did I say anything about DNA? When did I say anything about DNA?
You said a DNA test.
No, I didn't.
Oh, damn. Rewind this shit.
I said maybe some people have had DNA tests with their fathers, but let's exclude the father's side. The mother's side, so stop. Listen, all you're gonna do is just raise the question, bro. Like the shit. What you're doing is just silly right now.
I'm being petty because I have people lying about my character.
We know you're being petty
about my character. Now I come on here with supposedly grown ass men, and you guys don't conduct yourself like Africans.
Well, Lotus, let me be honest. Hold on, Lotus.
With this fake ass American.
My bad. Listen, Lotus.
Fairy tale shit. Okay, go ahead.
Whenever anything might have happened, I stepped away. I stepped away a couple times in the last hour. You know what I'm saying? So if something happened, I wasn't there to mediate. I don't know. But listen, I don't want to really rehash that because when I came back, it didn't seem like nothing really happened. But if you could talk about it real quick.
I said something that was incorrect about Turtle Gang and admitted that I was at the wrong place, right?
Oh yeah, I said that.
Turtle Gang was
and then
saying
I stepped away.
see how I jumped to the conclusion, and I said, you know what? That's crazy because on this panel, everybody does that. So anybody that comes in with opposing view, everybody on here is doing it, and they don't. Like I could have just talked about.
That's not true, though. That's not true, though.
What? Bro, I got countless.
How can you say? But listen, how can you speak? How can you
See you later, guys.
Absolute? All right, good night.
Right,
how could you speak such a absolute like that?
Yeah, my stomach feels weird as hell.
All right, that's TMI, and we don't even know.
I mean, well, this is the point, bro. Like I've been in these communities all over for decades, bro. I done contributed to stuff. I done brought light. I done taught people the things that they never knew about. To have somebody that has contributed nothing, has done nothing, has brought nothing to a platform, no information, and to talk about linguistics, somebody that has showed countless words from different languages connecting to stuff with people from different parts of the planet, people in Australia.
Come on, Lotus. How do you
Hey, look what true story.
Showing
bro.
But no, that's what y'all be doing though. But I have not seen that on this channel. I ain't seen nobody on this channel doing that shit. Nobody. Y'all are not on my level. I come down.
We haven't seen.
I'm less
we not on the level
coming over here and talk to y'all, and then y'all elder believes everything.
Right, he JV replacement. He still don't understand.
Y'all elder
Notice when you say stuff, it doesn't connect, bro. You present something and it's all over the place. It's like a damn.
No, it's not.
It's like a scribble scrabble, bro. Like you give us history of scribble scrabble and shit.
No,
hey, that nigga third string quarterback. He out this bitch think he throwing touchdowns. Nigga, this preseason.
Hey, not a coincidence. This is what y'all do. Hey, y'all sound like some gossiping little bitches. Y'all should be on Jerry.
Boy, it's a scrimmage.
Hey, look, I don't know how y'all niggas do it, but we don't talk that bitch.
Especially your punk ass.
Listen.
Ain't gonna be too many.
Listen.
Ain't gonna be
we on the internet.
Ain't gonna be too many.
Y'all are petty. Y'all petty.
Lotus. I don't know how long you gonna let. You said bitch, faggot. You think I'm just gonna keep hearing that shit?
I didn't even hear him. He said he had such a meltdown.
I would throw my Henny on him. I would throw my cup of Henny on him. You know what I'm saying?
That's what happened when the abo get defective and shit. You waste like some water on their cores and shit. Them niggas start just blah blah blah, get mad.
That's all they can do. They have no.
Malfunction, huh?
Like an old bro.
That nigga spilled some of that goddamn S curl on his shit. That nigga started fucking the game up.
Let your soul glow.
Feeling oh so silky smooth. Just let it shine through.
My
I know
quadroonium.
that whole movie by heart, bro.
See, Lotus think because he high yellow and shit, he got a little curly hair, whatever. He like, look, I'm gonna be everything but black. You know, like he got that uppity mentality and shit. Like I ain't like you niggas. You know what I'm saying? I'm light skinned, so he was saying he was Moroccan. He told us. I remember that he said he was Moroccan for a minute, man. He said he was mixed with Moroccan and all this other stuff. It's that I'm light skin. I got this curly hair shit, so I'm gonna be exotic.
That nigga exotic. That's all. Yeah, pack exotic. Need some za.
That nigga crazy, man.
Nigga, I'm exotic, man.
Nigga loaded that boy. That boy said you a pack of za.
I gotta get up out of here soon, man. I gotta get up out of here, man.
All right.
Or we've been on here 6 hours. I think we put in some good work today, man. Or did y'all catch the beginning? Did y'all catch the Dane Calloway Topcatz debacle?
Yeah, I was here. Yeah, I was here.
If you didn't catch that, man, y'all need to go back and look at it, because
no, Dane Calloway ran like a broad, man. Like, let me say that. Like,
he ran from one question the whole time. Word.
Yeah, he started dancing. Look, he's not a debater. He's a con artist. That's what he do. He like, I can sit in my pulpit, I can con. This is what Malachi York used to do. He'd send everybody else out to debate. Malachi York wasn't debating with nobody. He's like, yo, talk all the stuff from a pulpit or whatever. Dane Calloway do the same thing, whatever. He'll talk that jump, but he can't get in the ring with nobody. You know what I'm saying? You know who stayed in the ring? Chief, was it Topcatz? Topcatz stayed in the ring, even though he got us blocked.
But he'd be bullshit. He ran from Raborn that time. He really did.
Who, Topcatz?
Yeah. Raborn had a little technical difficulty, and when they had that debate, and he ran. He acted like he won just because of that. Like, nah, if you was really about that, I want to get my shit off. I'm gonna tell y'all right now, we could reschedule. I want to get my shit off, especially if you that person who got like a top cat, you know what I'm saying, who got a decent following and pushing it. Fuck that. Or like in Topcatz position, Raborn would be, you know what I'm saying, one of the top. That's one of the tops when it comes to, the history of Black American. Why wouldn't you want to get that shit off? He was scared, and he had this opportunity to duck out of it and try to and still be able to have a one-up. You know what I'm saying? And that's what he kind of took advantage of that. Because Raborn couldn't get his own presentation up. It wasn't like Raborn didn't show up. He showed up, but he had difficulties getting his presentation going. You know what I'm saying?
But that's one of the reasons they want to debate Jabari and cats like that and not Raborn, because we know they talk about it.
My bad, Cal. I didn't mean to cut you off. Let's not get into it. Raborn could have get the shit off his head. He could have listened to everything Topcatz said and rebutted it. You know what I'm saying? Just like I probably can. You know what I'm saying? Like, right there, because we know where they're coming from.
Yeah. So, and Sonetta peeped that. Sonetta was like, yeah, man, Raborn know how to get him, man. Even Jabari's like, yeah, no, Raborn, he know what to expect from him or whatnot. Because they come in with a left hook or whatever with some pseudo shit, even though I think Jabari will hold his own. But they say what's name did that on the first round.
He will. Yeah. But also you gotta understand, when they do that, they got behind the scene work, you know what I'm saying? Which they should, especially on this type of debate. If that is to happen with Dane Calloway, with that type of debate, I'm pretty sure certain people are gonna be behind the scenes to help him rebuttal certain things on the fly. Not saying he can't do it, but when it's happening in real time and you're trying to listen to his presentation and pull things up to rebuttal, it's kind of hard to listen and be pulling and looking things up at the same time. I did it. You miss some things, you know what I'm saying? But if you have like a little team that's supposed to be sitting there listening to certain things, and you catch certain things, it can all fall into place. Which debate is it's not supposed to be just a one person thing. Like, it's a community right now that's fighting this shit. It's the African ancestry, the descendants versus these pan pseudo aboriginal pretending. You know what I'm saying? Like,
And they got the people locked, bro. Like I'm seeing abos everywhere I turn, like on different platforms. It be breakdancing, it could be about cooking, bro. Abos will pop up like, well, you know, that's Aboriginal food and shit. Like it's crazy.
Ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
If it ain't them, it's them FBA cats. It's them or it's the FBA dudes.
Well, hold on, Kaz. Let me go around. Let me see. Yo, Shy, you want to say something? I gotta get up out of here. And Shy, you heard me say I gotta get up out of here. Now you want to jump up there and start some bullshit. What's up, man?
Nah, I ain't got no bullshit. I just need you to facilitate my bands by the morning. Cause y'all, whenever y'all need my information, I just need my 10 bands. I said I need you to facilitate my 10 bands by the morning from Sean.
This you talk about with Sean?
Yeah,
I don't know
yeah.
what y'all got going on, man.
Facilitate that. You know, if he needs if he needs me to take some off the top, he got it. I'll bust it down. I'll bust it down. Then y'all, I'll give him a discount. Yeah, I'll give him a discount. Y'all still running from
down.
Y'all still running from Ali. Lucky you. Where you was at? Lucky you wasn't in the chat. He went live.
Hold on. Why you saying somebody running from somebody, man?
He went live 2 days.
He got start trouble and shit, man. He trying to start trouble.
He got 300 new abos in 2 lives.
Because niggas ain't go up on the panel. That's what you trying to say?
Yeah, I was over there trying to fight my fight.
Nah, but listen, you gotta understand, bro. Because sometimes I'll sit in there, like I'll go. It just be timing sometimes. Because I go over there and listen, and this nigga talking about some whole other bullshit where you really gotta do some whole extra shit to try to go into. Because this nigga done took it to. So sometimes it's not worth it. You know what I'm saying? Like the shit.
That's what I was telling you. He not even an album. Like he's so old. Everything that he'll do, he just gonna turn niggas into Moors. He ain't even making albums. He making Moors over there.
Like some of the shit they talk about, like especially him, he'll go. So it's not like if he brings up 10 different things, you ain't gonna be able to go against all of that. But I was trying to catch him when he talking about some other shit. I haven't been able to catch him, but when I'm gonna catch him, I'm gonna go up there eventually. He seemed like he on a roll. He want to go live frequently. He feel a little momentum. We'll see what happens. Because he really don't go live like that.
Nah, he the new. You see it? He got 250 though. Last live, he finna start going live every day. He finna take over.
I mean, he has a breaking up, Chad.
I said he created 300 new abos in two lives. I say he created 300 new abos in 2 lives.
Nah, he created 300 new Moors, brother. What I'm telling you, he can't even make abos. He's so damn old. That nigga only make Washitals.
But nah, I'm gonna catch him slipping. I'm gonna jump over there eventually. But he kind of got pushed to the side with this Dane Calloway and Topcatz situation. You know what I'm saying? That debate don't even really mean nothing no more.
Yeah, that was. It sounded like he was just trying to get the 5 bands so he could drop it on Dane.
Yeah, that was just a global. Because like, but even with the abos, like, why you don't see them? You know what I'm saying? Like, really pushing any information that came up out of that. I heard somebody say I didn't get to watch the debate. Somebody was like, there was more questions after than before. Like for the abo side, it should have been done. But you know, everybody said Jabari won. You know what I'm saying? So, like he should.
I mean, that nigga.
Yo, y'all want to say something before I get about it? I gotta make a move.
Nah. This is a peaceful live.
Peace, bro. Yo, thank you for having me tonight. Thank you to panel.
Definitely, I definitely appreciate you pulling up and putting your insight into things, man. Anytime, man.
Indeed. Right. Peace.
Cash, you want to say something? King Cash, you good? Sutek, he left. My bad. I just seen that. He left. I don't know what King Cass said. Yo, Lucky, you want to say something on the way out, man? I know you got something to say about these.
Yeah, man. Keep putting that pressure on these folks, man. We see what's going on out here. These niggas know what it is.
Well, you know, this is a team effort, bro. It's definitely a team effort. You know what I'm saying? We trying to grow this platform. We trying to step on these niggas. We're gonna do this shit organic. Make sure y'all like, subscribe to the video. But yeah, we not letting up. You know what I'm saying? Like Sean been filling in the gaps. Sean been going hard. I like last 2 weeks.
Sean been trying to break a nigga neck.
Word, sure. I appreciate it. You gotta appreciate it. You know what I'm saying? Like I think Sean felt like I was slacking a little bit because you know it was nice, you know. So I got pulled away from, you know, inside. I've been outside a lot with the family and shit, so I ain't been able to jump on. Sean was going in, but yeah, I'm trying to get back to it, man. I'm trying to do like at least 4 lives a week, man. Word.
Yeah, I think you got neat. They gonna be pulling up, so I think you should.
Or definitely, we gonna get the shit right, man. Make sure y'all like, subscribe to the video. We out of here, man. You good, Lucky? Anything else?
Yeah, we good, fam.
All right, I'm gonna catch you on the next one, bro.
Break the lane, I'm trying to make a name, but my sick thoughts got me by my brain. I'm searching for my, how ironic how we hustle for the same, but get bracelets for trying to get a chain, and they want to take up.
See, we're talking about Black and African Americans. We're not talking about this beef shit that we are on. We're not on this drama shit right now. We're on Aboriginal TV's channel talking about Pan-Africans throwing shots at the Aboriginals. A Pan-African came on here, our brother, that makes our shows live for real. I gotta say, all of us need to like sneak together and throw this nigga like $10 because he's one of the only Pan-African boo-boos that come up here and put up a fight. People that just come up here need to see that. They need to see an African and they need to see an Indian and they need to see the debate so they could choose a side. Not a coincidence is a major factor in this community and people don't even know it. Goofy motherfuckers.